Good morning and welcome to the Antigua Recreation Ground. It's the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association two-day Super 40 finals, and it's Empire versus New Winthrop. CMW New Winthrop versus Empire Nation. Empire Nation winning the toss this morning, and they are in the field. New Winthrops were asked to bat first, and we just had the first delivery being bowled here in this match today. Damien Lowenfield opening the bowling for Empire Nation today. He's coming from the Sir Vivian Richards Players Pavilion end. And he's bowling to Jermaine Otto, who is opening the batting this morning with Tyrone Williams Jr. And the first run of the day is had by Jermaine Otto. And of course, no doubt he'll be looking to try and give CMW New Winthrop a positive start. Jack Matthew is beside us, is beside me, and of course he's going to tell us who the teams are in a very short while as we look to bring you coverage here on the ABCA Facebook page and on YouTube, so share it with a friend. Lowenfield just losing his radar a little bit, bowling a wide down the leg side as Tyrone Williams Jr. is on strike. And Tyrone Williams Jr. has had a very good season. He's at the top of the charts in terms of the batting in the ABCA Super 40 competition. He's averaging 63.8. Another wide delivery down the leg side. Tyrone Williams having 507 runs so far. Strike rate of 104.32, so he's had a really healthy strike rate with an average of 63.38. He gets his account underway. Sprinted through for the first one, wanted the second. Gets it in the end. Jermaine Otto was just trotting down, just ambling down for the first one. But the fielder there, Ajari Joseph, having to do a lot of work around to his left, and the batters were able to come back for 2-1. Jack Matthew, good morning.
Good morning to you, Denmon. Good morning to all our viewers and listeners.
Again, just a little bit of a struggle from Damien Lowenfield, just trying to attack the stumps.
Tyrone Williams Jr. has been one of the most prolific domestic batsmen for a long time now. Year after year, he has really been up in the charts regarding the aggregates in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association leagues.
Lowenfield continues to struggle with that new ball. There's a very strong breeze up where we are located. Not sure if it's the same down at the pitch level, but it's a strong breeze that he has to contend with, and so he's having just a little bit of a struggle controlling that new ball early on. We've seen 3 wides so far in this over.
I believe it is a factor because it looks to be coming from the northeast. So just look at the teams as promised. The Caribbean Motorworks New Winthrops lineup. The 11, Nino Henry, captain. Jermaine Otto. There is also in the lineup the Mari Benta, Alzari Joseph. Another run added to the score for the New Winthrops Lions. Just a nudge from the pad down to the fine leg position for
run number 8.
Ajari Joseph. So 8 for no wicket. Continuing the lineup, it is Ian Youssef, Siobhan Moore, Tyrone Williams Jr., who is out there along with Jermaine Otto, who is the man on strike. Oh, an expansive cut at this ball outside the line of the off stump. The first over eventually comes to an end, and after 1 over of this Super 40 final, the ABCA Super 40 final here at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Caribbean Motorworks, the Winthrops Lions, put into bat by Empire Nation. They are 9 for no wicket. Just to complete the lineup, also in the squad, the 11, Kishon Darwood, Cameron Pennyfeather, Bartlett Henry.
First delivery starts with a wide down the leg side to Tyrone Williams Jr. And Williams Jr. previously played for Empire Nation in this same competition. Was the opening batter for Empire for a number of years, since transferred to New Winthrops Lions, and has found success with the New Winthrop Lions. They are the ABCA 2-day champions, the defending champions in the ABCA Super 40 competition, where they played last season against Empire Nation and had a very comprehensive victory on that occasion.
We have given you the New Winthrops Lions lineup. Now the Empire team, Justin Athanaze, the man in operation at the moment, captain and off spinner, is also very much an all-rounder in the squad. Again, he's offline. That's spinning the ball down the leg side for another extra to the total for New Winthrops Lions. Justin Athanaze, captain. Tanis Francis. Damian Lowenfield opened the bowling. Gary Jobry. Also in the lineup, Micah McKenzie, this exciting leg spinner. Athanaze. And again, there is no run off the bat. The ball just pushed gently into the onside towards square leg. And also in the lineup, Dari Francis, Ajari Joseph, the brother of Alzari Joseph, tucked away for a single this time by Tyrone Williams Jr. And just adding to the score. A quiet start in the second over of this Super 40 final. Also in the lineup, Ziani Da Silva, Melvin Charles, George Elvin, and the son of Justin Athanaze, Jaquan Athanaze. That's the 11 for Empire Nation.
Early days yet in this match. This is Athanaze. It should be another easy single, playing it. Scrape the wicket on the offside into the backward point region for an easy single. Jermaine Otto takes the total on to 12. 12 without loss in over number 2. Been bowled by Justin Athanaze. Athanaze is bowling a good delivery, beating the batsman outside the line of the off stump. He played for turn on that one. That one just held its own and beating him. All ends up to end Athanaze's first over. The end of it, 2 overs gone, 12 without loss.
A bit of variation there by the experienced Justin Athanaze, having bowled the previous deliveries, the traditional orthodox off break. And this time, this one was the straight one, and he sealed the batsman. There was Tyrone Williams Jr. looking for the ball to spin into him, and the right-hander beaten outside the line of the off stump. So using his guile, using his experience, and deceiving the batsman, scoring a psychological point on that occasion.
Lowenfield again continues to struggle with that new ball. Another delivery down the leg side.
So he will need to try and cope with the wind. Maybe just a touch more outside the line of that off stump, Damian Lowenfield. And he's very much outside the line of the off stump. And as Otto has tried earlier in his previous over, he tried an expansive cut. And that one looked to have been a little bit higher. So he cut underneath that one. And it went by into the gloves of the wicket keeper. So he's looking there to hit it through the backward point region. He plays this one delicately, but straight to the fielder. Looking for finesse on that occasion and executing well in terms of the timing and the exquisiteness of that particular shot, but not effective. It went straight to the man at backward point. Jeremy Otto, former Leeward Islands batsman, opening batsman. Looked to have lost weight. Doesn't look as big as he was when he played for the Leewards.
He's been working hard out there.
And this time he gets the shot off. I think it may beat the fielder into the boundary. Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. That one took up a little bit of speed as it got closer to the boundary there, Jack. But the shot that he's been trying to play, this is his third occasion. The first two he missed it. This time was able to get bat. He didn't time it probably as well as he wanted to, but he got enough bat on it, and once it beat the fielder, the outfield seems to be lightning fast, and it sped into the boundary for 4.
The timing and the placement perfect on that occasion. He bisected those two fielders, the one at backward point and the one at point, and it went away for 4 runs. So that would boost his confidence after playing and missing on 2 previous occasions. Oh, he played this one beautifully. Absolutely fantastic stroke from Jeremy Otto. He played through the line. It was up to him from Damien Lowenfield, and the mid-on just stood still because it was always going to go into the boundary, hit over the head of the bowler, and delightfully executed by Jeremy Otto. Wonderful stroke, consecutive boundaries.
Can't bowl Jeremy Otto like that. You're asking for trouble. That was right up in his arc, and he really executed that well. Straight back over the bowler, 4 runs.
So Damien Lowenfield will be looking to make an adjustment here. He was short outside the line of the off stump. He decided to go full and was similarly treated. What will his response be? Much better delivery. One on a length, a little bit of angle into the right-hander with that stiff breeze, or we should say wind, blowing from the northeasterly direction. And that would have helped to curl the ball into the right-hander, and was respectfully played by Jeremy Otto. Damien Lowenfield looking to break this partnership, and another good delivery. Otto just looking to find an area, a space on the leg side towards the umpire, Nigel Clark, but not being able to get it away from the pitch. The ball just dropping in front of him, and completing what was the 3rd over of the innings. And New Winthrop Lions, sponsored by Caribbean Motor Works, they have gone on to what score do we have there, Denmore? No wickets down as yet, and they're looking to make a steady start here in this particular game. 21 for no wicket after 3.
Yep.
Justin Athanaze will continue the attack. His 2nd over, and this is a straight delivery. There was Tyrone Williams Jr. again looking for turn. The last one of his previous over beat him. This one was in line with the stumps. He was looking to turn it into the onside, almost hit the leading edge of the bat and went into the offside. And Justin Athanaze applying a little bit more pace to that delivery and just lifting his hands there, perhaps expecting that one to breach the defensives of the batsman. A new guard is taken by Williams, perhaps the counter, and he gets it into the mid-wicket region, and we get a run. A bit of misfeeling there by the fielder at mid-wicket. It was hit firmly to him, but straight to him. He should have stopped it, and the ball deflected away down to the man at deep mid-wicket, and he got a run for it. So the guile of Justin Athanaze on display here on a wonderful morning. Bright sunshine, nice wind blowing across the ground. And here is Jeremy Otto, very, very circumspect as he came right across his stumps and allowed the ball to come onto him and played with a defensive bat. A solitary slip in place. That's the closest fielder, apart from the wicketkeeper. There's a short fine leg as well, who does the fielding as the ball deflects away down to that position. So Justin Athanaze is quite economical. Normally that's the case with him, and that has been the case today. And just having the batsman there searching, always thinking, his variation is certainly one of the attributes of his bowling, and the variation very much evident in that over as well.
Yeah, very much evident in that over, but I'm surprised that they started with him, because I think he's going to be an important part of the Empire attack today. I felt that he might have come in the middle overs where he probably would look to consolidate and try to keep things tight. It is going to be important to see how many overs he bowled in this first spell, because I think he needs to leave a couple of his overs for later on in the match.
Yeah. So he'll have 8, right? 8 he'll have. He has completed 2. And probably the tactical move here is to get rid of Tyrone Williams Jr. Just as we have seen, he has given him trouble, and maybe he has dismissed him on several occasions before. Who knows?
Yeah, I think the idea is that he wants to frustrate Tyrone Williams Jr. Don't give him any early runs. Allow him to frustrate, because when Tyrone Williams gets in a frustrated state, he sort of loses his cool and plays some low strokes. And so maybe that is the idea for Empire, bringing on Justin Athens early to, as you said, try and disrupt the flow of Tyrone Williams Jr.
Damien Lowenfield. And here is Tyrone Williams Jr. almost flat-footed in playing that shot. He was cramped because the ball was too close to him. And again, that inward movement negated that cut shot. So the ball fell from his horizontal bat onto the pitch in front of him.
I was surprised, though, when I looked at the team and recognized that Empire left out Yannick Watley, because he has been a good opening bowler for them at the top of the innings. Oh, so we're just informed. We've been trying to locate these players. We understand that just been informed that Watley is actually off island. So because he would have been an important aspect in the Empire bowling attack today,
and would have been a certainty based on what happened in the semi-final game, because he was one of the productive bowlers there.
Certainly. This is a good looking shot from Tyrone Williams Jr. Is running close to the boundary, but they come back for 2. Not very good running, I think, so far by the New Windsor Lions. I think that they're not running as quickly as they probably want to between the wickets. That certainly is a long boundary out there at deep extra cover. It should have certainly been 3.
Certainly. I was surprised when I looked up
yep.
and I saw Tyrone Williams on strike. It should have been 3, yes. The ball was picked up maybe a foot.
From the
so,
ball.
yes.
Again, he's trying to force things. Tyrone Williams Jr. driving. That one comes off the inner portion of the bat, rolls back down the pitch, no run. So 24 without loss. We have just one delivery to come in over number 5. Empire Nation this morning winning the toss and inserting the New Windsor Lions. And in a little bit interview that was done by President Kumar Rodney, as this one is banged away over mid-wicket for 4. Short and given the treatment. He hit it over the top of that straightish mid-wicket fielder. 1 bounce into the boundary. 4 runs to Tyrone Williams Jr. 4 more to CMW New Windsor Lions. 28 without loss at the end of over number 5.
An authoritative stroke there by Tyrone Williams Jr. It just stood up, was asked to be hit, and he hit it beautifully. Hit it with a lot of power, and from the moment it left the bat, it was always going to go into that boundary at straightish mid-wicket. Wonderfully played.
Really well played there. Can't bowl those kind of deliveries with Tyrone Williams Jr., especially with the form that he's in lately. Athens is going to start his 3rd over. He's bowling to Jermaine Otto, who's turning 1 on the onside. No run.
It's quite noticeable that Jermaine Otto is very apprehensive against the spin here of Justin Athens. He's circumspect for the most part, and he's playing him from the crease. So he's quite watchful.
I think that too could be one of the reasons why Justin Athens has started, because Jermaine Otto is more comfortable playing against the faster bowlers when the ball is coming onto his bat.
I think probably this will be his last for this period. I'm talking about Justin Athens. Just giving away a wide there, looking to pull that one a little bit quicker, just losing his direction. And the ball skidding down the leg side for an extra. Perhaps this may be his last over. He'll have 5 more. You'll just have to wait and see. That is, he's causing problems for both batsmen. And he has contained both. And that is always critical in a limited overs game.
Not a good delivery from Justin Athanaze, beating Jermaine Otto. He was pushing forward to that one. Didn't know too much about that one.
It was a case of playing and hoping for the best. I'm not sure if he's reading him from the arm. I suppose he's trying to read him from the pitch. And so there's a problem here for Otto. This time he stretches out and plays with more confidence, deciding to use his reach. Very tall man, and he decided to reach out and played with a lot more assurance on that occasion. And again, negotiating that quite well. It was a shorter length delivery, went back and played it with the turn, but not been able to get a run. Containing bowling here by the captain of Empire Nation, Justin Athanaze, causing problems for the batsmen, containing them, and therefore showing his prowess and showing his importance at the start of this Super 40 final here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, where Caribbean Motorworks, New Winthrop's Lions, are batting against Empire Nation. And at the end of that over, we have had 6 overs, 29 runs on the board. Jermaine Otto on 10, and Tyrone Williams Jr. also on 10.
6 runs coming from his 3 overs so far, which would suggest that is excellent bowling by Justin Athanaze so far. The New Winthrop's Lions players have not been able to read him so far in this spell, and he has done just exactly what he wanted to do, contain the runs from his end.
In contrast, Damien Lowenfield, who has been punched through the cover position and has gone away for 4. Delightful stroke again from
that actually looks to be a bowling change. That's Diary Francis.
Diary Francis, okay.
Diary
Francis, yes, into the attack. And his first ball was hammered away through the cover position by Tyrone Williams Jr. for 4.
Surprised that I've seen Diary Francis bowling so much in this competition. He's normally a wicket-keeper batter. But Empire are full of them because they have the wicket-keeper who is keeping. You have Tanner Francis, you have Diary Francis. So Diary has reinvented himself into a bowler.
Yeah. Unexpected change. This is hammered away down towards the 3rd man position. 4 more. Successive boundaries for Williams. A ball outside the line of the off stump. A little bit closer to him, but he gave himself room and he hit it hard. There's a fielder on the 3rd man boundary. It went away to his right. He had absolutely no chance. So we have had another boundary here by Tyrone Williams Jr.
That's what happened when you have these makeshift bowlers. They're not as skilled as some of the regular bowlers. So they offer up opportunity for a good batsman like Tyrone Williams Jr. And Williams Jr. getting 2 loose deliveries to start from Diary Francis and has really made good use of them. He's put them away.
Yes, Diary Francis replacing Damien Lowenfield, who in contrast to Justin Athanaze has been hit about, going for almost 8 per over. His first 3 overs cost 22 runs. So that was an unexpected change at the far end, the pavilion end of the Antigua Recreation Grounds. A much better delivery. Williams is looking for a single, has to dart back into his crease because the fielder came in very, very quickly there from the cover position. Get a ball hit away into the offside, and so it remains on 37 for no wicket, weighing over number 7. So this is a good start by the Lions, looking to roar again. And the bowler, Diary Francis, just coming back with those last 2 deliveries. Ball angled into the right-hander. And not giving himself the room. He likes to play that cut shot Tyrone Williams Jr. Anything short, he's ready to go at it, but did not have the room there to do anything aggressively, and had to just settle with a push into the offside. Was looking for a run, but he was not there. So what will Jari do with this one? This is hammered away, goes down to the third man position, and there's a fielder that looks to be by Micah McKenzie on the third man boundary, and so he does the fielding. They go for one.
Williams will feel that he missed out on that occasion because that one was again short and wide outside the line of the off stump. He got more of the edge of the bat than the middle. He wanted to get that a lot squarer of the wicket, and should have certainly put that one away for a boundary again. So he would be disappointed only getting a single from that loose delivery.
Jermaine Otto hit a 4 off Damien Lowenfield when he bowled his last over from that end, the pavilion end of the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Now having Dari Francis to contend with, and he's hitting this one into the onside. He goes away for 4. Not sure if he was aiming for that mid-wicket region, but he went hard at it, and the ball sped away from the fielder inside the 30-yard circle at mid-wicket and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he came right across his stumps to get to that one. Played a deliberate cross-batted shot and didn't time it the way that he wanted. He left the bat in the air, but it got enough bat on it to go away for a boundary.
Settles over his bat once more. He's on 14 from 20 deliveries. His third boundary. And he's hitting his 4th. Oh, that was beautifully played. Exquisite timing by Jermaine Otto. That one is up by Dari Francis, and he just put bat to ball, hit it with all the confidence in the world over the straightish mid-on position for 4 delightful runs. Yeah, goes on to 18, 4th boundary, 21 balls, and the score's raced on to 48 for no wicket.
Yeah, this is a good
6.5.
Yeah, this is a good over so far for CMW New Winchops Lions. Dari Francis coming on to bowl this over has not worked for Empire.
He hits it again, and he's gone away for another 4 to complete the over. So coming up to the right-hander, Dari Francis, and being hit in the same fashion, just a little bit away from the mid-on fielder, but he had absolutely no chance of getting to that one, and the ball sped away for 4 more runs. The 50 has come up, 52 of 7 overs. They're going at a very good rate here, 7.43 in the Super 40 final of the ABCA competition here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Caribbean Motorworks, the Winthrops Lions batting against Empire Nation, and a really good start for them.
Yeah,
Denmore Roberts will have more, and then he'll be joined by Dave Soppy Joseph, the former West Indies batsman.
Yeah, that was a really good over for the CMW New Winchops Lions. 1 over for Dari Francis, 23 runs coming from it, undoing all the hard work that Athenes, who is going to bowl his 4th over, is doing from the other end. Good morning to you, Dave.
Good morning, Denmore.
How are you doing?
Great. Good morning to your listening and viewing audience.
Really nice to have you again beside me with the cricket. As we continue, Justin Athenes trying to contain the batters from one end, but the runs are leaking from the other end. Here is Athenes. He's in, down the leg side. Should be called wide and is by umpire Nigel Clark. Nigel Clark and Tassilo Allen, the 2 umpires doing the finals today on behalf of the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Umpires Association and President Javid Goodwin. Here is he driving through the offside beautifully for 4. Got to the pitch of that one and let it happen. It hit it hard through that vacant extra cover position, 4 runs.
Excellent shot, Denmore, by Otto. Reminds me very much of his father, Otto.
Looks a lot like him when you see him out there in terms of even his structure, his body structure, his stature. Remember earlier when we were trying to identify who was going to open, Jack said, "I just saw the feet and I know it's an Otto." As we watch, he's forward and playing defensively to pitched up delivery from Justin Athanez. So the runs are leaking here for Empire Nation, 58 without loss, and we're in over number 8. So very positive start this for the CMW New Winchops Lions, as Otto gets a good delivery that he's playing defensively, can't score. So we say good morning to all those who are watching us on the ABCA Facebook page or on YouTube. You're listening to the ABCA Super 40 Finals for 2026. This is the revised version. Last weekend they were out at Jennings, and due to many factors, the game was not played. But it's been played now here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. This one is driven out to long on, where looks to be Michael McKenzie, who is posted there, and they come through for an easy single. End of another over. At the end of it, 8 overs gone, 59 without loss.
Yeah, Denmo, it's been a good start by New Winchops, and both batters are, going along, cruising along pretty nicely. Yeah, we're going to see another bowling change here.
Ajari Joseph.
Joseph comes into the attack.
Marking his run.
Yeah, as you said, mentioned earlier on, Denmo, to be bowling your makeshift bowlers this early is going to be a problem for Empire. And I thought you'd have bowled Joseph earlier.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought that they might have opened,
but they paid
the bowling with Joseph.
That decision there. It's like about 5-4 chuck in the over.
Yep. 23 runs coming off that lone over from Diari Francis. 5-4s and in that one, and really the New Winchops batters took a liking to his bowling, and if what we're seeing, he's definitely going to have to be a part of the Empire bowling attack today. So he's probably might have a few more overs to come. So this could be a problem for Empire. And with Captain Justin Athanez already bowling 4 of his 8 overs, he certainly is going to have to really marshal his bowlers very well today if he's going to keep New Winchops to a respectable total that they can chase. This is Joseph. First delivery is played away on the onside. There's one on the stumps, and one more to the total, 60 without loss. Tyrone Williams Jr. is on 20. 28 is Jermaine Otto, who got that single to start the over.
Yeah, then Empire will need to take some wickets here if they're gonna, get into this game. They'll definitely have to get some wickets here and try and push New Winchops back on their back foot.
So Ajari Joseph is at the top of his mark. He is in front of the Sir Vivian Richards Players Pavilion. Here is Joseph. In. Short of a length delivery. Playing it defensively is Tyrone Williams Jr. A little bit more pace than we saw with Diari Francis coming from Ajari Joseph.
Well, as you said, then it's a different mindset of a bowler than a makeshift bowler. So straight away he's come on to a very good length. Joseph, the brother of Ajari Joseph.
Not yet as prolific as Alzari, but he's up and coming. This one is driven out to the long on region, and they're able to come through just for a single.
The previous over Denmo, I thought this field placement should have been the field placement for that bowler. With the long on back and a man on the extra cover boundary, and then you'd ask him to bowl, just outside the off stump or wide outside the off stump. Oops.
This is hit in the air, and the catch is taken by Justin Athanez. So Jermaine Otto giving his wicket away. Ajari Joseph strikes immediately after coming on, gets the wicket of Jermaine Otto. He goes back for 28. Empire Nation gets their first wicket. New Winchops Lions losing their first wicket, 61 for 1. Jermaine Otto. Poor shot, I think, on that occasion.
I would like to say well bowled to young Joseph. I don't think he gave his wicket away. I think it's a different pressure. You know, the ball was not the length that he was seeing all the time, so he was forced to, he wants to keep the scoring going and he was forced to play a rash shot. So well bowled by Joseph. I say Empire getting their first wicket. New Winchops losing their first.
New Winchops losing their first wicket at 61. So 61 for 1 is the total. Jermaine Otto caught Justin Athens off the bowling of Ajari Joseph for 28. Looks to be Cameron Pennyfeather, who has come out to join Tyrone Williams Jr. Correction is actually Ian Uzeb, who has come out to join, to bat at number 3 for the New Winchops Lions, CMW New Winchops Lions. His first delivery is driven quietly into the offside, fielded by Justin Athens at that short extra cover position, no run. So Ajari Joseph has come on and has immediately made a difference for the Empire bowling attack. Sort of makes you question the decision early on not to start with him at the top of the innings. He's bowling to Ian Uzeb of CMW New Winchops Lions. And another good delivery right up to the batsman. He's coming down hard on it. Can only drive it up to the man at mid-on. And again, there was no run. Brings up the end of a successful over from Ajari Joseph. Just 2 runs coming from it, and he got a wicket at the end of that over. Over number 9, CMW New Winchops batting first is 61 for 1.
Yeah, we're going to see another bowling change here again, then more. Look like Mackenzie's going to come into the attack from the southern end.
Yeah, I think Empire need wickets. So they're going for it early on to make sure that they can probably dismiss a couple more of the batters from CMW New Winchops. And I think Michael Mackenzie coming on right when the power play is finished is a good time to bring him on. And I think it's a good time to bring him on as well against Tyrone Williams Jr. and Ian Uzeb.
Yeah, wickets are going to be the key factor here then. Once you can take some quick early wickets, you'll put them under pressure.
So Mackenzie just missing his run to start, just making sure that he remarks his run, just to make sure that he's starting from the right position. You think that he's going to probably be a difference maker in this game. He's either going to get wickets or probably he's going to be roughed up. First delivery, short of a length, and is driven out into the mid-wicket region. The run in between the wickets today, the wicket today from CMW New Winchops has not been very good. Thought that they've ambled through when they really should have been putting the fielders under pressure. There again, they just ambled through for a single, and the ball had gone all the way out to that man in the deep mid-wicket region. .62 for 1, and this one is hit hard out to the long on region. Fielder posted there is Diary Francis, and they come through for another single. So Jack Matthews standing by, probably to place me at the end of this over. No doubt himself and Dave Joseph will continue to bring you coverage of this ABCA 40 over finals. Flighted, hit hard over the top of us here, out of the ground. That was a beautiful shot. It was flighted up to Tyrone Williams Jr. and he had a go at it and hit it nice and hard out of the ground, 6 runs.
Yeah, brilliant shot by Tyrone Williams. I don't think it was flighted that much. I just think that he went for power, then more. And he threw everything at it. Beautiful shot, 6 runs.
It was over pitched from Micah McKenzie and Tyrone Williams Jr. Liked what he was seeing and he really put back to ball with that one and hit it hard outside of the ground and got himself 6 runs. Takes his personal tally on to 28 and the total on to 69 for 1.
Yeah, Mackenzie's going to have to look the ball a bit flatter here to these 2 batters. You know, the breeze is against him then more. It's coming, you know, from the northeast as we pointed out earlier, and anything that's hit is going to go with the wind, heading towards the south.
So they've been able to retrieve the ball. Somebody probably on the outside throwing it back in. So we're about to have the resumption in play. But that was a really powerful hit by Tyrone Williams Jr. He got all of that one, and the ball sailed over the top of us here and out of the ground for 6 runs.
Do we have a standby umpire then more?
We do have a standby umpire.
Looks like we need extra balls too.
We might do. Keller Joseph
Yeah.
is the standby umpire I saw this morning. Better delivery from Micah McKenzie. That one a lot straighter, a lot flatter, as you said.
Yeah, definitely it's got to be flatter too. Tyrone Williams, he's an aggressive player by nature. He's gonna get after you once he gets a chance to.
McKenzie looking a little bit nervous for me, maybe just trying to settle. Here is he in, flatter and banged away into that mid-wicket region. The fielder coming around, can't get there, 4 runs. So it was flatter, but it was short and really hammered away by Tyrone Williams Jr. into that straightish mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. He goes on to 32 and the total on to 73 for 1.
Yeah, 4 runs to Tyrone Williams. He actually smashed that one through mid-wicket with tremendous power for 4.
And this time he's playing it square of the wicket, can't score. Hitting it straight to that fielder standing at that short cover position, and there is no run. End of the over and the end of my first spell. At the end of it,
Keep New Chaps on a bit of pressure. Joseph to continue.
Yes. And Ian Yuseb is defending. A bright start here by Cedar MW, Caribbean Motorworks New Winthrop Lions. They're roaring because they're 73 for 1 after 10.1. Just the start they needed. As you heard, the lone casualty being Jermaine Otto. Thought he gave it away. Tried really to force that shot. He wasn't really on. And he perished as a result. Down the leg side, and the ball beating the wicket keeper. At the same time, the wicket keeper just perhaps got hit on the tip of the finger, maybe one of the fingers, and the ball deflected down towards the fine leg area, and they were able to scamper back for what, 2? So
Yeah,
they got the wide and 2.
Yeah, and it
3
almost
wide.
struck the helmet on the way after the wicketkeeper missed it, Jack.
Right. And that would have been penalty runs.
Yeah, 5 extra runs.
Yes. So, Ajari Joseph, like his brother, Alzari Joseph, the West Indies fast bowler, is a fast bowler. He runs in. And this is a good length delivery. And Yuseb playing it with a certain degree of respect back towards the bowler. 76 for 1. It is. Otto fell for 28 of 29 deliveries. It's 6 fours. So it was a boundary-studded batting display by Jeremy Otto, but should have really batted on. Tyrone Williams Jr., he likes to bat on. He's at the non-strikers end on 32 from 34 fours. And that enormous 6 of Micah McKenzie. This is hit aerially, but falling well short of Justin Athanaze, the captain of Empire, at that extra cover position. Perhaps undone there by the extra bounce.
Yeah, and I think Joseph is actually mixing up his pace. You can see some of the balls really hustling the batsman, and some of them actually, stopping. So looks like he's working on his variations, Jack, pretty well.
And that is so critical, especially in the T20 game. Any limited over, limited overs game.
Cricket,
yes, it's very, very important. So he'll try again, and this is hit through the extra cover region, and I think it will go very close to the boundary. It will get there now, and that's 4 runs to Ian Yusef. That one stood up outside the line of the off stump, and there was Yusef just standing tall and playing a punch through the extra cover position away from Justin Athanaze. And although it didn't travel at a rapid pace, it had enough speed to go into the boundary at extra cover.
Yeah, that was 4 valuable runs for New Inchops Lions. I think now we see it going into place. That boundary needs to be protected by Empire. Quite a few boundaries has been scored in that area, that region, so I think they should be looking to protect that area. Yeah. And the lines that they're bowling suggest that they need to protect that area too, Jack.
Yes, the lines and the lengths have been very, very much up and down so far. A ball hit through the onside, 4 more. Justin Athanaze, correction, Ian Yusef going through with that particular stroke. Justin Athanaze puts his hand on his head at that extra cover position, wide mid-off area, because he's the captain and he knows that the runs are flowing right now and they will have to do something to control the flow. 84 for 1 in over number 11, 1 ball to come.
Yeah, New Inchops Lions are, as you said, they're roaring.
What will Yusef do with this delivery? Down the leg side. And so he'll have to bowl another one. That one had a little bit of pace on it. And Yusef just trying to play the leg glance. A little bit late on the shot. And he was taken by the wicket keeper. Wicket keeper skipping around to take it. That's Gary Jubry behind the stumps, performing the duties behind the wicket for Empire. Will the Empire be able to rise in this final? Only time will tell. Ajari Joseph is on his way once more. And this is hit off the back foot into the cover point region. There's a sweeper at cover point. And, almost point really. And they'll get a run. The over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 11, 86 for 1. Williams is on 32. Yusef on 10. And they're going at a rate of 7.82. And this is a very good rate in a 40 over the side match.
Very good rate indeed, Jack. Empire would want to try to stem the flow of runs here, most definitely, and pick up a couple of wickets at the same time. But they got to start it based on, trying to bowl some dot balls, build some pressure on these guys, and then, look to take some wickets.
Mm-hmm. Micah McKenzie, who was up and down in his initial over, a very exciting and fine leg spinner, Micah McKenzie. And will be looking to do a lot better in this one. He conceded 12 runs in his first over, including the hit for massive 6 by Tyrone Williams Jr. outside the line of the off stump. Yusef just trying to hit that off the back foot and missing, taken by Jubry. Micah McKenzie has the googly as well as part of his repertoire. And that's something good for any leg spinner to have. And Yusef is cautious as he just waits on this delivery, and he rolls away into the onside. So he's on 10 from 11, going at a good rate as well.
Yeah, he's one of the brighter prospects of Antiguan cricket, Jack. So looking forward for good things from him.
Yes, Michael McKenzie.
Looks a bit more settled down now when he started, though, Jack.
Yes. Oh, this one is taken on the pad, loud appeal, but umpire Nigel Clark says not out. Officiating in this final along with Casilo Allen. And so, yes, a much better display in this over by McKenzie.
Yeah, he just looks a bit more relaxed to me in his approach now than the previous overs.
And presenting some concern here for the batsman. He's watchful. A little bit of uncertainty as he lounged forward there, Ian Youssef, as if he wasn't quite sure as to what delivery he was going to get.
Well, you can see definitely John Youssef is definitely suspect to the spin, much more so than Tyrone Williams.
And this is offline. An attempted sweep. The ball deflects down to fine leg. And they will go for a wide. So there was no touch. There was no touch there. So he will have to bowl that delivery again. Score is on to 88 now. 88 for 1. And this is over number 12 in progress. Micah Mackenzie, the leg spinner, into Williams this time. And Williams gets another wide. Down the leg side there, trying to swing it away. Not been able to make contact. So he has lost his line in the last 2 deliveries. Micah McKenzie. And leg spinners, sometimes they do this. We understand it's very, very difficult for a leg spinner, especially keeping that line going and that length at times.
Yeah, it's a difficult art, to perfect Jack. And I think what's happening to him, though, when he's bowling to Tyrone Williams, he's actually looking to attack him inside leg stump. So, and then once the ball doesn't spin, it goes down the leg side for a wide.
Right, he doesn't want to give him too much width.
Yeah, that's it.
He would remember what happened in the first over.
Yeah.
And here is a chance for a run out at the bowler's end, and Williams skates home. So the over eventually comes to an end. A few wides in that one. And at the end of it, 90 for 1 after 12. 90 for 1 after 12. 7.5 naught is the run rate. Williams has 33 from 32, 4 fours and 1 6. And Yusef 10 from 13, 2 fours. As you came into the recreation grounds and as you sit here, Dave Joseph, a former West Indies batsman, you would certainly be looking at the proceedings and looking at the venue and that would bring back memories of when you played here in a test match.
Most certainly, Jack. That's not only a test match, been playing for Antigua, for Leeward Islands, Even from school league, I was playing cricket here. Yeah. And we need to get cricket back here, Jack, most definitely. It's been an awesome venue, one of the venues that has produced a lot of records. We need to be playing cricket here more often. Yeah,
an historic venue. And that test match you played, it was against Australia. Was it 2003?
Not sure of the date, but it was against Australia. No,
it was earlier.
89, I think. 98, sorry. 98.
98, and they came back 5 years later, 2003, when the West Indies broke the record for the highest run chase in the history of a test match back in 2003, right here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. As we've been saying, it is a historic venue. Brian Lara broke the world record twice here. His last one being 400, not out. Both records were set against England. And Sir Vivian Richards, back in 1986, scored the fastest test century of 56 balls here. And Richards was really ahead of his time. I'll tell you more on that after this delivery. Into the offside, they go for a quick single, and they'll get it quite comfortably. The ball overrun. The ball is overrun by the fielder moving in from that point position. Looking at the T20 games, the IPL and other T20 matches these days, you see that's the general, in terms of hundreds being scored and so on. You see 56 balls, you see 60 balls and so on. And those rates are very, very quick rates of batting. Yeah. And when Sir Vivian Richards did that, what 40 years ago, something like that, 1986, 14, almost and he was in a test match against England right here. You realized how good Viv was in doing that in that test match.
Not only how good, it's woo.
Yes, almost carrying to the man at
mid
mid-wicket, yes.
Yeah, not only how good Richards is, as you say, he was ahead of his time, Jack, and the brand of cricket he played.
Precisely.
Throughout his whole career in his life.
Yeah.
You know.
And I happened to be one of the commentators back then in 1986, and there was a ring of fielders on the leg side, there was a ring of fielders on the off side, and Richards was still hitting sixes and fours at an alarming rate.
Yeah, well, certainly there are no rings in the air.
Yes, there were no limitations in terms of the fielding, in the field placement. This is hammered down towards the sweep at cover, and they'll get a comfortable single. So that really further demonstrated how excellent Sir Viv was, and the magnitude of that batting performance by Sir Viv back in 1986.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch, Jack.
Yes. One of the great moments here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. And there have been so many. There was a feeling of nostalgia as I came in as well. Here is Jari Joseph, and punched down to the long on area for a single. And that has pushed the score further on. It now goes on to 94 for 1 in over number 13. I remember I did my first match, Leeward Ironstone match here, as a 20-year-old back in 1981.
Wow.
Back in 1981, as a nervous starter, it was on the other side. The commentary box was on the other side, the northern side of the Antigua Recreation Grounds. As my first commentary stint, ball hit in the air down towards the square leg position, only one. And so there was that feeling of nostalgia as I came in, and I've done a lot of my cricket commentary at this venue, so it's certainly a joy to be back here.
Yeah.
And to doing cricket, and the field is looking good as well. The field and the pitches. Oh yeah, it looks like
well.
the old recreation grounds. And despite the dry conditions that we've been experiencing of late, really the ground staff they would have done a tremendous job in keeping this in this shape.
Yeah, Jack, is a joy. It was a joy listening to you in those days, you know. Jack Matthew, King
God.
Frankai,
Praise God.
all those guys commentating. It's much different now in commentary now, though, Jack. Everybody had the chances to radios glued to their ears.
Right, back then, yes. But now it's
not
streaming.
Very much so now.
People use the phone, and it's
So
it's
it will be
streaming.
Mackenzie again, Jack.
Yes. So we'll see what he has up his sleeve here, and here is Williams, watchful, very very watchful, just waiting on the ball, not trying to reach out to it, just waiting on it, and the ball spinning from leg almost to off there. Play defensively into the onside. Mackenzie, I can't remember seeing the googly, maybe we have, and he was slipped down the leg side, but another leg break and tucked away into the mid-wicket region. They get a single. The man at square leg having to come around to do the work, and they scampered the run.
Yeah, out in the distance here, Jack, I'm seeing some guys moving in with some coolers. That was the cricket of the old days.
Oh,
Test
yes.
match days. Cooler with drinks and stuff like
oh,
that.
Yes.
Yeah,
I was very much part of the atmosphere.
Yeah, in the
And
olden
then
days.
there were two figures who were very much part of the entertainment, apart from the cricket, Gravy and Mayfield.
Yeah, and also Chicky too.
And Chicky with the music. In fact, when they had the abandoned test match in 1997, Chicky won the Man of the Match award because that test match between the West Indies and India was abandoned. Very few overs were bowled in that particular game because although the sun came out, there were patches of water on the field. There were wet areas on the field because there was no drainage at the Antigua Recreation Grounds back then. And Chicky was playing the music.
Yeah,
People came when there was no cricket,
kept
and
the
they were
crowd
entertained.
going.
Yes. And he won the Man of the Match award, so that was a rarity.
in cricket.
Oh, yes. This is hit hard and
For
powerfully down towards the straightish mid-wicket position, and it's gone away for 4. Almost a cross-batted shot by Tyrone Williams Jr., and he got a boundary for it.
Yeah,
and the 100 has come up, 101 for 1 in the 14th over.
Yeah, it was a shot of desperation. And they've managed to pull him on the check though, Jack. And the lines that they bowl him just on about center leg stump, that's a line that he doesn't look to play very well, it seems like.
Oh, he gets
there goes the same line again.
Yes, and that
Looks
one
like the
looked the
googly,
googly.
though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
looks
looked
like
like
the
the
googly,
googly, and he was down in time for
Yeah.
that one. And Mackenzie felt that he had a chance to breach the defenses of Tyrone Williams Jr., but he could not. And so we have had the first session of play in terms of breaks, drinks break. The first one has come up, and the score is 101 for 1. 101 for 1
From
after
14 overs.
After 14 overs. Tyrone Williams Jr. is on 41, and that has come off 39 deliveries, 5 fours and 1 6. And Ian Youssef is on 13 from 17. He has hit 2 fours. So clearly, the Lions are very much in front at the moment. They are going at a massive rate of 7.3 knot in this ABCA Super 40 final at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. And after the break, they will look to certainly build on that. And losing only 1 wicket with that 101 runs on the board, it's a massive platform for them to launch into a score of substantial value.
Yeah, a very good platform for them to launch from, Jack, and anybody will be happy with this score from 14 overs. And as a matter of fact, in the finals, it's going to put some added pressure on Empire. And as I said, they will need to take wickets, to push New Wintraps back.
So reviewing what you have seen so far, it was a case of up and down bowling in your estimation by the opposition. Maybe the lengths and the lines were too inconsistent, and as a result they suffered.
Yeah, I thought Empire started a bit raggedy. Apart from Athenaeus, he too bowled quite a few wides, so they started pretty raggedy and they never really came back with it. I think they made a bad bowling change in Diary, and quite a bit of fours was struck out of his over and sent New Wintraps on the way running. And now it's going to be difficult to put them back. Although they're not scoring freely, but the rate is very, very high. 7 runs per over is a awesome rate to be going at.
Yes, it's a very, very productive rate of scoring by CMW New Wintraps Lions, Caribbean Motorworks New Wintraps Lions. 101 for 1 after 14 overs, and it's a 40 overs a side game, and therefore they have a lot more overs in which to come and build on this total. They opened the batting with Jermaine Otto, the former Leeward Islands player. He went for 28 off 29, hit 6 fours, and had an opening partnership for the first wicket. An opening partnership of I think it was 61, yes, with Williams. That's Tyrone Williams Jr. Williams at the break on 41 from 45 fours and 1 6, going at a strike rate in excess of 102. And Ian Youssef on 13 from 17 with 2 fours. Extras 19, so a high percentage of extras in 14 overs. Certainly more extras than the overs bowled so far, and so that's a high percentage. 16 wide. So again, an explanation there as to the lines, how ragged they have been for the Empire Nation team. 1 leg by and 2 no balls. So the extras are an area of concern for the Empire Nation side. The bowling: Damien Lowenfield 3 overs, no maidens, none for 22. Justin Athenaeus 4 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Dari Francis 1 over for 23 runs. Ajari Joseph 3 overs, 1 for 20, and Michael McKenzie 3 overs, none for 22. So a reflection there of how inconsistent the bowling has been, and the fact that the batsmen have taken advantage of the inconsistency.
Yeah, Jack, very inconsistent in terms of their lines, and they'll have to try their best to pull it back. Yeah, they'll have to try their best to pull it back, Young Joseph is actually bowling pretty well. He's been mixing up his deliveries here in terms of his pace and that kind of stuff. So he's been pretty smart, Jack. I've been watching him since school league, and he's a pretty smart and clever bowler. So he will continue from the northern end.
Yes, although it's considered 20 runs, he has certainly looked probably apart from Athens, the better of the other bowlers. This is short and it's hammered away down towards the forward square leg position, almost mid-wicket. And it has gone away for 4 runs. Oh, that was a short ball. And Tyrone Williams Jr. will not allow that to go by. And he really hit that well. Or was it Yusef? It was Yusef. And he really hit that well. Played a cracking shot and pulled it into the forward square leg position, just about mid-wicket, I would think. And it went away for 4 speedily. Colin James has joined me. Good afternoon, Colin.
Good afternoon to you, Jack, and good afternoon to viewers and listeners wherever you may be. It's a beautiful day for cricket here at the Antigua Recreation Ground, and certainly the New Winship Lions batsmen are making hay while the sun shines.
Yes, in the brilliant sunshine at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. They're piling on the runs here. Here is Ajari Joseph outside the off stump, beats the keeper, and it has gone away for 4. Oh, it was short outside the line of the off stump. He went for the cut shot. I think he was undone by the extra bounce of that particular delivery. Hit the top edge of the bat and flew away from Gary Jobry. He stretched away to his right, but just could not get there, and it beat the fielder on the boundary. That's Micah McKenzie. It looks like, yes, Micah McKenzie. And he went away for 4 runs. Fortuitous runs, but they all count. 109 for 1. Yusef on to 21.
I think the wicketkeeper could have made a little bit more effort in trying to maybe pull down that catch. Ball seems to have passed him almost in slow motion fashion, and he was never got a glove onto it.
Ajari Joseph in, a good delivery, played well, circumspectfully by Ian Yusef. Looks to be a solid batsman, Yusef. He hasn't done anything really adventurous. He hasn't looked to take chances, and that's why he has come in at number 3 to provide stability, and he also has the ability to hit the ball, and that cracking hook shot was certainly an illustration of his prowess. Faces Ajari Joseph once more and plays quietly. No aggressive intent on that occasion, and Athens is doing the fielding at extra cover. 109 for 1, nearing the end of over number 15.
Notwithstanding that false shot by Ian Yusef in this over so far, he has been playing quite watchfully, as you have been indicating, Jack, and playing what one would want to say is the anchor role as Tyrone Williams take the attack to the bowlers.
He's hitting this one in there. He's going to be caught, and he's caught. It was a low stroke. We're just talking about how mentally stable he has been, and he tried to force that. He was not on, and I suspected as well that Ajari Joseph used the variation of a slow ball as he was into that stroke, and he gave long on a comfortable catch. So he has been deceived, he has been dismissed, and it means that another batter will have to come in at a phase here where the New Winship Lions are still in command, 109 for 2, with the departure of Ian Yusef. He has been caught off the bowling of Ajari Joseph for 21, and they're 109 for 2.
Yeah, very loose shot on the part of Ian Yusef there. Somewhat outfoxed by this slow delivery by Ajari Joseph. And rather than maybe going through the shot, he sort of held it back, and the ball coming off the upper part of the bat and lobbing right down to the mid-on or long-on fielder, who just took the catch.
Damian Lowenfield took a comfortable catch. Judge did beautifully. Didn't have to move much, and the ball was taken above his head with both hands in comfortable fashion, and so he has gone. We know that in the limited overs game these days, especially in the T20, the variations are very rapid. Sometimes bowlers will use 4 and 5 variations during the course of an over. So the batters have to be watchful, and I think on both occasions, the batsmen fell because they were not watchful enough. German Otto, he was launching himself into a drive, and he was deceived by the slow delivery, gave us Kaya. I think it was Athenaeus who took that catch, Justin Athenaeus at that cover position, extra cover area. And now Damien Lowenfield with Ian Yuseb being deceived and going into that lofted drive and offering a catch to mid-on, long on. The new batsman is Demari Benta. He's a solid player as well, and quite a productive batsman too. And he will be looking to add to the performance so far by CMW New Winthrop's lines. 109 for 215 overs gone. Ian Yuseb, the last batsman, dismissed for 21. Williams is on 41 from 45 fours and 1-6. And Demari Benta facing that one ball, yet to get off the mark.
Very interesting period of the game here in terms of the New Winthorpe Lions having just lost their second wicket. They might be looking to consolidate and also maybe looking to get some more runs on the board as well. But Empire in a position now that if they're able to peg back the Lions by taking another wicket or two, could really make the New Winthrop's batters stink a second time.
Michael McKenzie, and here is just a gentle nudge into the onside. Michael McKenzie now in his fourth over, none for 22. And Ajari Joseph has picked up 2 for 28 from 4. Operating from the pavilion on northern end of the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Michael McKenzie, the leg spinner from the southern end. And this is swept away down towards the square leg position, has gone away for 4. Well played by Tyrone Williams Jr., sweeping the leg spinner and hitting it very, very hard through the square leg position. The fielder at backward square leg had absolutely no chance, and it sped away for 4. He's nearing a half century. He's on to 45, 113 for 2 in the 16th.
That was a good shot from Tyrone Williams there. Really getting on top of the delivery and keeping it down and sweeping it away. None of the outfielders even attempted to move at his ricochet into the boundary.
Now he is full outside the line of the off stump. Just a gentle push down to long off for Ajari Joseph to do the fielding. In one of his early overs, in fact the first over, Michael McKenzie was smashed over long off for 6, a mighty 6 by Tyrone Williams Jr., who continues to be very prolific in domestic cricket. He's on to 46 from 43. He has hit 6 fours. Here is a ball which is outside the line of the off stump. The Barry Benta is looking for a run, but Tyrone Williams Jr., not the most fleet-footed of runners, we must admit. And I think why we have had a problem with the running is because he has been reluctant sometimes to really move off the mark quickly. If he were an athlete, he would probably be struggling out of the blocks.
Certainly, Jack, because that was clearly a single there.
Yes.
I was wondering for a moment why he wasn't moving.
Yes. So the Demari Benta is kept on naught. He goes back and he punches it down to the sweeper this time. And Tyrone Williams Jr. has absolutely no reason not to move, because the ball was hit down towards the boundary fielder.
Well, the previous shot from Benta went to the left of the fielder, and this one went a little bit straighter between both the short cover and the point fielder.
Michael McKenzie down the leg side, wide. Nigel Clark will signal. So he has had problems with his line, Michael McKenzie. And I think on that occasion, maybe it was the googly.
Right.
But he was offline.
Very much offline as well.
Yes, needed to be just a shade outside the line of the off stump. And this is a nudge into the onside. They'll get 1. A little bit of misfeeling, but they won't venture back for the second. It would have been risky. And the return is right over the top of the stumps to Gary Jubry. And so Michael McKenzie completes another over. And it's 117 for 2 after 16. 117 for 2 after 16. Williams is on 47. And Demari Benta on 1.
Yeah, just 8 runs from that over bowled by McKenzie. This will put the New Inchup's batsmen in good stead in terms of making sure that the scoreboard is ticking over. And there was Tyrone Williams Jr. getting a single off the last delivery of the over. And maybe if he had run maybe a tad little quicker, he might have been able to get a second run because it was misfield. And
but Colin, you're really thinking as an athlete. This is not athletics, you know. I think one of them would have been run out. Gary Joseph is in and stayed away into the offside down towards the third man position. Would have been risky. Would have been really risky. And because Tyrone Williams is not necessarily fast, I think it would have been a real struggle. Maybe two outstanding athletes of the past and of the current, maybe a CJ Green and someone else with him, they would have been able to do it. Riskily, I think.
I'm hoping that St. Tyrone Williams Jr. wouldn't make a relay team.
No, he would not.
Oh my.
No, he would not make a relay team. But he'll tell you that he's a cricketer, and we appreciate that he's a cricketer of tremendous value and tremendous ability, and that's what counts. He's not been asked to run below 10. He's been asked to score runs, and that's what he's doing.
The ability of him is good enough for a Leeward Island selection, Jack?
Yes, he has been knocking on the door for a while, but he hasn't really. I don't think he has been given the chance as others have been, and especially when we consider his pedigree, because his father was a very, very good cricketer. I saw his father play cricket here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds as a boy, Tyrone Williams Jr. He was very, very attractive. He was an all-rounder. And so he has come from a strong pedigree. And I think that the selectors really should be looking more at him in terms of Leeward Island selection. Jari Joseph will try again. And this is a good delivery because not only the length was good, but the line was good as well. And Tyrone Williams not quite getting there enough to go into one of his favorite drives, having to play just a push drive into the offside.
Certainly his name has been mentioned in the pundit circles, where some pundits believe that he deserves to be part of the Leeward Islands setup in terms of Tyrone Williams Jr.
So we're watching Jari Joseph again, and he's looking for a quick single. He'll get it, as if suggesting to us that he can do it, Colin.
Maybe he's listening to you, Jack.
He can do the sprint as well, and they sprinted the single on that occasion. He inches close to his half century. He's on to 49 from 47 6-4s and 1-6. So one run away from that landmark. And the score is pushed on to 120 for 2.
Well, the West Indies, Super 50 is coming up later this year. So if Tyrone Williams Jr. has any visions of being part of the Leeward Island squad, this is a good opportunity to him to put his name firmly in the mouths of the Antigua and Barbuda selectors. So when the time comes to select a national team to play in the Leeward Islands matches, he would be there.
Yes. Last ball of over number 21. This is a slow delivery, and Benter reaching out for it, hits it down to the sweeper at point. So at the end of over number 18, not over number 21, no, over number, is it 17? Over number 17. It's 121 for 2 with Demari Benter on 3, Tyrone Williams Jr. on 49, and then joining Colin James, it will be Denmore Roberts.
Well, the study over there by Jari Joseph, not giving too much away. The batsmen were, for most part, circumspect in terms of their approach to the deliveries, and a couple of runs would have been had from that over, and this would do good for the Empire team, in light of the fact too that they would have won the toss and elected to field first. Quite a very strange decision in my view to field first on an Antigua Recreation Ground pitch, no matter what the nature of the game is, and especially so in a limited overs game. You would want to bat first on an ARG track and put the runs on the board. probably the umpire think tank were thinking that the pitch will play better in the second part of the game. But be that as it may, they say runs on the board is always runs on the board, and if umpire get anywhere close to 300, it will be a challenging task for the New Chops. If they get anywhere close to 300, it will be a challenging task for the Empire players. Then more, we welcome you back.
Yep. Another one of the Empire part-time bowlers in Tanis Francis is hammered away with a no ball down to the backward square boundary for 4. And I think that's part of the problem the Empire has. They're not very confident with the type of bowling that they have today. Yannick Watley not being available, being off island, and a lot of part-time bowlers. I think maybe they felt that maybe they could sneak in a sort of way to probably cheat the system, and maybe New Jobs would not punish them. But I would have batted first. When I walked past the pitch this morning, it looked absolutely flat to me. Tanis Francis is going to continue. This one is struck away in the air, and
it's a no ball again. Oh, that was a free hit.
That was a free hit. So the free hit delivery, and the total goes on to 127 for 2. Tyrone Williams Jr., who's approaching half centuries in strike, and he gets it easily as this one is turned away into the onside. He was a little bit hesitant, but called through for the single by Demari Benter. 50 for Tyrone Williams Jr. of 48 deliveries, and he struck 6 fours and a towering 6 that sailed out of the ground. Well played, 50 by Tyrone Williams Jr.
Yeah, well played by him. Certainly taking advantage of what has been offered by the Empire team so far in terms of the bowling attack. Not chancing his hand in any way and playing virtually every delivery on its merit. And when the bad ball came along, he was certainly there to put it away.
This delivery from the Tanis Francis does not go for any runs. It falls away as he's bowling to Benter, and again Benter is driving, but back to the bowler. Bowler fields to his own bowling, no run. Tanis Francis, no real momentum, just sort of walking in almost casually and then just going into his delivery stride. No real momentum in terms of, you don't see him almost like he gets into a delivery stride, a little run or anything. Just casually walking in and bowling. Again, another short of a length delivery. Should have really been a single. Again, Tyrone Williams Jr. Putting up his hand, sending back Demari Benter. But that one was going between the two fielders. One going to his left, which was his unnatural hand, and the other fielder not really moving. Should have really been a single. Francis is in, and this is driven hard into the ground. Another no ball called by the umpire. Very unforgivable for you to be seeing a spin bowler overstepping the front crease. And another free hit delivery for Demari Benter.
It's good to see a batsman of the nature of Tanis Francis bowling, because, well, I'll continue to comment after this delivery.
This one is hit hard. The free hit delivery was right up to the right-handed Benter. Just a single once more. So two free hit deliveries in the over, and not really benefiting from both of them. The end of the over has come of 130 for 2 at the end of 18.
Well, luckily for Tanis Francis in that over, the 2 free hit deliveries didn't cost Empire too much. Only 2 runs or single on both occasions. But I was making the point that it is good to see someone like him, who is known for his batting at the top of the order as an opener and wicketkeeper as well. At least, so not at least, but also having another repertoire to his game in terms of bowling. Because when you look around the world of cricket, and even in years gone by, maybe with the exception of someone like, and I'm not comparing a Brian Lara, you will find that batsmen, specialist batsmen, sometimes bring another variation to the game, another an additional aspect of cricket to the game. So I'm happy to see that he's bowling. And you know, when you're developing as a cricketer, you want to do as many things in the game as possible while you focus on your special part of it.
Ajari Joseph, who is definitely a bowler. First delivery of his 6th over.
Ajari Francis.
Oh, that's a bowling change?
Yes.
That looks to be the Ajari Francis who's coming back. He had 1 over before for 23 runs.
It was quite expensive.
Very expensive. 5 fours were struck in that lone over.
And he's the older brother of Tanez.
Yes, he is. The Ajari Francis. He too, known as a wicket-keeper batter, wide outside the line of the off stump, called wide by umpire Tassilo Allen.
Wasn't the Harry Francis part of the
He was a part of
Jennings team at least 2 or 3 seasons ago?
Yes, up to last season. I think this is the first season that he is with Empire.
I don't want to stretch my limited knowledge of local cricket to some extent, but there was another Francis in the Jennings team who was a spinner, I think a leg spinner, made the Antigua team 2 seasons ago, or 2 years ago.
We'll probably do a little bit of research.
That Francis I'm referring to is a son of one Barry Francis, who used to be a goalkeeper for Jennings back in the day.
Delivery is a Yorker length delivery, dug out, played up on the onside, and gets a single. Trying to remember his name. It will come to me. Somebody will message me, of course, and tell me who we're trying to speak about.
And interestingly, you know, Denmore, the Francis brothers are nephews of the great Richie Francis of basketball and football fame.
This delivery is driven out into the offside field again. No run. So I was saying earlier to Dave Soppy Joseph that this is what Empire might have to do. Bring back the Harry Francis at a moment when they could steal in a few overs, especially when the batters are in a more settled position and he has protection out on the boundary. This delivery is cut away. They're going to get just another single. Because I thought bringing him in the power play overs
yes,
when just the 2 fielders out did not work. It was a poor decision by Captain France, and he bowled poorly. He really bowled too many four deliveries, Captain Athanas, for bringing him in. And I was suggesting that now is probably the time in the middle overs when there is probably a different type of batter at the crease to see if they could steal in a couple of overs for him. Again, another single played, takes the total up to 134 for 2 at the end of that over from him. So 134 for 2. Tyrone Williams, he remains not out on 51.
Yeah, the game is entering an interesting phase, I would want to believe, at this stage then more, because with a relatively new batsman in Benter at the crease supporting Tyrone Williams Jr., Benter has looked very circumspect. He's trying to play himself in. At the same time, Williams has not been served too many bad deliveries, so he can get on top of that. And with Jack indicating that the not so quickness of Williams between the stumps means that maybe both batsmen are not looking for the quick singles here and there.
Tanis Francis starts a new over. His first delivery is played defensively by Demari Benter. No run. Francis has changed his line of attack. He's come around the wicket and dropped at that short fine leg position. Benter was looking to scoop that one probably over the fielder there at that short fine leg position. It looked as if it carried.
Did carry.
Put down
But
by that fielder.
the
in
reaction,
that short fine leg
the
position.
reaction of the fielder was very slow. He almost didn't anticipate that the ball was coming to him, and by the time he moved forward to take the catch, the ball was landing in front of him.
He's driving harder this time out to the long on fielder, and who is Diary Francis, and gets a single.
Would you say that a few spectators are coming into the ground then more?
Yes, a few are coming in, and we know that we've seen for the season that New Windships, they have a very good following. And with the game being in town, it would be easier for the Empire fans to walk up, maybe, and get on up to the Antigua Recreation Grounds. We see a few more than we had earlier over in the Sir Andy Roberts stand.
You'd expect maybe by between 3 and 4 that we'd have a good sized crowd when a lot of people would have already completed their Saturday chores or shopping.
Well, let's hope so, that a few more come in. Here is this delivery, played away into the onside field. They get a run. No ball again called by the umpire. So Stannis Francis is having a no ball problem.
This is Cardinal. No way should a young spin bowler be overstepping the crease like that. Should be very conscious of what he's doing. And you ask yourself, what sort of preparation, practice sessions that these players do before a game of this nature. He hasn't
even practiced bowling.
But knowing that one of your key fast bowlers was not going to be available, I'm not hitting the coach, but players have to be conscious of these situations, that you put yourself in a position to perform whenever the captain asks of you.
This one is struck away, but only for a single, as Diary Francis down on that long on boundary comes around to his right, and a third free hit from Benta doesn't really bring the benefit that the New Windships team they're looking for. 19 overs gone, 20 overs gone, 138 for 2 is the total.
So we're at the halfway mark then more. So another 132 runs will make it 246. So that's a pass score, would you say? And
certainly. I think New Windships Lions would want to get somewhere in the region of 300 to be certain.
So they have to really get moving now.
But they usually say for the second half, you double the score and add 50. So it would probably bring them closer to 296, maybe, closer to 300. Francis is in to start a new over Diary Francis, and they come through for a single. Again, Tyrone Williams Jr. keeping the fielders interested, just not rushing through.
That was well judged. Yeah, it was played with soft hands by Benter and into the gap. So the single was always there. It was just for Williams to back up well,
yeah,
and he did so.
I think he did so pretty well in the end. Facing up now as Diary Francis is in. He gets a delivery that he's covering up, playing it back along the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling. No run. So a few spectators in early in this one. We have a few over in the bleachers area.
Yeah.
This one he's driving hard, but knocked down in that mid-wicket position.
Yeah, but why not drive through the offside then as opposed to the onside? To me, he would have better control trying to play between in the vacant cover region, because the only fielder that is protecting the boundary is the man on the extra cover boundary. So play straight and play through the offside. You'd certainly get a couple of runs.
He's coming down the track, gets a short delivery, calls through for the single, gets it in the end as the bowler, Diary Francis, having to do the fielding to his own bowling. It was coming down the track, walking down. Tyrone Williams Jr. looking maybe to attack Diary Francis. He pulled it down, and in the end, a run to the total 140 for 2. This is Francis. He's in. And this one is struck back past the bowler. But again, not with great timing. So just a single out to that long on position. One more run to the New Winthrop Lions. And Benton has not necessarily looked in his best form today. Since he's come to the crease, he's sort of struggling for timing, almost forcing things. This one is angled down the leg side. Looking to try and help it away was Tyrone Williams Jr. missing. Wide called by umpire Tassilo Allen. So the extras continue. 142. For 3 extras at 26 so far. 19 wides, 5 no balls, and 2 leg byes.
That's a lot of runs to be given away.
Yeah, it's a lot of runs to be given away so far. And this is just at the halfway stage.
Yes.
So 26 extras already in the first 20 overs. But it's the 5 no balls, I think, that's unforgivable, especially in a one-day match. The end of over number 21 has come. At the end of it, New Winthrop Lions, they remain on 142 for 2.
Well, for the last 3 to 4 overs, it has been relatively quiet by the batsmen for New Winthrop. So although the New Winthrop bowlers would have created a situation where they bowled 3 to 4 no balls, they weren't taken advantage of. So Empire still in the game, but the New Winthrop batsmen certainly have to get moving at this stage of the game. As we welcome back Dave Soppy Joseph for the comment section, Denmo.
Jacqueline Athanez is coming on to bowl. Jacqueline Athanez, son of the captain, Justin Athanez, a young player here in Antigua and Barbuda, still under 17, and somebody with tremendous potential. He's in his first delivery, struck away into that mid-wicket region for 4. It was short and banged away forward of square and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, very loose delivery to start Denmore for the youngster Jaquan Athanez. I think he definitely needs some more protection too. Denmore on the inside, and we see he's gonna get it now. More or less like an afterthought.
Yeah, so they've sent that man back on that
Deep
backward square boundary now, and they've brought up the man from long off into that mid-off position. Athanez, wide outside the line of the off stump. And we were saying in some of the 4-day matches that there was no room nowadays for bowlers to come on and warm up deliveries. Yeah. And we've seen 2 from Athanez so far, almost as if he wasn't ready to come into the action. They're going to squeeze a single as he gets a delivery on the line of the off stump, and Benter just coming forward and angling the bat, playing it into the offside field, and they get another run.
Yeah, I want to think then more that the bowlers should know when their time is going to come, so they should be looking to get ready and get warm. You know, not having to wait on the captain to tell them to get warm. You know.
I think that they would know by now, based on the competition, at approximately what time the captain introduces them into the game. And so I agree with you.
No, it differs every game, but you should be monitoring the game that you're playing in.
This one is driven for 6 over the mid-off region, and it carried all the way into the stands. 6 runs, pitched up delivery, and Tyrone Williams Jr. was having none of it.
Excellent shot by Tyrone Williams Jr. He likes that ball outside the off stump. That's giving him that sort of width to play that side of shot then more. The 6 he hit before was identical to this one.
Athanez is in, and this time he's swinging across the line. It's in the air, and it falls safely, and they're able to come back for a second run. But this time he was not in control. Tyrone Williams Jr. playing a cross-batted shot almost, and the hand coming off the bat, it carried long in the air, but it fell wide of that field at that long on position, and he's able to get 2 more runs.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to go after young Athenaeus. He's trying to, make sure he doesn't get set. Athenaeus can be a handful if he really gets set to Denmore.
He does. Here is this delivery that is played defensively into the offside field by Justin Athenaeus, and an end of over number 22 at the end of it, 156 for 2, CMW New Winchops Lions.
Yeah, that's pretty good going again by New Winchops. They're still cruising along nicely. They have lost only 2 wickets, so that's a good thing. That's a plus for them. So I think they'll be happy with their position at this moment. Then
they should be happy with their position at this moment, because they firmly, they've gone along it very well.
Yeah, I'd rather seen young Athenaeus coming from the other end though.
This delivery is clipped away into the onside, out to that man at deep square leg for a single. As Diary Francis continues his 2 overs since his comeback had cost him 7 runs. That is the 8th run coming off of him, and he's now having a 3rd over after that 1 over spell that went for 23. So he came back at a critical time and has kept the runs down. This one, Williams Jr. is looking to try and pull that one. It was short. The ball coming off the lower portion of the bat and bouncing through to Dewberry behind the stumps. And there was no run.
Yeah, this is a very much more controlled spell here by the young
Diary Francis.
Francis here, Denmore.
This is Francis in. And again, a naughty stroke by Tyrone Williams Jr. Again, just losing his patience, you would think, on that occasion. Ball wide outside the off stump, and he was looking to play a cross-batted shot once again. Again, it comes back to what you said. Push it through the offside.
Yeah, well,
or what Colin was saying earlier
single.
too. Push it through the offside, get the single. But he's trying to play a lot of those deliveries on the onside. Not sure why. He's facing up now as Francis is in. And this time he's covering up to a delivery on the line of the stumps. No run.
Yeah, I think what needs to happen to Denmore, the wicketkeeper needs to stand up. Yeah, that will keep young Williams in his crease. He's actually advancing. And he actually starts out of his crease and he's even advancing more. Ooh.
Here is he again, almost chopping one on. Not a good delivery from Diary Francis, as that one was again short of a length, but Williams trying to force it away, chopped it down, no run. So just 31 runs, so just 8 runs coming so far in this spell of Francis. The 9th run has come up. 158 for 2 at the end of that over. So he's been able to keep the runs down, Diary Francis, in this second spell, and it has also brought down the scoring rate for the New Winchops Lions to less than 7. They're now going at 6.87.
Yeah, as you said, Empire's tried to steal a few overs in early with Diary, but it didn't work out as they had planned. Cost them quite a bit of runs, and now he's back now with his second spell and doing much better than more. I think he has been brought on ahead of his time, so this is his rightful place, I think.
You were suggesting that earlier,
protection.
That he has more protection.
Yeah.
And then he's able to probably even, he's reduced his pace quite a bit.
Reduced his pace very well with his second spell.
Tanis Francis is going to continue. Or Jacqueline Athenaeus, correction, with the number 1 on his back. Jacqueline Athenaeus just missing his run. Athens is in, and easy single for Tyrone Williams Jr. working one into the square leg region, pulling that fielder off the boundary and almost just walking through for that run. Brings Benta onto strike. Dimari Benta. And he's getting a delivery that is right up to him. He's trying to force it away.
Yeah, it's a delivery that's actually pitched, too wide. He needs to be more inside. He got away with that delivery, I think. More, but
yeah, the Mari Benta number
to be more
11.
inside in terms of more like center leg into the right-handers. Yeah,
More like that type of delivery.
That's a better line.
It's a better line. Ball played into the mid-wicket region. There's a fielder posted there, no run. Dimari Benta number 11 on the averages in this competition, scoring 198 runs before this, with a strike rate of 93.84, and he hits one for 4. Poor delivery by Athens, giving him the opportunity to just pivot and gets it away from that man who is on the square leg boundary, and he picked up another boundary, 4 more runs to him.
Yeah, definitely a good shot by Benta. He swung it around. He actually placed it between both man. He has a man short on the inside. Short what? Third man. Short fine leg, sorry. And Benta got it between both players easily for 4. I think he needs to bowl a fuller length though, then more. Let them play, up straighter, down to long on.
He's a little bit on the short side.
Yeah, he's a bit on the touch on the short side.
Jaquan Athens. That one,
yeah, that's
a
where he
little
wanted
bit
to play.
fuller,
Yeah.
and is played away up on the onside for a single. Almost as if he's wired to you. Are you his coach?
Yeah, I do a bit of work with him down at Princess Margaret, so I'm expecting great things from him. I think he should understand his lines and lengths by now. But I guess different players will pose different challenges to him.
End of the over has come up. At the end of it, 164 for 2. We've had 24 overs bowled. Tyrone Williams not out on 62. And Benta, as you can see, is not out there on 26.
Yeah, so you've got another, 16 overs to go then more?
16 overs to go. I think New Wintrops probably would want to get up to that 200 mark, maybe with 10 overs left, and then really look to have a go in the final 10. They have some batters still to come. The likes of Bartlett Henry, Cameron Pennyfeather, even Nino Henry still in the shed. So still some batting to come for the New Wintrops Lions. So he says that there is Bartlett Henry, Dario Hodge, Nino Henry, Shavon Moore, Kishan Dawood, Alzari Joseph as well.
He's been striking the ball pretty well.
And he's going to be dangerous if he comes in that final 10 overs. Could be danger. So still some batting to come for the New Wintrops Lions, CMW New Wintrops Lions. Swan is struck away again, not timed very well by Benta, almost as if he's batting with a heavy bat. The way that he's hitting those balls, as if his bat is just a little bit on the heavy side.
Yeah, I think that was pace off the ball just now, then more. And I think these white balls actually get softer quicker than the red balls. I think it's actually going soft. Sounds that way to me.
He's driving hard, back past the bowler for 4. It was pitched up to Tyrone Williams Jr., and he really hammered it back past Diary Francis in a flash, and it went into that long off boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's a great shot by Tyrone Williams. Textbook style. They're making a field change now, Denmo, but I'm Not too sure if that's what they want to do. Or you know, they've got a man being pushed back on the long off boundary now.
It's right up to Tyrone Williams Jr. Comeback delivery from Diary Francis. He has to play it quietly. No run.
No, that's not Francis. Then that's a bowling change you've got here again. I think that's the opening bowler.
Looks to be Damien Lowenfield.
Lowenfield.
They make the changes so fast that it's difficult for us to keep up. This one is steered away. Ooh. Could have been dangerous, but Athenes just not.
That's Tanis.
That's Tanis Francis not picking up cleanly. Would have been an interesting thing had he picked that up cleanly, because that was almost a suicidal single.
Yeah,
but they get it in the end.
Pretty good fielder then more.
Lowenfield is in, and this one is guided away down to a short third man. Again, they come through for a quick single. This time the fielder there is a little bit slow, and that fielder there being
Empire, sorry. No number.
Says number 4. We're not seeing a number 4 listed on our another single taken by the New Windships Lions to bring that over to an end. At the end of it, 172 for 2.
Yeah, they're cruising along nicely then more. I don't think they're really worried about the scores right now. They're just picking up the ones and twos and, you know, trying to keep the wickets in hand. It's going to be an onslaught at the end. So Athenes will come back into the attack from this end, the southern end. Bowling change then. Athenes is coming back. The older Athenes, the father of the Jake One Athenes.
I think he's back now because he wants to keep that the runs down.
He's bold. He's bold.
So he's cleaned up Tyrone Williams Jr. A delivery that was angled into him, and Williams Jr. came across his stumps, was trying to turn that one on the inside and got his leg stump knocked back. So wicket here for Empire Nation. The New Windships Lions losing their third wicket. It's now 172 for 3. Tyrone Williams going bowled for 68.
Then more this let's see Nazari, and he's striking the ball pretty well, as you see in the last two-day final against Liberty. He really struck some real serious boundaries over there.
Certainly batted well in that 2-day finals.
Yeah.
And he is last, I think, in the semi-finals as well. He came in at a crucial stage and had a half century, if my memory serves me right. So he's been in good form, and he's earned a promotion today, coming up ahead of Bartlett Henry, who normally comes at this stage, and even Cameron Pennyfeather. So maybe the New Windships Lions just wanting Alzari to come and have a go, push on a little bit more, and looking to take this one away from Empire pretty quickly.
Yeah,
but with Justin Athenes on, it's probably the right time for Justin Athenes to be on with Alzari Joseph coming out, because he would know, with his experience, how to bowl to an Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, well, definitely New Windships actually keeping the pressure up on Empire. You know, they're looking to keep the scoring rate or the run rate going.
6.83 the current scoring rate. This is Athenes to Alzari Joseph, and Joseph is tickling one down the fine leg region for 4.
Yeah.
Once it got past that field at that short fine leg position, it's going to run away into the boundary. So poor delivery to start from Athenes to Alzari Joseph, angled down the leg side, and Joseph just having the wherewithal to tickle it fine and picks up his first boundary.
Yeah, nice and easy way to get off the mark for Zari Joseph.
176 for 3. So New Winthrop's Lions wanting to post a big score so that they can defend the Super 40 championship, and Alzari Joseph is hitting one into the mid-wicket region, but there's a fielder posted on the boundary, so just a single. Goes on to 5, 177 for 3. Dimari Benta is there. 28, not out. Gets a delivery that he's playing defensively into the offside field. No run. Says in the tournament, there have been 1,107 boundaries hit in terms of fours, and over 600 sixes. Interesting.
Very interesting then more.
His delivery is played away into the onside field, but he can't score. Ends Justin Athanas's over. At the end of it, the score remains on 177 for 3, with Dimari Benta on 28, Alzari Joseph on 5.
Yeah, Benta and Zari has been going pretty well since they got together. It looks like it's going to be a better running partnership, though, here for me, Denmore.
Certainly, with when we need it most. Yeah, see what we have at the bottom. When the over is finished, we need that. Huh? It keeps coming off at the end of the over.
Yeah, then more so.
Looks as if it's going to be another bowling.
No, it's Jari Joseph coming in.
Jari Joseph is coming back.
He'll be bowling to his older brother, Zari Joseph. It's going to be a good matchup here now.
Yeah. I think that was deliberate.
I think they always have this little
brother to brother
tussle going on.
This tussle.
Yeah,
Who's going to win the tussle today? Let's see. Ajari Joseph is coming in to bowl his older brother Alzari Joseph, and he gets him a good short of a length delivery. Joseph tucking this one away, and the onside comes in, and as you were saying, the run in between the wicket is a lot better. Sprinted back for 2, just a little bit of a collision with wicket keeper Dewberry. Let's hope that Alzari Joseph is correct. Is okay. Let's just hope that he's okay with that little bit of a collision.
He's fine.
Yeah, we just saw him just making sure he's just. Alzari Joseph, no doubt, would want to clean up Alzari Joseph, so he can have bragging rights tonight. Here is he in to Alzari, and Alzari is throwing the bat at this one, gets the edge, and it peels off the way down to third man boundary for 4. Short and wide, and he threw the bat at it. The edge found, but it was over the top of that man at short third man and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, well, it was eerie, but he got 4 runs, then one that adds to the tally for the New Winthrops Lions.
183 for 3. So 6 runs so far from this over. And he's flicking one that was right up to him. Goes out to that man on the square leg boundary. Just a single. Words exchanged.
Words being exchanged by both brothers. Good contest here, Denmo.
It is a good contest. And Alzari Joseph coming in and his brother coming right back into the attack.
Still words being exchanged.
This is Joseph in to Benta, and Benta is hitting this one in the air, and it's just falling short of that fielder who is coming in
That's
off the
poor
boundary.
cricket then more. It's lone field.
The number 13, Damien Lowenfield, really should have made a bigger
That
effort
should have been an easy
to
catch.
get one to that one. Thought that it was going to carry, and Lowenfield, in the end, allowed it to fall. So chance going a begging there.
Oh no. Oh no.
This is Ajari Joseph in to Ajari Joseph, and his ball him, cleaned him up. He was looking to pull it on the onside. The ball kept a little low. His off stump is knocked back. Ajari Joseph celebrates. Alzari Joseph walks back. 185 for 4. Younger brother wins the challenge.
I'll tell you then more. That was an excellent delivery. It's not one that kept low. It was pace off the delivery that done him just now. I can tell you that much. This youngster is pretty smart and pretty clever. So he'll have bragging rights tonight then more then.
Certainly having bragging rights now.
And he's still having a go. He's having a go at Azari as he walks off.
Sending him back to the pavilion. We're going to have a drinks break, and we're also going to just take a short break from the commentary here at the Antigua Recreation Ground. With New Winthrop's Lions batting first after 27 overs, 185 for 4. So Bartlett Henry has come out to join Demari Benta at the loss of Aljari Joseph's wicket in this over. So far, this over for Aljari Joseph, 2, 4, 1, 1 wicket with 1 delivery to go. And of course, he was brought back as soon as his brother Aljari Joseph came out, and he has won the battle of the brothers so far. Bartlett Henry faces up now to Aljari Joseph. He gets the delivery outside line of the off stump, watches it, looks down at the umpire, maybe thinking, was that wide? Didn't think so, thought it was a good delivery. End of the over, 185 for 4.
Yeah, good over by young Joseph, which he actually got the wicket of his brother, and hard it in batsman Azari. So it will still be Athenaeus to continue.
So Athenaeus is, before this, he had 5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs. That wicket that he got in his last over of Tyrone Williams Jr., the 1 wicket. So he still has 3 overs left in his spell. His delivery is short of a length and banged away for 4. He seems to bowl 1 every over. That was short and angled down the leg side, and Benta was quickly onto that one and helped it away into the long leg region for 4.
Yeah, very easy 4 being struck by Benta, then more. The length is what's going to be important. You've got to bowl a fuller length. If it's going to be short like that, you're going to have to push that man at backward square around a bit more to his right.
Let's see what Justin Athenaeus does with this one. He's in of a fuller length. Ball is dropped into the offside field. Just the exploration of a single, not on.
Yeah, that's the length you want to look to bowl, even slightly fuller.
Athenaeus is in and is driven out into the offside field and beats the fielder Aljari Joseph, and he goes into the boundary for 4. Was trying to probably just grab it on the bounce, made a hash of it, and the ball beating him and going into the long off boundary for 4.
Should have been saved, but as I said, he made an attempt with his feet first, it looks like to me, then one, then his hands. So had 2 bites at it and didn't even stop it.
Yeah, made a hash of it. This one is hit away, it leaves the bat in the air, but it's going down, and there's the fielder that you spoke about was moved probably a couple of paces to his right, and was able to get onto the end of that one, and the batters were able to rush back for 2 more runs. 195 for 4 win over number 28. So like I said, the New Winchops Lions would have wanted to get to that 200 probably before the 30th over.
Well, they're there.
And this one is played away into the offside field, and there is no run. So that's 1 delivery to come in this over. This is Athenaeus, and it's probably short of a length, but a little bit quicker, and played away into the onside field to Ziani De Silva, and there is no run. End of over number 28, 195 for 4. And you can see there Tyrone Williams Jr. making 68. Demari Benta is still there, not out on 39. Bartlett Henry yet to get off the mark in this partnership.
Yeah, then I very much like the composition of the Empire team. There are quite a few young players here. Quite a few young players on the 19.
Good for the future.
Yeah, very good for the future.
Cricket
here.
in Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah,
So
and
a
for
lot of these
Empire
youngsters
cricket.
playing.
Yeah.
And for Empire Cricket, indeed. What I would want for them, though, today is for the youngsters to perform. I think that's going to be important.
Ooh.
Here is this one, and he's out caught.
Ooh.
Looking to turn it on the onside, the leading edge found, and Bartlett Henry walks back to the pavilion. The 5th wicket goes down. Aljari Joseph gets another wicket. That of Bartlett Henry without scoring. CMW New Winchops now 195 for 5.
Yeah, it's young Joseph again. You can't keep him out of the action then more. Yeah, since he started, he has been bowling pretty well, pretty decent. He has saw what was going on before he came on, and he came on straight away and started to take pace off the ball, mixing up his lengths and his lines, and he's been doing pretty well for Empire.
So he's been doing pretty well for Empire. And that seems to be his 4th wicket. Yep. 6.1 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, but importantly, 4 wickets for Jari Joseph.
Yeah, he's
in the finals.
Yeah, it's been a good bowling exhibition here from him. Brings in what? Young Penny Feather.
Brings Cameron Penny Feather
to the crease.
Usually comes ahead of Alzari Joseph in the New England Lions batting. I've seen him bat as high as 3 for the Lions. Penny Feather. Don't think in terms of runs that he has given the New England Lions the type of runs that they would have wanted from him. He's facing up now to Jari Joseph, and he gets his first run. Just covers a delivery that was right up to him, plays it out to that long on fielder, and runs through for a single.
Yeah, that single takes Penny Feather off the mark. But I think this is where they could actually look to put a bit of pressure on this new batsman, then won't try and,
He's
try to
way down
prize another wicket
Only
out.
77 runs he's had in this tournament. This one is struck away high over the long on region by Demari Benter for 6. It was right up to him, and he launched into it, and he got good timing onto it, and he rushes into the 40s. Demari Benter takes his
45.
personal tally onto 45 with that 6, and 200 has come up as well for the new CMW New Winchops Lions. 202 for 5.
Yeah, that was a big shot there by Benter. Struck over long on. Although the man was all the way back, he still, challenged him and went all the way over.
He's getting one that he's getting on top of and playing it out into the offside field, down to deep cover on the boundary. Just one more run. So I was saying Penny Feather has had 4 innings so far, only 48 runs in the tournament so far. Probably not what the team would have wanted from him at this stage. He's trying to beat the infield, but hits it straight to Francis, standing at that short extra cover position, no run.
As I mentioned, this is the batter they need to look and close on him, and keep him in one spot for a while.
It's Athanes who's standing at that short extra cover position. Penny Feather is playing defensively to slow delivery from Jari Joseph to end his over. 4 for 48 he's had from 7 overs. New Chops Lions there 203 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting coming down to the end here. Then more, see, Athenaeus, the older Athenaeus is actually, he's on what, his 6th over now?
About to start his 7th.
7th, yeah, right. So, looks as this one is going to come out after this one to me and save 2 for the end.
But he's going to have one more after this. So it's just going to be.
Oh, yeah, one more. Yes, or maybe might as well just go through.
Might bowl out.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to keep the runs down.
As much as possible.
Approach that. Maybe try to keep the runs down as they approach that final 10. Deliveries played defensively. Beating the batter outside the line of the off-stump. Swing and a miss by Benta to a delivery outside the line of the off stump from Justin Artanez.
Yeah, I guess he was trying to get to a half century in one hit there, Denmore.
Gotta still be patient. Still a number of overs to go after this one.
Yeah, new interrupts we need him to be there
Certainly
until
don't
the
want-
end.
Certainly don't want to lose him at this stage. He's playing defensively, and that's what Artanez is trying to do. He's trying to tempt him into a false stroke. Try and see if he can literally purchase another wicket here. And he's getting one that he's coming across the wicket and gets it down to that long leg position. The fielder not feeling cleanly, so they're able to rush back for the second run.
Yeah, Bento would want to actually get past his half century and take it to a bigger innings. He has 2 more runs to get to that mark and then take it from there.
He's playing defensively.
Yeah, it looks
too.
as if he has regained his composure though
Yeah.
from those couple of wild swings.
Had a couple of wild swings and ends the over with a little bit of composure at the end of it. 205 for 5. 30 overs have been bowled.
So young Joseph will continue, Denmore from the northern end.
It's going to be his final over.
Yeah,
So
he has been.
He's going to be bowling out as well.
Yeah, well, I don't think he has any other choice. He's been taking wickets here. So if he could prize another one out in this over, it'll be a plus for him, Denmore. Give him a fiver. Oh,
He's bowling one, and maybe there was bat on it because there was no peel from the fielders nor the bowler.
wow.
This one is struck away out to the fielder in the deep for a single to Cameron Pennyfeather. So Jerry Joseph bowling his final over. 4 for 49 so far in his spell, including that prize wicket of his brother Alzari Joseph. So he'll have the bragging rights going forward after this final. Here is this one. Pennyfeather is trying to clip it away. The fielder is down in the deep. Jake Nathanez gets a good strong throw back in, and the batters were only able to come through for another run.
Yeah, I think young Joseph has been bowling pretty decent here, Denmore. Pace of the ball has been working very well for him.
He's now bowling to Cameron Pennyfeather, who is on 2. And he's hitting one hard into that mid-wicket region for 4. It was dragged down by Joseph, and Pennyfeather was quickly onto it and smashed it past that straightish mid-wicket fielder and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot by Pennyfeather. And an excellent shot for a man that's not in form to Denmore.
Yeah. It was dragged down and he was quickly onto it and really hammered it into the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, I think Joseph would be served better to, continue the length and the lines that he's been bowling rather than trying to go short. It's just a few more deliveries to end his spell. Yeah, I think he should be looking to continue what he was doing before.
Joseph is in. And Penny Feather is playing one on the offside. Hits it straight to Justin Athenes, who's standing at that short extra cover position. No run. Looks like a few more cars have come into the ground. Still trying to figure out where they're located. Maybe a few more looks to be in that bleachers area. Old habits die hard, they say, because we have shade available in the stands, but those fans over there, they have decided they're going to occupy that bleachers area. Penny Feather is going to steal a single here as one that's coming off the inner portion of the bat. Pulls Michael McKenzie to his right and able to come through for a run. Ends another over, the end of over number 31, 212 for 5. Dimari Benta is one away from what would be a well-played half-century.
Yeah, end of a very good spell by young Joseph to Denmore.
8 overs, no maiden, 55 runs, 4 wickets by Joseph. A little bit expensive, but the wickets column is what really matters here.
At this time.
He's been able to get wickets for Empire when we were wondering where the wickets were going to come from. But Joseph was able to do well. So Athenes is going to bowl out, and you said it earlier, might as well if he's bowling the 7th.
Yeah,
so he's going to bowl his 8th and final over so far. Justin Athenes, 7 overs, no maiden, 30 runs, 1 wicket. He had that wicket of Tyrone Williams Jr. And this is a quick single. They get it in the end. As again, that fielder who is at backward of squares, a little bit slow off the mark. Looks to be Melvin Charles who is there, and he's a little bit slow in off the mark, and the batters were able to rush through for another single.
Yeah, this is going to be the time then when you're going to get the hustling and the scurrying around now. So the fielders have got to be on the P's and the Q's here now.
Here is the edging one and gets his 50 in a streaky way, but he wouldn't mind. Dimari Benta goes to 53 with that edge down to the boundary for 4. New Winchop's Lions player gets his 50. Well played to Dimari Benta.
Yeah, well played to Dimari Benta. Getting to 50, it was not in the best of fashions, but he'll take it then more than any day.
Yes, he will certainly take it. He was driving at that one, the edge found.
Second player for New Winchops that got to a half-century mark.
This delivery is played away into the offside field. Wants the quick single. They're going to get it now as Gary Dewberry had a throw at the stumps. No one backing up. The ball going into the onside, and they're able to come through for Dimari Benta's additional run. His 54th run. 218 and now for 5 in over number 32. Remember, it's a Super 40 competition, the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association Super 40 competition. And if you're a sponsor and you're out there and you're liking what you're seeing next year, you need to come on board. Here is his given out leg before. Penny Feather was looking to play the sweep shot. The ball cannoned into his pad. He probably thought it was going down. Umpire Nigel Clark liked it and sent him on his way. Penny Feather has to go. A wicket for
Athenes.
Empire Nation for Athenes, his second wicket. New Winchops Lions are now 218 for 6.
Yeah, that looked pretty straight to me then more. I think it was a rash shot to be playing at that delivery. It was pretty full, pretty straight. He missed it and was given out like before.
So 218 for 6. The important thing here is that the New Winchops Lions, they're losing wickets.
Yeah, well,
and I think that might just change maybe the way they approach these final 10 overs. Because in the finals, you want to bat all your 40 overs. You want to make sure that you're not bowled out.
Definitely bat all the way. I think they have actually missed the boat in terms of holding the wickets here, Denver, because I was just wondering where was the other 6 or 8 overs going to come from the Empire Nation. Because bowlers that we have seen before, they have not been really bowling well. So
you know, Michael McKenzie, he has some overs left. Micah, he's only bowled 4, so he has 4. Diari Francis has 4. Lowenfield also has 4. So You think that between those 3 bowlers there are where the final 8 overs are going to come. And based on how they've been bowling so far in this match, you would have backed the batting team, but had they kept wickets in hand, they're now down to their final 4 wickets.
Well, the plus for them then would they still have Benter. Benter is still there at the crease, so he'll be able to maybe, shepherd them along.
Himself now and the captain Nino Henry will have to take the team forward. But I'm going to leave you here. 32 overs ball, 218 for 6. After more thoughts from Dave Joseph, it's going to be Colin James.
Yeah, well, we yet to see who's going to continue for Empire from the northern end. Atin is in discussion with the umpire here, trying to work out what's left.
Well, he seems to be having a somewhat of a task, Dave, to determine who he can rely on. Is it a case where he doesn't trust the bowling option that he has at his disposal, or he's trying to find the right fit?
Well, it's going to be young Francis coming back into the attack.
Tanez?
No, it's the older brother, Diawi Francis.
Well, that's an interesting proposition in the circumstances. Came back and bowled well in his second spell. Does he has the composure and the ability to deliver at the death?
Yeah, well, he have to back himself, Colin, and deliver for his team. He has no other choice but to back himself and, come and put in a few good overs.
Benter is the man who is going to bowl to. He's 54, not out, Benter.
Yeah, he has bowled 4 overs so far, Colin. None for 32. Young Francis.
8 runs and over.
Yeah.
He has to do better than that.
Well, he'll definitely need to do better at this point for his team, Empire.
So it's a widely spread field, as would be expected. 4 men inside the circle. A short third man, a point, an extra cover, and a leg slip. This delivery is just going over the stumps. That was a good delivery. Came back at the batsman. He was looking to, trying to get it onto the onside. Maybe playing straight would have been the better of the 2 options, Soppy.
Yeah, well, the bowler is just starting a new spell, so Bender will want to have a look, see what's happening before he launches into his attack here.
On the onside, there is a wide-ish long on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. He's getting a
That's 4.
tick outside edge for 4.
No third man, that's 4.
You will say that's an educated edge?
Well, it's a good shot in this situation, You've got third man up, so once you get past third man with the edge like that, it's going to be 4, Colin, straight over the bowler's head, which was a good offer for Benter.
So would you advocate for the third man? Or
Well, I think they can put it in. You've got already 4 guys in the circle. See, you've got the backward square coming in now, so you got 4 guys in.
what about that fielder over there at a wide-ish mid-wicket, you would call it?
Yeah, I think that's a good place because that's where most of these players look to swat the ball across into the onside, wide mid wicket.
The Harry Francis tries again, and this one is hitting down the ground for 6.
Wow,
That was a massive shot there. It really asked to be for the treatment, and it got the full treatment of the bat from the Harry Benter, lifting that delivery from the Harry Francis down the ground for a fancy-looking 6 there, Dave Joseph. Take the score up to 227.
yeah, that's a brilliant shot there by Benter. I'm looking at him for his size, Colin. He's actually striking his ball pretty hard.
Yes.
And hitting it a long way.
Francis will try again. Benter, what will he do? This time he's just angling this one into the vacant cover region, brings the cover sweeper of the boundary for a single. So good rotation by Benter, 6, then a single. Bringing the new batsman, is that Nino Henry on strike?
Nino Henry, yeah.
What will be the response of Francis, and what will be the approach of the captain, Nino Henry? His team is 228 for 6. This is the 43rd over, or 44th. And this one, he's slicing it away of the outer part of the bat. And 2 well-judged singles there for Nino Henry, takes him off the mark. And the score goes up by 2 to 230. So good going by the New Intraps batsmen in this over. So far 9 runs, Soppy.
Yeah, it is. 231 for 6. Projected score looks like 282 so far.
Gets a single is Henry. Coming back to that 6 from
Benter.
Not only he got good connection, but the ball kept rising as it went into the upper tier.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's a pretty small guy in structure, but he hits the ball pretty hard.
Very much so. And the timing was good.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
It looks like Mackenzie's going to come back from this end to finish up his allotted amount of overs from this end.
Someone was saying that Mackenzie should be bowling from the northern as opposed to the southern end. Any thoughts on that view?
Yeah, well, I guess he would have had the option to pick his ends, and he probably picked this one. Maybe with the breeze blowing across, bowling leg spinners, this would have been his best end. But it doesn't really matter to me which end. You've got to be able to bowl from both ends, Colin.
It's a matter of pitching the delivery in the right areas.
Hitting the right spots.
Can Mackenzie redeem himself after what would have been, 4 unproductive overs? This is a good delivery. Keeping a bit low as well.
Yeah, I think this is his time, Colin. He likes the tail. He has gotten a lot of wickets in his whole, most of his career in the tail end. Most of these batters at the tail wouldn't understand much of what he's doing, so this will be his time to take some wickets here now.
Again to Nino Henry, he's off the back foot. Forcing shot.
Yeah. Another dot ball, which is important at this time, Colin.
If Mackenzie can bowl 4 more dot balls, Justin Athanaze will be more than pleased.
Yeah, well, he himself will be pleased too, because he's been, been going for a bit of runs too.
Dragging this one around, but he picks out the fielder coming across to his left on the wideish mid-wicket boundary. Good fielding and a good throw as well, keeping the batsmen honest.
Yeah, that's good fielding. That's
Melvin
Charles on the boundary.
Seems to have some good awareness of the game, Melvin Charles.
Well, he should. He's been around for some time, Colin.
Benter comes in to strike. Mackenzie waits. Benter settles. There's a hush of expectation around the ground, and this one is he's off the back foot and punching it down to the fielder on the sweeper.
Cover.
A texture cover. Good protection for Mackenzie there, and well played by Benter as well. So some good all-round cricket we're seeing in this over. Some good balls, some good batting. 2 more balls to go in Mackenzie's 5th over. And for this delivery, this is hitting down the ground. Has he picked the fielder out? Has he gone over his head for 6? For a moment, Mackenzie thought he had his man. And the fielder moving around to his right in Athanaze. Jacquan Athanaze just couldn't get around there. Maybe the height as well. Or lack of height by Athanaze. He just couldn't get a hand to it, Dave. And the ball going over his head for 6. He did try.
That's Tanis Francis.
Tanis Francis.
Not Athanaze. But that was an excellent shot by Nino, though. He timed it pretty well.
Last ball of the over. This is the 44th over. And for this delivery, Henry is not getting on top of it. Just tugging it down and picking out the fielder in the short fine leg
Short
position.
fine leg position.
And that brings up the end of the over. A good over in the circumstances, not only for the bowler in Michael McKenzie, but the umpire team to score 231 for 6 after 45.
241.
241. Yes, 241 for 6 after 35?
It's 34.
34.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that over, Dave?
Yeah, he started pretty well. But then after that 6 was struck that, took it away from him. But all in all, it was not a bad over. But McKenzie coming back. We have David Francis now looking to continue to banter.
So the next 6 overs is going to be an interesting situation because New Shops would love to get at least 6 runs and over or more.
Yeah, well,
Six,
the
six,
projected
36.
score looks like 282, so they're looking at another 40 runs on these last couple of overs at least, or more.
And this delivery, he's tugging it away one-handed, pulling it across the line for another single. Not a bad start by Francis in this over, but he has been pretty expensive, none for 48, and he's in his 6th over.
Yeah, well, apart from the first over that he bowled Colin, that he led about
21 runs.
21 runs. He has come back and managed to pull himself back.
Francis tries again, and this delivery stayed away. This will
That's
go
4.
pretty close to the boundary. It will go into the boundary for 4. Over the ropes now. Good shot there from Benter. The timing was immaculate, Dave.
Yeah, excellent shot by Benter. I think the fielder who actually at point made a mess of it though. And this is where you gotta back up your bowlers.
The Silver doesn't look to be the most agile of fielders there. Really should have been getting around to his left and stopping that one.
So they're changing positions.
I was just going to say maybe Tannis Francis would have been a better option in that position. Much more mobile, and the agility in him would be better serving in this point position. Bent again, using the outside face of the bat. And just as we were indicating, there was Tannis Francis stopping what could have potentially be 2 runs there.
That's 4. He's actually stopped 4 there just now, Colin. That's an excellent bit of feeling by young Tannis Francis.
I don't know how Justin Martinez didn't see that one before the start of the over in terms of the field placement.
Well, Colin, you can't put a man everywhere where the ball is being struck. I guess they were looking at the ball. Ooh.
This is a slow delivery hitting down the ground. Has it gone? It has gone over the long on boundary for 6. Another well-struck delivery there by Benter. The timing was immaculate again. He waited on the delivery and went down the ground hard and high for 6 runs.
Yeah, that's another excellent shot by young Benter. He's on to 77 of 63 balls. He's scoring at a rapid rate. He came in, he started a bit slow, but he's picked himself up, Colin, and he's motoring on now.
He's the man in charge. Benter is getting one going down the onside, taken by the wicketkeeper, but wide signal by umpire Taliso Allen. So
the 250 comes up, Colin. 250 for 6 of 34.5 overs.
34.5. That's good going.
Yeah, excellent going. New Chops will be quite pleased with the scoring rate right now.
Francis tries again. This one is on the off stump and he's steering it into the onside.
Brilliant.
A direct hit would have spelled danger for Benter. But there was Tannis Francis showing us what he would have picked up playing for the West Indies on the 19 team, going darting across to his right and one-handedly trying to throw the stumps down, missing in by inches, and 2 runs for Benter. You would say in the circumstances, the batsman coming back for a well-judged second run.
Yeah, well,
231 for 6.
So young Francis is feeling brilliantly.
So We're moving into the 36th over. Scoreboard, the manual scoreboard on the wall is 2 overs behind. Yes. Michael Mackenzie will continue. Have you seen Mackenzie apart from this game during the season, Dave?
No, I haven't seen him for a while, but he's been having a chat with his coach, you know, Ian Tittle and Athenaeus, and they've been doing some work with him. So hopefully he can get back to form because he hasn't been taking any wickets, you know, for a while. So he's
what would have contributed to the drop off in his form?
not sure really, but he needs to continue to do the work. And that level of talent, each side get
Mackenzie.
Wow.
Henry is pulled away. Not a good effort, I would want to think, by the fielder coming around to his left on the wideish D backward square boundary. 4 runs to Henry, but it was
Henry.
a poor delivery from Mackenzie.
Takes the score up to 259, Colin.
Score continues in rapid fashion. Henry heaves this one, and this has gone a long way down the ground, out of the Antigua Recreation Ground for 6. It's almost landed in the old building that once housed the archives. That was a well struck. He waited on it in Nino Henry and getting this one out of the ground over Factory Road for 6.
Yeah, that's a huge shot there by Henry, Colin. Pushes the score on to 265. And based on the going weight now, the projected score is up to 300, Colin.
Mackenzie
Kenzie
want to
will need
redeem
pull
himself.
back.
Goes again. Another big hit. Has he gone? It has gone over the long on boundary this time for 6. Not the height, not the distance from the previous delivery, but nevertheless, the effect is the same. Another 6 for Henry takes the score up to 2. Should be about at least 250 or 260 by now.
It's gone past that.
270 in the 36th over. 3 more deliveries remaining. Can Mackenzie redeem himself? The last 2 deliveries have gone for 6s out of the ground and over long on. What will Henry do with this one? He pulls it away. Another short delivery, and this one goes for 4. 4 runs for Nino Henry, and he's really enjoying himself against some very loose and ordinary bowling by Michael Mackenzie. 2 6s and a 4. 14 runs from 3 balls, or 16 runs from 3 balls.
Yeah, Mackenzie would want to bowl a bit straighter to Nino Henry. He's giving him that width so he can free his arms. He needs to bowl a bit straighter, Colin, if he's going to, contain.
Let's see what he
Straighter and forward.
Flighted on middle and leg stump, and all Henry could have done was to come down on it and playing it gently into the gap for a single, and that delivery takes the score up to 276. Henry on 32 from 15 balls, really going great guns. Is not a better delivery from Mackenzie again. And if he continues to bowl this line and this length, Dave, he certainly will redeem himself to some extent. Only 2 runs from the last 2 deliveries, but the previous 3 deliveries went for 16 runs.
Yeah, well, he'll need to. And the length and the line is going to be very important if he's going to, redeem himself, Colin.
So that brought up the end of the over 276 for 6. So 4 more overs to go. And the Harry Francis will continue from the northern or Sir Richards Pavilion end. Don't see the sign on the pavilion, but those were things of the past that we would relish seeing the Sir Richards Pavilion sign on the pavilion. remnants of carnival you'll see with a cultural photo in the background, a short delivery from the Harry Henry, pulled away by Henry. He gets a single, takes the score up to 277. That was the first ball of the 37th over. So New Traps will be looking to get at least 290, probably 300 in their innings.
Yeah, the
It's a 40 overs a game.
projected score is 306 now, Colin. They're going at a rapid rate.
So they have improved the run rate considerably. Benter driving
Yeah, that's a big
this
shot.
one.
Over extra cover.
It was in the air, but
Fielded
safely
by
so.
the sweeper coming around.
Is that Charles?
Yeah, Melvin Charles.
But that was a deliberate shot by Benter. Knew once he got it over the head of Justin Atades at extra cover, he had 2 comfortable runs there. He moves on to 81 of 66 balls, 279. We're in the 37th over. And he's hitting this one in the air, but safely away and falling short of the fielder. Not a single for him in terms of Benter. 82 years, 67 balls. So he scored more than a run of a ball. A run of ball. So here Denworth lamenting the number of vehicles inside the car park at here the Antique Recreation Ground. That delivery is going to be signaled wide. And it's one over the shoulder, indicated by the umpire. Do you think we have more vehicles than spectators inside the ground, Dave?
Not at all, Colin.
Look as if only one person per vehicle is coming.
Yeah, it's
Francis,
Wow.
sorry. And this one is hit high in the air. Can the fielder get in and take the catch? Yes, he can. And he drops it. He did make considerable amount of ground coming off the boundary. That looks to be Damon Low in field. And
no, that's Mackenzie.
was it Mackenzie?
Yeah. Long field is at long off. Mackenzie's at mid wicket. Dropped by Mackenzie.
Well, Mackenzie is not having a good performance in the field. For a moment, it looked as if it was Lorne Field wearing the number 13. But Dave, your eyes are better than mine. And for this delivery, a quick
Wow.
single taken.
Yeah, the pressure is on now, Colin.
Jack Wanatin has not been able to stop that one. Batsman going through for the single. 280, 83 for 6. So it was Henry who was dropped 2 balls ago on 34 by Mackenzie. Will he profit from this drop chance? And this delivery, he's looking to swat it away and does so. That was a good shot from Nino Henry. He got up on one foot and just flick it away for a boundary. 4 runs. The
Yeah.
score climbs to
Excellent stuff by Nino Henry. And New Chops motoring on. Bente is on 83. Nino is on 33. Score 287 for 6.
So he was actually dropped on 33 and got a single. Then 2 balls later he came back and flicked the last ball for 4. So he's now on 38.
So you have Lone Field coming back from this end now, Colin.
Somewhat belatedly, I'd want to believe.
Well, he hasn't been bowling pretty well. So I guess the captain is actually juggling around his bowlers to see the best one he can get to fit the puzzle.
But would you say that being one of the main bowlers for the Empire team, he might have come back during the middle overs?
Well, he actually got he came back early on, Colin, and didn't do too well again, and then he's back again now at the tail end in the death year. So let's see what he can get done.
So he has been entrusted with the 38th over. 287 for 6.
Yeah, he would want to redeem himself here for Empire, for his team.
Run rate over 7.5 and over. This delivery is outside of off stump. In the circumstances, once it's a dot ball, it's a good delivery.
Yeah. That ball will be welcome at this point for Empire.
Low in field. We'll try for all his work. Goes in to Benter. Benter, who is on 83. He's going to be out caught. Poor shot there from Benter. Really should have done better with that shot, in my view. No need to have gone down the ground on that occasion. Could have just turned the ball around, push it into the offside or onside and picking up a single or two. He opted to go for what would have been the big shot, as we say, and held out to Jahari Joseph coming off the long off boundary and taking a well-judged catch. Benter goes for 83.
Yeah, well, Colin, Lonefield will welcome that wicket. He hasn't been doing so well all day. And that brings the Maui Benter innings to an end. He played pretty brilliantly for his 80-yard. As he said, he could have stayed a bit longer and got his team to see his team to the end of the overs.
Yes, and one would have thought that with him in the 80s and not too far away from a richly deserved century, that he would have been a little bit more circumspect of the situation. And with 6 wickets down, he's now exposing batsman number 9 to the Empire bowling attack as they look to see if they can claw their way back into this game.
Well, it will be Siobhan Moore coming in to join Nino Henry.
So 287 for 7. Empire will certainly want to peg back the win chops below 300. The win chops on the other hand would have to get beyond 300. Low field to Moore. And Moore is angling this one into the offside. Gets a single. Well played by Moore on that occasion, using the angle of the bat and with some risk, getting it into the offside for a well-judged and well-taken single. 288. Run rate is 7.68. Projected score 307. And for this delivery, Nino Henry is trying to get bat onto a delivery wide of off stump, but he wasn't in line with the delivery. His foot was angling to the onside, or his left foot was angling to the onside. You don't want to believe that he should be pushing out and getting closer to delivery.
Not at this time, Colin.
Not at this time. Oh, and this one is making room and hitting this one through the offside. A good shot, but picking out the fielder on the wideish extra cover boundary, a single. So you're saying give yourself room and get Willow onto the ball.
Time to have a go, Colin. You need as much runs as you possibly can.
Still another 13 deliveries in my view to go. Well, based on the number of balls would have been bowled, this brings up the end of the 38 over, has it? At the end of it.
Yes.
It's 290 for 7 with 12 more balls remaining. 12 run, 1 ball per run will give you another 12 runs, so that will take you over to 302. But they would want considerably more, Dave.
Yeah, well, it's going to left to see who will continue. Or it's going to be Francis still, the Harry Francis continuing. And as you said, New Chops is going to look to push on as much as possibly can. 300 will be a, significant mark. 300 means, way much more than 290 yard.
Psychologically, 300 will look more challenging than 299. Yeah, psychologically.
Yeah, most definitely. So, DRE Francis to continue.
More for this delivery is getting bat onto it. It goes down to the long on position, single. And good thinking by Moore to rotate the strike so Henry can be the one facing most of the deliveries.
Yeah, well, when Henry has been in and he has been striking the ball pretty well, he's 39 from 20 deliveries, so he'd want to take most of the strike.
Francis to Henry, and Henry slicing this one in the air, but it will fall safely.
This is De Silva.
De Silva won't be able to get there. A single. Score moves on to 292 for 7. We're in the 39th over. So 8 legal deliveries remaining, barring any wides or no balls. And this is a full toss, hitting down the ground. Can the fielder get on it? Yes, he can. A well-judged catch there. Moore hitting a full toss right down to long off, and the fielder just coming in maybe a few yards to his left and taking a well-judged catch. So Moore goes caught off the bowling of Francis for 3, and New Chops losing their second 8 wicket, 292 for 8.
Yeah, Moore wanting to get into the thick of things there and just holding out to that man at that long off position. I think that some of these players need to understand how the game is going. You have a Nino Henry who is in, Nino Henry who is hitting the ball out of the ground. Moore just needed to push that ball up to the long off area and get a single. Bring Nino Henry back on strike. He too wants to go for the glory, wants to go for the, for it all. And so, again, not necessarily the way that, you would want Moore to be playing at this stage.
I did indicate erroneously that there were 8 legal deliveries remaining. That was my bad. It was actually 10. So now we're down to 9 deliveries remaining, as the Harry Francis will try again, see if he can get another wicket with this delivery. A good delivery there, forcing the batsman just to play it on the onside. Well fielded off his bowling by Francis. Keeps the score to 292 for 8.
74 runs though, Colin, has come off the Harry Francis's bowling in his 7.4 over. So he's been very expensive.
He tries again. This one is wide of off stump and signaled wide by umpire Allen. So he has an extra delivery to bowl.
Kishan Dawood has come out as well to join his captain Nino Henry, who is on 40 off 21 deliveries, which is a really breezy knock from Nino Henry late on.
Dawood can't find the gap, hitting that delivery straight to Atenes, Justin. So, how many Francis on the field? 3 Francis and 2 Atenes?
Yep, I think so.
So we have to always be.
Let me see. It's what, 2 Francis?
2 Francis.
Yeah, 2 Francis and 2 Atenes.
Here comes the Harry Francis, and this delivery is skied or spooned in the air. Tanis Francis comes across to his right and takes a well-judged catch low to his right, almost ankle height then more, as the ball was dropping on him. But the judgment that he made to move to his right and get to the to the ball as it was spiraling in the air proved to be the correct approach, and he was able to take the catch, and Darwood goes caught Tanis Francis of the bowling of his brother, the Harry Francis.
Yeah, again, not understanding the role that you need to play in these type of situations. Dawood again trying to go for the spectacular rather than just probably looking to get the ball into the gap and trying to pick up a couple of runs. But with his wicket though, it means that Nino Henry will have the opportunity to bat the final over or to be on strike for the final over, and he will be very important if the New Windships Lions are going to get over the 300 mark. He's going to have to bat very sensibly. Just before Dawood got out, Nino Henry had called him down and had a word with him. Not sure what the conversation was, but from the looks of Nino Henry when he got out, you could see the disappointment on his face.
Probably was just telling him to, just bat out the last delivery. I would have the strike for the final.
And he's getting one, and he's gonna be out leg before. If he misses that one, he's definitely out leg before. A full delivery from low and field, and Nino Henry was looking to go over the top. Ball striking him on the pad, low down. Umpire Nigel Clark sends him on his way, and New Winchester Lions losing their way here in the final over. They are now all out in the final over. They're 294 all out.
Yeah, that was a poor shot from the captain Nino Henry there on that occasion. Trying to go across the line of a full pitch delivery. Had he thought about maybe playing it straight down the ground, he could have been would have been more successful in getting some runs. But on that occasion, he went across the line and was struck plumb in front of the wicket, and the umpire Nigel Clark had no option but send him back to the pavilion to end the New Winchester innings at 293 of 39.1 overs.
And something we were saying earlier, Colin, is that the New Winchester Lions needed to bat all of their deliveries, all 40 overs of their deliveries. They've fallen short by 5 deliveries, but they would have been disappointed for 2 reasons. One, that they didn't bat the complete 40 overs, and 2, that they did not get to that psychological mark of 300. Now the Empire Nation team, they will need to ensure that they go in and they bat sensibly. They're going to need the Ari Francis, people like Tannis Francis, Jacques Nathanes, and even the captain Justin Nathanes to come to the party here in this second in this run chase, if they're going to be able to overhaul the total made by the New Winchester Lions. So a little bit of a disappointment for New Winchester Lions towards the end and not batting the entire 40 overs, and of course falling short of probably that mark that they had in their mind of 40 overs. But just to give you the batting card for the New Winchester Lions, Otto made 28, Tyrone Williams 68, Ian Uzeb 21, Benter got 83, Alzari Joseph 12, Bartlett Henry didn't score, Cameron Pennyfeather 8, continues to have a very lean patch with the bat. Cameron Pennyfeather, the Leeward Islands player, Nino Henry 40, Shavon Moore 3, Kishon Dawood North, and Dario Hodge right at the end not out. North 30 extras, 23 wides, 2 leg bys, and 5 no balls. 293 all out made by the New Winchester Lions of 39.1 overs at a strike rate of 7.48. Damon Lowenfield 5.1 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, 2 wickets. Justin Athanas 8 overs, no maidens, 36 runs, 2 wickets. Diari Francis 8 overs, no maidens, 75 runs, 2 wickets. Ajari Joseph 8 overs, no maidens, 55 runs, 4 wickets. Micah McKenzie 6 over, cost him 59 runs. Tannis Francis bowled 2 overs for 13 runs, and Jacques Nathanez's 2 overs cost him 20 runs. So Empire Nation will need 294 for victory off of their 40 overs. Colin, do they have what it takes to do it?
Well, I think Empire, by virtue of the fact that they won the toss and asked New Winchester to bat first, are backing themselves to chase down any total that New Winchester would have given them to overhaul to win this match. So 294 is a very challenging score to get. Not with whether or not it's an ODI of international or regional billing, and much more so for a domestic game, ABCA Super 40. So he's going to take some batting, and someone like Tannis Francis will have to really make a big score for Empire to overhaul 294 to win this game. So
Empire needs 295 of 240 deliveries. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have the reply of Empire Nation to 294 all out, 93 all out correction made by the New Winchester Lions. We'll be right back.
Diary name. Welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Grounds and coverage of the ABCA Super 40 final. We're about to see the run chase begin. It's Alzari Joseph, the West Indies fast bowler, who is bowling to the right-handed Francis. That's Diary Francis. And the ball hitting the bat hard and just falling away into the offside. They have a mountain to climb here. They need 294 to win of their 40 overs. 294, the target for Empire Nation against Caribbean Motorworks New Winthrop's Lions. The Lions roared to 293 all out of 39.1 overs. And so it's going to be a huge task as Alzari Joseph is in once more. And this is down the leg side. The umpire there, Nigel Clark, just suggesting that it brushed the hip of the batsman on its way to the wicket keeper. The batsman stands amazed by that decision, but that's the ruling of the umpire, and so it's not for no wicket in the first over.
It was extremely close to his body. Maybe the umpire thought that it might have brushed his shirt or so on the way through, and that negated the fact that it was a leg side wide.
So the Francis combination opening the batting. Diary Francis on strike and Tanis Francis at the non-striker's end. And he's getting his first run here. It's a boundary as he clips it away. Diary Francis through the square leg position for 4.
He left the bat in the air a little bit, yes, but he was able to miss the fielder who was at forward of square and picked up a boundary. So good start for Diary Francis.
Yes, a nice clip. The timing was there. It rushed into the boundary at square leg. The batting conditions are very good. It looks to be a very good pitch, as perhaps demonstrated by the score itself of 293 by the Lions. And so Empire Nation will probably see themselves as having a chance. But they're going to have to bat, and they're going to have to bat well. Diary Francis with the boundary in the opening over thus far. And he's looking to get another one. Doesn't time it this time, and he goes away towards the mid-wicket position. And they're coming back for the second, and they get it quite comfortably. They feel that they're getting onto the ball, but perhaps not releasing it, not moving with the same degree of urgency. And therefore, the batsmen saw the opportunity for the second, and they came back for it. Yeah,
good running on the part of the two batters, recognizing that Cameron Pennyfeather had to travel all of 30, maybe 35 meters to get to that one, and they were able to rush back for that second run. Just the kind of start that the Empire Nation wanted. Early on, runs on the board.
Yes, the asking rate over 7.32. He's taken out apart, loud appeal. Umpire Clark says not out, suggesting that he was going down the leg side. It was full, and he was looking to clip that one through the onside, Diary Francis, and the ball rushing into his pad and declared not out by Umpire Clark.
It was full. It was, for me, the deliveries, all the deliveries that Alzari has bowled so far has been sort of pushing them towards the leg side. We saw the one that Diary Francis thought should have been called a wide, and the one that he clipped, and all the others. So for me, a good decision by Umpire Clark, not giving that one not out.
The last ball of the opening over coming up. There's a slip in place, and there's a gully as well. Those are the close catches. Alzari Joseph racing in, and this is a bouncing delivery outside the line of the off stump, but well, just outside the line of the off stump. The batsman having to put the bat up very, very quickly, kept it down, and not being able to score from the last ball. So after 1 over 6 for no wicket, Empire Nation, the target is 294. They're going at a rate of 6 per over. They need 7.38 to keep up with the required rate.
Yeah, it's going to be a heavy task all the way through for Empire. They're going to have to consistently go at more than a run a ball if they're going to overhaul this total. I was thinking during the break that the Empire Nation might want to start with Diari Francis. I was thinking maybe even Diari Francis and Damien Lowenfield. Lowenfield having opened for the national team before as possible the possible combination. But they've gone for the Francis brothers, which I think is also a good combination. But in the last few matches that he has played, Tanis Francis has not scored heavily. So he's under a bit of pressure.
Well, he's on strike at the moment. And he's driving outside the line of the off stump. Siobhan Moore bowling the second over. Very heavily built man.
New Winchop's Lions have a better bowling attack than did Empire Nation, and New Winchop's are starting with their heavy hitters. They've started with Alzari from this end, and now Siobhan Moore coming. So they have decided that they're not going to take any chances with Empire. They're looking for early wickets. They're looking to not allow Empire to get away to a flyer.
In that score of 293, all out by Caribbean Motorworks, New Winthrop's Lions. Jeremy Otto got 28, Tyrone Williams Jr. 68, a very good knock of 72, hit 7 fours and 2 sixes. Siobhan Moore is in and is driven down the ground so straight that it hits the stumps at the non-strikers end, and they're looking for the second, and they're coming back rather belatedly. This is poor cricket by New Winthrops. The ball, the return hitting perhaps the middle of the pitch there. It was a wide return to Bartlett. And the fielder there at running back from the mid-off position certainly should have done a lot better, I thought. Diari Francis was not keen to come back for the second run.
Kenny Benjamin would tell you that good throws are not good feeling. That runs players out. That wasn't a good throw.
No, it wasn't. Siobhan Moore and Tanis Francis is playing and missing outside the line of the off stump. Ian Youssef had 21. Demari Benta played delightfully for 83 off 78 fours and 3 sixes. Alzari Joseph was outdone by his younger brother, Ajari Joseph. He bowled him for 12. Bartlett Henry did not get off the mark. Cameron Pennyfeather got 8. Nino Henry 40. A typically aggressive knock of just 22, 3 fours and 3 maximums. Siobhan Moore. And clipped away beautifully off his pads. 4 runs by Tanis Francis. Oh, the timing was sweet. It was exquisite. The ball rushed from his bat as he clipped the ball off his pads down to the backward square position for 4 runs.
That's the kind of batting that Tanis needs to do. He needs to make sure that he uses his timing and that nice touch that he has to his advantage. We saw him trying to play some of those forcing big shots outside the off stump. He would be more minded to just time the ball away. He would still get the runs.
So he's on 4, and this ball is played away. He's beating the bat outside the line of the off stump, and taken by the wicketkeeper. It was a good delivery. It was a good response by Siobhan Moore. And so he remains on 6.
A good comeback delivery by Siobhan Moore. He strayed the delivery before, was clipped away nicely for 4. And this one touched down just maybe on or about the off stump and just held its own. Maybe just slightly shaping away from Tanis Francis and literally cut him in half.
Yes, it was a beauty by Siobhan Moore. Big fast bowler. Hit over the top. The mid-off is running back. Will he get there? No, he does not. And flicks it back and will send the return to the keeper's end. And they're back for the second run. But not quite hitting it where he wanted it to go in terms of the extent by Tanis Francis. He was looking to get a boundary there.
Yeah, he didn't time it well at all.
He
did not time it well. It probably was a little bit slower than he thought, and he went through the shot pretty early. The ball hit maybe a little higher on the bat than he wanted to. It carried in the air, but the good thing about it is that it carried over the top of the field. He was running back, but the ball had enough bat on it to clear the fielder, and he was able to get 2. But he has to be mindful of that. and make sure that he doesn't give his hand away pretty early, because he's going to be important in this run chase for Empire if they're going to stand any chance.
And in the era of variations, the batters have to be mindful of that as well. We saw that having certain dividends during the New Interrupts Alliance innings. Alzarri Joseph continues. He is bowled. A beauty from Alzarri Joseph up to Dahari Joseph Francis, and he was comprehensively beaten and bowled. Dahari Francis walks back, bowled by Alzarri Joseph for 6. And the score is 14 for 1.
Yeah, playing across the line of that one. It was up to him outside the off stump, but he was looking to turn the bat and plate in the onside. Missed the ball completely, played right around it, and got his off stump knocked back. Alzarri Joseph early on getting the wicket. So early breakthrough for New Wintrops, and Dahari Francis coming at the top didn't work out for New Wintrops the way that they for Empire Nation, the way that they wanted him to.
And completing the New Winthrop scorecard, Siobhan Moore went for 3. Kishan Dawood made 0, and Dario Hodge was unbeaten on 0. 293 all out of 39.1 at a run rate of 7.48. Damien Lowenfield had 5.1 overs, 2 for 33. Justin Athanaze, 8 overs, 2 for 36. Dahari Francis, 8 overs, 2 for 75. Alzarri Joseph, 8 overs, 4 for 55, including the wicket of his brother Alzarri. Micah McKenzie, 6 overs, none for 59. Tanis Francis, 2 overs for 13 runs. And Jaquan Athanaze, 2 overs for 20. Alzarri Joseph in to the new batsman, who is Jaquan Athanaze, and he gets off the mark right away as he tucks it into the onside and sets off for the single. So these two young batters have been asked to carry the fight here for Empire Nation.
Happy to see that Empire Nation still sent in Jaquan Athanaze even in the finals at number 3, showing confidence in the young man and his ability. And it's really good for Empire because these are young people. Dahari Francis is pretty young still. Tanis Francis, Jaquan Athanaze, and Empire has some young people, Alzarri Joseph, etc., in their squad, which is a good thing for the future of Empire cricket in Antigua and Barbuda. And I'm happy that Jaquan Athanaze was able to come in at 3.
Tanis Francis has second highest run scorer in this year's Super 40, gets a lifting delivery, and the ball beating the wicketkeeper in and out of the gloves of wicketkeeper Bartlett. And was their signal of wide, yes, from Nigel Clark. Yes, after consulting Casilo Allen.
That indication from Allen that definitely it was wide over the top of the bowler, but it was a very quick delivery though from Alzarri Joseph, and that would probably unsettle the young Jaquan Athanaze who was on strike.
So Athanaze back on strike after getting a single off his first delivery. He'll get a couple of runs here now off his second as he steers the ball away, just getting it away down towards the wide third man area for a couple of runs. And that will carry the score on to 19 for 1, and this is over number 3. Now Tanis Francis is the second highest run scorer in this year's ABCA Super 40. Came into this match with 331 runs from 8 innings at an average of 41.38 and a strike rate of 130.83. Highest score 163. He has had just 100, no 50s so far in the competition. These are the non-strikers end, and Jaquan Athanaze gets a fast delivery. Oh, that was outside the line of the offside. He was playing, but I think he was undone by the pace of that one.
Yes, he was.
Quite
and Alzarri Joseph beginning to work up some pace. We saw the short delivery that was called wide. That was very quick. Delivery after that, he got 2 runs. It came quickly onto him as well. And this one, just a little bit, a tinge wider, but still the same pace. Alzarri Joseph getting up to pace.
West Indies fast bowler. Man with a lot of experience, although still a young man. He's looking for more success. Wicket already. He
Edge
edges and beats the man that slipped down to the boundary. It went very quickly down to third man. And that's 4 runs. But he found the edge of Jacqueline Athenase's bat. And the slip fielder reacted very, very slowly, I thought.
Yeah, it was.
And so by the time he went down to his left,
That
the ball had already passed him.
Yeah, that ball had gone past him very quickly. And something that we've seen a little lately is that the people at first slip are almost standing at a slip and a half jack, almost trying to cheat, being in 2 positions at the same time. And we've seen a lot of those balls hitting the edge and going where the traditional first slip would have been. If he had been maybe a step to his left, that would have gone straight, that would have hit him because he reacted so late. But on that occasion, that one went between him and the wicket keeper and down to the boundary for 4. They need to stand in the approved position.
Alzari Joseph bowling at a fiery pace. In once more, short lifting delivery. And there is another signal of no ball. Signal of no ball. That was too high. Wide, correction. Wide.
Yep.
That was too high. And so quite rightly called a wide.
Yeah, Alzari Joseph getting a little bit frustrated here, especially with that edge that was found and the ball ending up into the boundary. And he the next delivery, a delivery out of frustration, he hammered it into the pitch. He went right over the top of Jacqueline Athenese and rightly called wide by umpire Nigel Clark.
Jacqueline Athenese on 7, Tanis Francis on 8. It is 24 for 1. This is over number 3. Nearing its end. 1 ball to come. And the target is 294. A monumental task. But Empire will be looking to try and climb that mountain. It's Ari Joseph. And it's driven straight out to mid-off. Can't get a run for it. Didn't quite get the timing perhaps he wanted into the shot, but it was a good looking stroke. He was nice down to that front foot there and playing it down to Nino Henry, the captain, at mid-off. Over number 3 has come to an end. Alzari Joseph now 2 overs, 1 for 16. Siobhan Moore 1 over for 8 runs.
Yeah, Alzari Joseph, they're having a little bit of frustration in that over. He was up to pace, he bowled very quickly. He was able to find a genuine edge off the bat of Jacqueline Athenese that really should have been taken. If not taken by the first slip fielder, I would think that even the wicket keeper should have probably looked to have gone for that. None of them reacted. The person that slipped reacted very slowly, very late, and the ball was down to the boundary for 4. And then he was just checking how many short deliveries is he allowed to bowl in the over.
Siobhan Moore continues. Oh, this is a wayward delivery called wide by umpire Allen. The batsman having a go at it and not being able to make contact. That perhaps slipped from his grasp.
Yeah,
very wide.
Yeah, very poor ball in there.
Down the leg side. Now, although it's a Herculean task facing Empire, they're above the rate at the moment because they're going at 8.33 and the asking is 7.27.
What is going to be
the difficulty there is having to sustain 7.37 over 40 overs.
They're going to have to sustain it over 40 overs, and that's going to be the difficult task.
Siobhan Moore. And this one made a little bit of height. The batsman deflects it away down to the short fine leg area. Return hitting the stumps there. It looks to be Otto hitting the stumps, but the batsman Athenese was home. Jacqueline Athenese, the son of the captain Justin Athenese.
Good cricket on the part of the youngsters, recognizing that the ball was travelling slowly to that field at that short fine leg position and calling him through and getting home pretty easily in the end. Jacqueline Athenese using youth to his advantage on that occasion.
Siobhan Moore got the line and the length right on that occasion after an initial wide. Is looking to come in from the pavilion end, the northern end of the Antigua Recreation Grounds. This historic venue. And here is Tanis Francis playing a good length delivery up towards extra cover and not being able to score. So Siobhan Moore, one of the all-rounders in this New Winthrop Lions team. And New Winthrop's team quite chock full of star players. Some of them are out of the team because of overseas commitments. Here is Tanner's looking to whip the ball away. The return comes to the keepers and misses the stumps. Jermaine Otto trying to uproot the stumps again. Well, certainly to remove the bails, but not being able to be on target on this occasion. I think Tanner's would have been home, and they scampered what looked to be a leg bye.
Yes, Tanner's again, good call on his part. He was going to the danger end, and he called through Jacqueline Nathanes, who was a little bit guilty on that occasion of ball watching.
7 wickets in the competition for this year. Siobhan Moore, the fast medium bowler, clipped away by Tannis down towards the mid-on position. He's gone away for 4. Didn't look to be a 4-stroke, but it certainly beat the fielder moving around from the mid-on position.
It's a very quick outfield, Jack.
Yes, it
the
gathered
outfield
pace.
has been lightning fast.
Yes.
And once it goes down, that little slope, the field sort of slopes towards the end. And once it hits that slopey area, it seemingly picks up pace. And that one ran away from that fielder at that mid-on position. Looks to be Benter. Went into the boundary.
As the score is pushed on to 31 for 1. Tan is now on to 13 from 8. Siobhan Moore, as I said, 7 wickets. In this year's competition, he bowls a good delivery, pushed into the onside. He goes up to mid-on, where the fielder there not being able to grab initially. I think he would have been home anyway, because these two young batters are quite quick between the wickets, and the running has been good.
Yeah, it's actually Dario Hodge who is out at that mid-on position. I thought it was Benter, but just looking at him again, Dario Hodge, who's a little bit fuller than is Benter.
Benter is at backward square.
At backward square, yes.
Just backward of the umpire. Siobhan Moore, an economy rate of 6.29 for the season. And here is Jacqueline Anthony. He's trying to force the ball into the offside, gets it into the onside, and that completes the over. And at the end of it, Empire Nation, they need 294 to win. 294 to win. They have lost the wicket already of Diary Francis. He went for 6, and they're 32 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, just slightly above the asking rate, Empire Nation, and they're going to need to continue. But they're going to need to continue to turn the strike over. And they've been doing a good job, these two, Jacqueline Nathanes and Tannis Francis, so far for the Empire Nation. And they're going to need to continue this for a very long time.
So here is Alzari Joseph. He's in, and a full length delivery clipped away towards mid wicket, and the batsmen were again quickly off the mark. The mid wicket fielder fell on that ball. When I said fell away to his left, and managed to make a half stop. But had he done so cleanly, perhaps there would have been danger
Yeah,
for one of the
Kishan
batters.
Dawood in that mid wicket position there.
Yes. And so they got a run for it. The fielding completed by Penny Feather, moving around from mid-on. Score has gone on to 33 for 1. So the asking rate still over 7, but they're going at a rate in excess of 8 at the moment. Well, just under 8 at the moment. And so there is that slip and that gully in place for Alzari Joseph. Those are the close fielders. And he's into Jacqueline Athanase. Athanase is riding this delivery and pushes it into the offside. The gully comes in, and that's Jermaine Otto fires the return towards the bowler's end. He likes to shatter the stumps at Jermaine Otto, but he was way off target, and the ball backed up by Penny Feather. It looks like from that mid-on position.
Yeah,
One more to the
again,
score.
good running between these two. Noticing that ball again dropped, wasn't any pace on it going towards the fielder, and knowing the fact that they both quick between the wicket, just a glance at each other, and they were through for another well-earned single.
So Alzari Joseph just making a slight adjustment to his field.
Yeah, he would have noticed that the last time that he bowled to Tannis Francis, the shot on the leg side left the bat in the air and fell just short of that wood.
Another push, chance for a run out,
And
and
he
he's
is,
run out.
yeah.
Suicidal run. Good work there by Otto, hitting the stumps. He hit it early on, missed on a couple of occasions, but this time he was spot on.
Yeah,
and there was Tannis Francis.
I
They
thought
was
on
just
this
in after
occasion
the-
they got it wrong, Jack.
Yes, they got it
The
wrong.
call
It
should
was-
have been no.
Yeah,
Because it was going straight to the fielder a lot faster than the other deliveries.
And Jacquan Athenaeus was found short, or is it Tannis? It looked to be Jacquan. Jacquan was the man who was found short of his ground. So Tannis is still there. He's on 15. And
Yeah.
Jacquan Athenaeus
But if you
has
look
been
here,
run out
Tannis
for
Francis was the one who was calling for it, and the ball was going straight to the
Otto,
fielder,
Otto.
to Otto, and there wasn't a run on.
Yeah.
The word was no.
Yeah.
Tell him no, let him get back into the crease, live to fight another day. But Jacquan Athenaeus came through, and both fielders, both batters were short of their mark when that ball hit the stump. So really wasn't a run on.
Yeah. Yes. The judgment was poor.
Yeah, look at Tannis.
On the
Jacquan Athenaeus was sprinting for all he was worth,
Yeah.
but was still well short of
Yeah.
the crease.
Yes. And Tannis knew that it was. It was.
He knew in the
dangerous,
end,
yes.
when once that the ball hit the stumps, he knew that it was a poor decision to come through for that single. He was the one that was beckoning Jacquan Athenaeus to come, but Athenaeus should have recognized that the ball was going straight to Jermaine Otto and say no.
And what happens as well, when you have any moment of hesitation, it means that time would have elapsed. And by the time you make your mind up, a lot of times it's too late.
It's
And
too
that
late.
was the case there. So, a left-hander has come to the crease.
Ziani
Ziani
De
De Silva has come in. Alzaro Joseph bowls around the wicket to him, and he flinches and gets it away down to fine leg on. This is not good work by Dawood. Looks to be Dawood in that position, looking to stop that. He should have stopped it.
Dario Hodge in
It's
that,
Dario Hodge,
in
correction.
that
Dario
short
Hodge.
fine leg position.
Yes, and he really should have stopped it.
Yeah.
And the
gave
ball
away-
went away. And Alzaro Joseph obviously disappointed.
should be.
It was a leg.
because
It was a leg. It was a leg by. Leg by. Go ahead, then. Mo.
Yeah, that ball was just to his left. Should have really looked to knock that one down. It was a quick delivery. The batter was almost taking evasive action, just trying to get that ball off of his body, and it ended up being 4. Shouldn't have been.
Alzari bowling quite fast. This is another one down the leg side, and it has gone away for 4 more leg byes.
Yeah, that one clipping the pad
Yes.
on his way through.
Yes.
And again, wicket keeper Henry coming around pretty slowly and not able to tidy things up there for the New Chaps Lions. But with the pace that Alzari is bowling, these things will happen.
And I suppose he has gone around the wicket because the left-hander came in to try and target that off and middle stump, but he has had his line just too much down leg side, and as a result, it cost New Winthrop's Lions on both occasions.
Yeah, I
8
think
runs
what
resulted.
happened is that from the get-go, he's been trying to attack the stumps. And the fact that he's attacking the stump, sometimes he's overcompensated. So he's pushing the ball down the leg side to both the right-handers and now the left-hander.
Ziani De Silva awaits Alzari Joseph, and he gets a ball of full length, and is confidently leaning on that one. And he goes down to the captain in Nino Henry at that mid-on position. The over comes to an end for Alzari Joseph, as Empire Nation tried to get up to the score of 294 to grab the trophy in the ABCA Super 40 final here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. They're 42 for 5, 42 for 2 after 5, 42 for 2 after 5. So they're going at 8.4 knot per over. The asking rate 7.2 knot, but they have to sustain that. And significantly as well, they've lost 2 wickets.
Yeah, they've lost 2 wickets, and 2 important wickets. Diari Francis and Jacqueline Athanas, 2 of the people who they were looking for a lot of runs from in this innings. And so right now they're hoping that this partnership of De Silva and Tanis Francis can continue and build a partnership.
Siobhan Moore. Oh, this is a good delivery, and the judgment by Tanis Francis was excellent because the ball came into him and went over, I think, the off stump. Maybe even between the middle and the off stump. But he certainly exercised good judgment on that occasion because it was a good delivery. The length was good. It was angled into the right-hander and went just over the top of the stump.
Trusted the bounce on that occasion and left that one based on the way the ball was pitched and the height. So good judgment in the end.
He remains on 15 from 12. 2 fours he has hit so far. It's 42 for 2 at the start of the 6th. Siobhan Moore cracked away, but well fielded by the man at that gully position, backward point. It's just that would be a deep gully, so it would be a point position.
Yuseb.
Yes, Ian Yuseb in that position and
save
had a
4.
Yes, he saved 4.
Definitely save 4 on that occasion. Had that gotten past him, it would have been only to retrieve.
Yes, and suffered a painful knock on the left hand as well. But that's all part of the game. Siobhan Moore is in, and this time he mistimes it so bad he hits the ball into the pitch with a horizontal bat. He was looking to smash that into the vicinity of backward point again, but not being able to exercise the same degree of timing.
It's a good pitch here though, Jack, that the batters can play their strokes, but with the variation in pace, they just have to be patient, maybe just wait a little longer
and demonstrate good judgment.
Yep.
Clipped away towards mid-on. They set off for the run. There is Otto lurking. He caused the dismissal of Athanase, Jacqueline Athanase, hitting the stumps from that mid-on position at the bowler's end.
And I think the captain from the last over recognized that when he had Hodge in that position at that mid-on, one beat him and went into the boundary for 4. And so he had switched Hodge and Jermaine Otto. He had brought Hodge down to that short fine leg position and switched Jermaine Otto up to that mid-on position. And it has worked so far.
And they'll be hoping that this ball will work for Siobhan Moore and the team, of course. Comes into bowl to the left-handed Ziani, the silver, and it's too wide, called wide by umpire Casilo Allen. And that will add to the score. The score is inched on to 44 for 2.
Again, too much of an adjustment on that occasion by the bowler. Just pushing that, trying to push that one across the left-hander and overcompensated, pushing it much too wide for De Silva to be able to reach it.
De Silva's had 244 runs coming into this match in 8 innings. He's driving over the top. This is hit hard, and it has gone a few bounces into the boundary over the bowler's head, and that's 4 runs. So the first sign of real aggression on the part. Getting a ball up to him from Siobhan Moore, playing through the line, and this dapper left-hander hit it beautifully away for 4 runs.
Yeah, Siobhan Moore not having the same type of pace as Alzari Joseph that we saw having De Silva backing away a little bit. This one was right up in his arc, and he really went through with it. Good shot.
Moore is into bowl to him again, and he cracks it away, and he's caught. Caught by Demari Benter at backward point. So he was short and he was looking for another boundary. Hit it in the air though, and he went straight to Demari Benter, and he has some big hands and he clutched onto it just about head height. And so that's the end of Ziani De Silva. I was looking at his stats. He came into this match with 244 runs in 8 innings at an average of 30.5 naught and a reasonable strike rate of 114. But he won't be able to replicate that because he's on his way back to the pavilion and he has been caught for... We'll get his score in a moment, but the score at this time is 48 for 3 after 6 overs.
Yeah, Ziani De Silva only making 4. That shot that he had the delivery before, that he hit back over the head of the bowler. That one was short and wide too, but he didn't get on top of it. He sort of got below it and was trying to hit it maybe up and over instead of getting on top of it and hitting it down past Benter, and he hit it straight to Benter. Benter took a good catch because the ball was traveling quickly to him, but he was well placed and took a good catch. And Empire again losing another wicket in the 6th over. They already lost 3 wickets. They're 48 runs, but they're losing wickets, which is not good for the Empire team.
A change of bowling. Penny Feather, who is coming on at the commentary box or the southern end to replace Alzari Joseph. Penny Feather, part of the Leeward Islands Hurricane squad in the 4-day tournament, and this delivery is angling down leg and turned away nicely too by Tanis Francis. 4 good looking runs there.
This is the problem I have with Penny Feather. When he plays at this level, which is a level below Leeward Islands, he looks very ordinary. And that's an ordinary delivery to start from what should be a senior pro. Somebody who has been to the next level, somebody who is looking to impress. That's a poor warm-up delivery to be bowling in a finals. You want bowlers, when they are asked to come on, to be ready. And clearly, Penny Feather wasn't ready with that delivery.
Tries again. And this one is short and pulled away by Francis. He'll get 2 runs easily. 2 warm-up deliveries there by Penny Feather.
Yeah, almost as if he wasn't ready, like the captain called on him last minute. We were saying it earlier, Dave Joseph was saying it earlier, that players who are expected to bowl must recognize that at some point the captain is going to call on you. You don't know when. You got to be ready. You got to warm up. You got to get yourself in place.
Francis is turning this one. Non-striker in Elvin. Thought there was a single there, but Francis was not interested. Some of these names by some of these cricketers, wonder if their parents were thinking about someone of historical fame. George Elvin. Penny Feather, Francis.
I think Francis is still mindful of that run out between himself and Jacqueline Athenes, because the ball had gone straight and he called Jacqueline through when really there wasn't a single. So I think that he's a little bit overcautious now, because that ball before the fielder is deep, it was a single, but because he's still thinking about what happened between himself and Jacqueline Athenes, they didn't get a run.
Penny Feather looking to get his name among the wickets, notwithstanding it. His first over, 5th ball. Another defensive shot played by Athenes. And Athenes will have to stay there for a long period if Empire are going to get close to this 294.
Not Athenes, that's Francis. Tanis Francis. He's on 22, but you think that he's going to need a lot more than that if Empire are going to get anywhere close to this target.
Oh, this is a good delivery from Penny Feather. You could see that it was a full pitch, but also had some movements in the dead more.
Certainly.
Dead on middle stump, and Tanis Francis playing correctly down the track.
That's the kind of delivery you expect from somebody who has been at the next level. You don't want them to come on to your bowling and bowl a warm-up delivery and the leg stump that is clipped away, and then the next one is another poor delivery. You want them to be up to the A game right away. A lot of times I get criticism from some of these players because they probably think that I have too high of an expectation for them. But I am firmly of the opinion that when you've been to the next level, if you've played at the Leeward Islands level, if you've played at West Indies, like Alzari's playing for West Indies, he's not supposed to come here and look ordinary. He's supposed to look like he's a step above, a cut above the rest. And I have a problem with that with a lot of the players around, especially around Antigua, that have gone at the next level. I don't think that they look a cut above the rest often enough.
More continues from the pavilion end. A single, well played there by Elvin. Gets off the mark. 55 for 3. The scoring rate is good for Empire. The only negative is the 3 wickets they have lost so far. So, Coach Ian Tittle of the Empire team will be hoping that these two batters can really put on a partnership of significance, of substance, and of longevity. Played away into the offside. You could hear the crispness of that shot by Tanis Francis as the ball went out to the sweeper on the extra cover boundary.
Had a good sound coming off of the bat on that occasion, Tanis Francis. Probably would have wanted more than just a single.
So yeah, he's at least middling the ball. There's more to Elvin, and Elvin is playing loosely. Well, I would say it was loosely, but it was deliberate. He virtually opened the face of the bat and angled it down to third man. But there was some element of risk in that shot then more.
Yeah, because you have a man at backward point. And if he had gotten probably a little bit more bat onto that one, could have carried to that man at backward point instead of coming down to that wide third man position. So he has to be mindful of that as well when he's playing that kind of shot.
There's a stiff breeze blowing across the Antigua Recreation Ground.
Yeah, if you're steering the ball, you want to be steering it down. You want to get on top of it and make sure that you're hitting it down into the ground so that you take out the risk of being caught.
I deliberately said Antigua Recreation Ground a while ago, Denmore, instead of ARG, because on social media someone asked someone the question, what is ARG? And I was taken aback. I'll continue after this delivery. Wide of off stump and keeping low. Taken low down by Henry. The keeper for the New Wintraps Lions. I make the point because it seems as if that we are so accustomed to say the ARG and thinking that everyone knows that it's the Antigua Recreation Ground. We take it for granted.
Yeah, the Antigua Recreation Ground.
And it was not even a conversation about cricket, it was more about football returning to the ARG. And there was this expatriate living in the south asking, so where's ARG? Or what's ARG? Oh, fine shot by Francis, and he goes to the fielder's legs and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Dario Hodge again. They've been trying to hide him. Dario Hodge. One went past him when he was out at that mid-on position. One that we thought that he should have gotten to. The ball ran past him and went into the boundary for 4. And they've actually moved him from that mid-on position, brought him here, and that one went straight to him and straight through his legs. Not good cricket on the part of Dario Hodge. He wouldn't want to see that one again when he watches over the stream.
Not at all. But if that's the case, then that they're trying to hide him, that position at short, long leg is not for him.
No, that's not the position that you would want to have him. But where do you put him? I would put him probably down on the third man boundary, maybe, or the sweeper out on the boundary. You don't want him in a crucial position where he has to stop. Now he's going into that same short third man position. That again is a crucial spot, I think.
in a T20 game, we would call it cow corner. Not so fine to be called cow corner, but it's a position where, as Denmo says, it would be more risky for the batsman to pick him out.
Yeah, you want to put him in a location where he's going to not be giving away boundary, and it has forced the captain to push him all the way back on that third man boundary now. He was up in the circle at third man, and maybe because of his of how he's been feeling, they've pushed him all the way back on the boundary.
Pennyfeather continues. Elvin is on the back foot, not trying to force it, but more defending it. But Elvin should know, or should possess the ability that a delivery like this, he can stroke it between the wide point and the extra cover fielder and get a single or two. You got to know how to angle the bat and play the ball into the gaps to get the singles or the twos.
Singles are a part of aggressive batting.
He gets a single this time, playing it down on the onside. Pennyfeather was trying to get across to prevent the single, but the ball went past him, and he's a single taken.
I remember in the days when I participated in this Super 40 competition, playing for Liberta, and we were planning our line of strategy. The coach used to tell us 4 singles and a boundary in the over, and it's still 8, and you take out most of the risk. And he used to say, Kenny Benjamin used to say to us very often that singles are a part of aggressive batting. So if you want to bat aggressively, get as many singles as possible in the over.
Very good advice.
I remember Sir Viv too, speaking on our radio program, Progressive Sports, and he said he was speaking about the batsmen inability to use their wrist to assist them in making runs.
This delivery is angling from middle to leg, and Francis was waiting on it. Ball seems to be deviating in there a bit, especially from Pennyfeather Denmore.
Yeah, Pennyfeather is getting a little bit of in swing from the deliveries that he's bowling from this end, which is pretty good because we have a pretty stiff breeze blowing against the way that he's getting the ball to swing. I do think though that he needs to start them a little bit wider though, starting them too straight.
Oh, this is a poor delivery from Pennyfeather. Just as we were giving him his plaudits, he angled one down the onside and ticked away by Elvin for 4.
That's what I'm talking about, starting them too straight. And so with the angle that he's pushing them towards the leg side, if you start it that straight and it goes astray, you're always going to give the batter the opportunity to tickle one down to the boundary for 4. And you expect a lot better from your top players in these type of situations. And so far, Pennyfeather has not impressed me at all, the way that he's bowling with this ball.
Tries again, another one down the onside. That is going to be signaler wide. Pennyfeather not really getting his radar correct on this occasion.
His radar
his GPS is all over the place.
Off.
It's almost like asking Siri to tell you where to go, and she's telling you to turn right, then go left, then right again, and you still can't find your way.
Yeah, he's not listening to Siri at all.
Pennyfeather for this delivery is forcing Elvin onto the back foot. The score remains on, well, it would have gone up to 68 in the previous ball, and at the end of the over, it's 68 for 3. The Empire Nation still needing 294 to win this game. So
yeah, they're going to need to get to 294, but they've been scoring pretty well so far. The only thing that has been the problem is that they've lost 3 wickets. They're scoring at a rate of 7.56 and they require 7.229, so they are ahead of the run rate, but they can't afford to lose any more wickets anytime soon. And I think those 3 wickets are going to be very important in the way that Empire approach the run chase from here on in. They still have some folks in the dressing room that can make a difference. There is still Melvin Charles to come. If he gets off, he can be dangerous. There's also still Justin Athanez to come. So they still have batting, but I think this partnership is going to be very important.
Another change of bowling, but this time from the pavilion end, it's the captain Nino Henry, who is a seam bowler.
Hasn't bowled a lot though lately. But with the absence of Randall Boston, you would think that he has a role to play today in terms of his bowling. You tend to think that Uzeb too might be important.
Second delivery is played down to third man by Francis. He gets a single. So if you're wondering who this Francis we're speaking about, is the West Indies under 19 World Cup player, Tanis Francis, who had a prolific season with the bat in the ABCA two-day competition and also was very productive in the Super 40 tournament. It's a final here at the Antigua Recreation Ground between New Winchester Lions, who made 293, and Empire, who are on 69 for 3. And you'd want to say that at this point the Lions have the upper hand, but the Nation are looking to claw their way back into the game.
Yeah, Nation are still trying to get in, and you're speaking about Tanis Francis. So far before this game, 331 runs he scored in the competition, second in the batting averages behind Tyrone Williams Jr., who had over 500 runs.
This delivery is driven back with some good timing and placement by Tanis Francis. The bowler tried to get his left hand down to stop it, but it was past him even before he could do so.
Well, second in terms of the number of runs scored, I should say, 331 with an average of 41.38 in this competition.
71 for 3. We're in the 10th over. Two more balls to complete the 10th over. Nino Henry, the captain, is in his first. Francis is on 30. Elvin is on 8. Elvin faces, and he's going to be out. Oh, for a moment I thought that he had maybe just placed it too close to the fielder at mid-wicket in Alzari Joseph, but it was away to his right. And I thought for a moment Joseph was just going to get there. But luckily for Elvin, it went away from Joseph and got 2 welcome runs.
Elvin, again, not looking totally in control. If we just have a look at it here. Yeah, just hit it up in the air, but it went away from Alzari Joseph at that mid-wicket position. Alzari probably thought that it was going to come closer to him, but just in the end, he got it just a couple of meters away from Joseph's hand and was able to get 2.
More. And this delivery, Elvin is hitting it back down the ground, straight along the carpet, and he will get 2 runs. Look more sure than that in this shot.
That's just a single, actually. He walked through. He thought that was going to be a boundary and didn't see that man down at that long on position, and he ended up getting just a single.
That's poor running.
Poor cricket in general. He hit it well away from the fielder having to make 20 meters to his left, but he walked through almost that single, because I think that he got a little bit overconfident, thought he had hit it better than he did, and getting a single in the end when really should have had more runs.
Nevertheless, score inches up by that single to 74 for 3. That brought up the end of the 10th over. So both teams would have got off to fast starts. Empire were scoring at between 6 and 7 runs on over in the first 10-15 overs. They had a little dip, but towards the end of the innings, the momentum was taken up by the captain in Nino
I think
Henry.
the middle overs, Colin, are going to be important. These next 10 overs are going to be important in how the direction of this game goes.
So it's Ian Useb. He's replacing Pennyfeather. Pennyfeather had only bowled 2 overs.
2 overs for Pennyfeather.
So Nino Henry bringing the changes, bringing on his 5th bowler of the innings so far.
Yeah, his fifth bowler. Penny Feather 2 overs for 13 runs.
So he's not afraid to, should I say, rotate his bowlers? Or is it a case of trying to see who is best suited at this occasion? This is a poor delivery from Eusebius first, a loosener, and swept away by Elvin. All along the carpet. Gets a single. Ball going down to deep, wideish, deep backward square. Euseb.
Siobhan Moore down on that boundary.
We'll try again. Francis is the batter. Slow, well, it's a short delivery. Really should have been put away by Francis on that occasion, but I wonder why he opted to genuflect and went down on one knee to try to
Yeah, should have just stood up and looked to bang that one away.
Yeah. Couldn't understand the approach on that occasion for this delivery. It's coming forward. Much more for the pitch delivery. Just outside off stump. Euseb waits for Francis to settle. Francis is angling, trying to angle it down to third man now, away from the point fielder, who is then more good friend
Dario Hodge.
Hodge. And Hodge is showing, well, essaying what he would have done had the ball come to him. But he can't stop the single. It was well played, well judged, and well run.
Yeah, it was well played by Tennis Francis, just using soft hands and getting it in that direction, just slightly away from Hodge. Hodge having to work in and couldn't stop the single. Good, well judged single in the end.
Score moves on to 77 for 3. We're in the 11th over. 2 more balls to complete it. Euseb. Elvin is struck on the pad. He's going to be very close. He's gone. He's gone. He's indicating to the umpire that there was some bat in it, but he was struck plumb in front, full on the front foot. And if he's correct in saying that he got bat on it, well, he's very unlucky. But if he didn't get any bat on it, he's gone a long time. We take another look at it, as we have the benefit of the replay. Euseb floated straight onto the middle stump, I would want to think. Hits in front, then more. And I think the umpire
doesn't look like any bat was involved there for me. Maybe just missing if we look at it in that way. But umpire Nigel Clark was satisfied with it. He played across the line of it. It was a full pitch delivery, and I think that is the probably the reason why the umpire would look to give him out. When we look at it here, yeah, full on the boot, no bat involved on that occasion, and umpire sending him on his way. Umpire losing their 4th wicket, 77 for 4 in over number 11. They're taking a refreshment break, and we'll take a short break as well.
So we're back here at the Antigua Recreation Ground for the continuation of the ABC Super 40 final between New Introps and Empire. Empire batting. And that delivery from Yuseb brought up the end of his first over, in which he was successful with the previous delivery, removing George Elvin trap leg before wicket for 12.
Looks as the Damien Lowenfield who has come in to join Tannis Francis. So Lowenfield, having had national experience before, is going to be important. I was saying at the start when I was on with Jack Collin that Lowenfield, I would have brought him up to the top of the innings instead of Diari Francis. With him having had that experience of opening the batting for Antigua before and having been in these type of situations before, playing in finals and winning and knowing what it takes to be at the top of the innings, that would have been my choice at the top of the innings.
Great to 100% there, Denmore. Nina Henry starts a new over.
Because I just felt that, you know, with Tanez and with Diari, two inexperienced persons having in terms of this type of finals, this type of situation, and knowing how Diari Francis plays, I've always felt that he is not secure enough at the top of the innings.
Stay down to third man by Tanez Francis.
In the early days of when he used to play for Jennings, teams used to say give him 2-6 and then he's going to hit one in the air. Diari Francis. Yeah. And so teams knew how he played because he was a dasher from the get-go. And so in the finals like this, even though yes, you want to have a good start, you want somebody who has been there, done that, understand what it takes. And Lowenfield would have been my man at the top of the innings.
So the new batsman in Lowenfield getting ready to face his second delivery. And he's just coming forward easily and just playing it down to long off for a single. And you can see from that shot, Denmore, that he looks to be someone who is well suited for the top of the order.
Yeah. He like I said, he has been a national opener in the past. In his heyday, when he was really at the top of his game, he was the first choice opening bat for Antigua and Barbuda and for Empire, and he has been there, done that. So, solid player.
Tannis Francis is going for a quick single along with Lowenfield, well fielded and by Penny Feather and hitting the leg stump, but the batsman was comfortably home.
Yeah, I think that little back to throw bought the batter just that additional second that he probably needed on that occasion. Maybe if it was an on the arm throw right away, would have been more of an option to get the run out. But for me, comfortably home.
The shot slice between cover and the fielder on the cover boundary for a single. A very thick outside edge. Well, not the edge, but almost spliced off the bat. Not the sound that you.
Yeah, it didn't hit the middle at all. Didn't hit the middle at all on that occasion from Lowenfield.
Henry, the bowler. Francis, the batman. And he's hitting it deliberately over the top of extra cover for 4. That was a deliberate shot. He knew that once he got it over the head of the fielder at extra cover, that would be 4 runs all the way.
It was a good shot because the ball was right up in his half from Nino Henry. A poor delivery, I thought, on his occasion, and given the treatment that it deserves.
Yes, so 6 runs from the over, according to my reckoning. Extras 15 overs, 12, total 85 for 4. Empire needs a partnership here.
Yeah, they need a partnership. They're going currently at 7.08, and the run rate has crept back. The required rate has crept back above what they're going now. So they need this partnership. They're going to need these two to put on a solid, big partnership in quick time.
Low field is hitting down the ground. In the air for a while, but the fielder in a texture cover was too far away from it for that to be considered even a chance of any imagination. Single as Francis settles. Usain, and for this delivery, he's back and punching in. Henry fields. Don't think, well, for the benefit of our listeners who might be on radio or someone who may not be seeing the live feed, Lowenfield is actually a left-hander.
Yes, he is.
Just wanted to point that out to those who are not having the benefit of watching the coverage. It's on Facebook and YouTube on the ABCA.
We want folks to
pages.
share it as much as possible. And I'm also saying to those businesses that are listening, this competition needs a sponsor for next year. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing,
Any suggestions, Denmo?
we have many. West Indies Oil Company, we have Goddard Catering, we have quite a number of businesses, Hadid Motors, even the Ryan. All of these people need to start to get back involved in the cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda. Because that's the only way that we're going to be able to that's the only way that we're going to be able to get the cricket going on. When you look and see the number of youngsters in the Empire side, the Tanis Francis, the Jacques Nathanes, the Ajari Josephs of this world, they need support. When you look around all the other teams too, there were young players coming through that are going to need the support of the business community. So those persons who can probably need to give the ABCA a call come next year, and let us make sure that this competition, which is a very good competition, that it has the support, and maybe all the ABCA competitions throughout, because the cricket in the Caribbean is not going to get better if it is not supported, and it needs to be supported by the business community.
There was an animated and very spirited discussion for the last 2 or 3 minutes between the New Inchops Lions players and umpire Nigel Clark, and he was signaling a free hit. So
yeah, I think they had too many fielders out of the circle.
And this one is hit down the ground, but it'll only be a single for Tanis Francis. I think we're going to have a double change at the end of this over. Then more will be greeted with the
no, just Jack Matthew
only
is
Jack.
going to
I
come
thought
and
the venerable president of the ABCA, Mr. Rodney, was going to come in.
He likes to run away.
Oh, he say he will come in for a few minutes. Yeah, so he himself and Jack will take it, while yourself and I will take a breather. Lowenfield is getting a little bit wide of off stump, and it's going to be signaled wide. So another single, 87 for 4. This is the 13th over, and it's dropped out. The ball dropped in front of us.
It dropped before it got to him at slip. But a nice thick edge, though. But it went straight down from Lowenfield.
So Lowenfield has to be careful. Usain, and this delivery is coming forward. Don't you think Lowenfield can maybe stretch out a little bit more, then more come down the track and try to maybe be a little bit more aggressive?
He has to be a little bit more positive. Maybe not aggressive, but positive. A lot more positive. Use his feet a little more.
He's back again and playing it on the offside.
Because every dot ball that he faces like that, he's building pressure on his team. And he wants to turn the strike over so that the scoreboard continues to take over. Because every time they have a dot delivery, the run rate required decimal just increases a little bit more.
So Alzaria's moved from slip to silly mid-off. And that
Not quite silly. I mean, we would call it maybe a short mid-off position. But the end of an interesting over has come up. At the end of it, we're going to have that double change. First, you're going to hear Jack Matthew, who's going to come in. And then a little later on, he's going to be joined for a few minutes by Leon Kuma Rodney.
So the demands on Empire becoming greater and greater. They've lost wickets, and although they are scoring at a rate not far behind the required one, they have to sustain it over a very long period. And at one point they were just about 8, and it has declined to 7.15 now. And with 4 wickets down, it's going to be increasingly difficult for them. But we're talking about a game of cricket. Here's the captain, and it's hit hard over the top. That's 4 runs to Tanis Francis. And he's the key man here. He would have to do something special for Empire to stay in it, but he has the capacity to do so. And that shot was a reminder, hitting it hard down the ground, and the ball rushing into the straight mid-off position for 4.
Good afternoon, listeners, and yes, and viewers. He will have to definitely do something special, but after that shot, I've seen him start a hole in his right hamstring. Let's hope that is nothing serious, and he can stay there and do some work for Empire.
More, and he's looking for a quick single, and he gets it. Damien Lowenfield responding well. He's very fast between the wickets, Tanis Francis, and they need these singles because you cannot chase down that score with those boundaries. That's the nature of the game.
That is true, Jack, but I think that Empire would have given the momentum, to be honest with you, to the New Winchop Lions. In the first place, if you win the toss on a pitch like this, I don't know why you would want to give anybody any batting first, but I'm from old school. You don't win tosses and pitches like this and give nobody no batting. You set the pace and then let them follow.
More to Lowenfield, and here he's hooking at this delivery, gets it down to backward square, and he'll get a couple of runs here. One of the ambidextrous players around. Damien Lowenfield bowls right and bats left, and he's another key cog in the wheel of Empire. Should he stay there for a long time, they could still have that ray of hope.
A very good player. I think that they still have some powerhouse. You have Justin Atkins to come, and on a pitch like this, anything can happen. And then, as you know, game of glorious uncertainties.
87 for 4. This is over number 13, and this hit down the ground, well fielded by Jermaine Otto. He has been a spark in the field so far, and they get only a single. Well, they probably could have had 2 there. It was Otto sprinting around from the long off position, almost in front of the side screen, knocking the ball back, and they got only 1 for it. Surprisingly,
I think the batter felt that he had a boundary, not paying full attention to what's really happening. They call game awareness.
Yes. And you must always make sure, run the first run quickly. That's the principle of batting. This ball is down the leg side. Tanis Francis was trying to just whip it away down to the square leg region. Not been able to make contact, but they will add to their score with that extra. And it has pushed on to 87 for 4.
Yes, and Jack, I think from being around cricket for a very long time, I don't know, for some reason, run out when you're batting creates a problem on your batting team.
More once more, and they'll get a single. Tanis Francis is coming on to the... He plays with a degree of ease, doesn't he, Tanis Francis? Yes. But talking about the run out, he was very much part and parcel of that. I think he initiated the run when Jack Van Athenes got run out.
As I always say to players, listen, 2 people have to take the run, right? It was one of the most ridiculous run out I've ever seen. The ball was played, I think, to gully. But the batman going to the danger and never even tried to dive or shoot his bat, as we call it, you know. So there wasn't any effort at all made by the batter going to the danger end to try and save his wicket. So, you know, it was just, as I said, it's one of the most ridiculous run out I've ever seen in any format of cricket. Whether it's blind school cricket or test match cricket or any format of cricket, it was one of the worst I have ever seen. You already make up your mind you're going for the one, so you got to try and save your wicket by diving in or shoot your bat, as we call it, but he never made any effort. And it's just a bad thing. Whenever you're chasing or whenever you're playing cricket in general, run out tends to cause some problems. But I think that we have a good turnout today, watching the cricket, giving support to the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association Super 40. And it's a reasonable turnout. People come out supporting the team. I see a few fans from the nation, supporting the nation. And obviously New Winship also have a very big following at the present moment.
Just going back to that run out, and it has come in an era where they leave everything on the pitch, as they say. Ball is driven, but he doesn't time it, Damien Lowenfield, and good bit of work there by the fielder Nino Henry, moving around from that straightish mid-wicket position. You know, you watch the IPL, you watch international cricket now, and the players, they're diving all over the place, frantically trying to save runs, trying to prevent themselves from being run out. And so indeed, he should have really been sprinting up the pitch and into a dive. Probably would have saved him. Probably.
Yeah, it was already a bad decision that the ball was just played to the man at gully. With the speed that the ball went to the guy at to the field at gully, you know, right away you're putting yourself in jeopardy.
And there was a moment of hesitation as well, and that would cause time to elapse. Cracked off the back foot, they get a single. Jermaine Otto, who was the player who effected that run out, fields at extra cover. And the score pushes on. It's now on to, I think we have a
87 for 4.
I think there's a lapse in the scoring system right now.
Oh, 101.
Right.
101 for 4 for
Yes,
40.
so there seems to be a technological glitch right now. And so the score has gone past 100. 4 are down, and they add to that with a couple of runs down in the vicinity of fine leg.
I'll tell you, if these two batters continue to bat, it's not far-fetched that they can get the ones, but you just can't go losing any further wickets at the present moment.
Tannes is sweeping at this ball. Loud appeal by Ian Yuseb, the off spinner, but Nigel Clark says no, and they sprint back for what are 2 leg byes. So 2 leg byes adding to the score, and the over has come to an end from Ian Yuseb, and it's now 105. Is it 105 for the loss of 4?
Yes, 105. I think that it's still gettable. Let us understand that there's 2 very competitive teams playing here. New Winchop's Lions, full of experience. You have the Aljawi, Joseph, Nino Henry, Cameron, Penny Feather. All these guys are very experienced guys. Empire just getting into the middle of the batting. Tannes is in good forms. Damien Lowenfield not a slouch at all with the bat. You still have Justin Atenes and company to come. We can still have a match on.
Here is Nino Henry, and a ball which perhaps is taking the batsman on the pad. We'll see now if there's a leg by. Yes, ball hitting him on the pad. Casilo Allen signaling the leg by. A loud appeal led by the captain and bowler in Nino Henry.
Still believe the momentum is with the New Winchop Lions at the present moment. Empire going to have to show that they can bring down the run rate a little bit, and if you can get it down some more without losing any further wickets, then we can probably have a match on this afternoon.
It's 106. This is over number 16 in progress, and Tannis Francis is trying to whip the ball into. Here's a wild return coming in from Dario Hodge. The ball missing the stumps at the bowler's end by a mile, and it's backed up by Siobhan Moore at the mid-off position. He'll now come into a mid-on position as the left-handed Damien Lowenfield comes into strike. So they managed to get a run there as they try to keep at least within striking distance of the target. Ball is punched off the back foot.
Yeah, I think very good bowling by Nino Henry. That one was just a bit short of a length, hustling on to Damien Loyfield, which push it up to, seems to be Alzawi Joseph in the cover position there, and that's no runs.
Tannis Francis is on 46 from 45, 6 fours. And Damien Lowenfield on 8 from 17. Lowenfield in strike to the bowling of Nino Henry, and he'll get a run for it. Lowenfield is looking for the second, but Tannis Francis says no, as the return came in from Demari Benter. And so only a single for Lowenfield. He is on to 9 now from 18. And Tannis Francis, in sight of a half century, he's on 46 from 45, 6 fours. It's 108 for 4 over number 16 in progress. So they need 186 of 146 deliveries. 186 of 146 deliveries in T20 cricket. That could be possible when we're talking about the Super 40 game. But who knows? Nino Henry into Tannis, and he stays this one deliberately down to third man, and it has gone away for 4. Beautiful stroke. It was a deliberate
And that brought up his half century.
stroke, yes, and that brings up his 50. And he raises his bat, and really, he knows that the job is not finished. He'd like to be there right on at the end there. It was a good stroke. It was outside the off stump, and he hit it away from the keeper. He knew the third man was in the orthodox third man position. He would have been very fine to have stopped that.
Yeah, just using
And
the
it went
pace,
away for
just
4.
using the pace of the ball, of the bowling of Nina Henry. Very well played by the young man.
He's 50 from 46 deliveries, 7 fours. Tannis Francis, a very good player, young prospect. And here's he whipping the ball over the top. It has gone away for 6. Wonderful stroke by Tannis Francis. It was an unusual stroke. When he made contact with the bat, when the ball made contact with the bat, his left leg was in the air, and it was a sort of a flick on one leg. It was a beautiful stroke. It went over the fine leg position for 6.
Well, I don't know if I can say that it's unusual. I've been watching cricket for a very long time, and it sort of looked like a Gordon Greenwich, Viv Richards, Desmond Haynes kind of a shot, you know, where you just raise the front leg and just whip it over backward of point for 6. As a matter of fact, I think Chris Gale may have had that shot as a left-hander down pat, you know. But it was beauty. It was a beauty by Tannis, youngster coming through. Hopefully he can continue to reach the higher heights.
I said unusual in the context. It's not a shot you're going to see every day in every game. This ball is played defensively by Damien Lowenfield, and there is no run.
Lowenfield will have to respect the kind of forms that Tannis is in and try to just turn the strike over and say, it's your time, do your thing.
Yes, he's one of the better batters in this Empire lineup as well.
Yes, I think
And so he
Damien,
knows his importance out there.
I think Damien just allowing too many dot balls. There's a big field. Just turn the ball, get a single, bring Tannis and strike.
He's on 9 from 20 now. And here's he cutting this ball away down towards the point position. The return comes to the bowler's end, looking to run out Damien Lowenfield. Perhaps he would have been touch and go had it hit the stumps.
I think he would have been gone.
Would have
I
been
think-
out, yes.
I
it
believe
was
so.
Very,
I believe
very
he would have
close.
been
He
gone
looked
if
to
that
be,
was.
looked to be shot when the
Yeah.
ball went past the stumps.
But that is something that he has to do.
And he's not the fastest of movers either.
Exactly.
So he has to be,
But he
you
has
know.
to. He has to be able to turn over the strike. Give Tannis a
Right.
chance to keep doing the work.
Here is Ian Youssef, and this is delicately played down to third man. The ball will run away into the boundary. It's slowing up. Will he get there ahead of the fielder? It does. And that's another beautiful stroke by Tannis Francis. Really a sense of awareness, game awareness. He knew there was no one at slip. The third man was inside the 30-yard circle. He allowed the ball to come onto him, and he played in a deft manner,
Just
just
use
opening the face of the bat.
Just using
and
the
running
pace
it
of the
down to
ball,
the third
running it
man.
down to third man for 4. Beautiful. You can tell that this young man has a good sense of brain in his head.
Yes.
That
He
he's fully aware of the placement of the field, and he knows.
He has the mental capacity, he has the technique as well. And here is he just nudging the ball into the onside and going for the single. Jeremy Otto can do absolutely nothing about that. And so he gets a run. And he knows the importance of singles.
And observe how he took the single. Soft hands. Alzari is at short mid-off. Short mid-off. Jermaine Otto is mid-wicket. And just soft hands. Got the single. Bring back Damian Lowenfield on strike. If Lowenfield can take any energy from young Tanez, all he has to do, keep rotating the strike, build the pressure, the run rate will come down, and who knows, we may have a very, very good finish on our hands.
He's 61 from 49, 8 fours. Lowenfield on 10 turns the ball away for his 11th run of his 22nd delivery, and the score has pushed on to 125 for 4 at the end of over number 17. 125 for 4 after over number 17. They need 169 of 138 deliveries, and who knows, in this game of cricket, once the target becomes smaller, the odds can be in favor of the batting side as well, because if they keep their wickets in hand, especially with these two batting deep, you never know what the outcome could be. Francis 61, Damian Lowenfield 11, 125 for 4, 17 gone.
Yes, very good pitch condition also, so you have to take that in consideration. I like Tanez. He likes batting, and that's important for a youngster. Damian is no slouch, as we know, and we have Justin Atenez still in the pavilion with his company, and anything can happen in this game. They just have to continue to go. I really like some youngsters that have been seeing Jack, but I don't really want to take up too much of your time. So Denmore, we're going to call on Denmore to come back in as I go about my merry way to do the business of cricket.
Thank you very much, Leon Kuma-Rodney, president of the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, making his input, a former player, of course, and now in the administrative role. And he has to go away to make sure that all is well from an administrative perspective, and then Denmore Roberts comes back with the game heading towards an interesting situation. These two players are very adept players. They know the situation. They would have been in this situation before, and they know the requirement of both of them is to bat deep. And here is Damian Lowenfield getting a single as he tugs the ball down to the long on position for 1 run, 126 now for 4.
Continue the partnership. Get as big as possible partnership. And what is important is to keep the strike turning over. So even if the boundaries are not coming, they need to get as many of the singles and twos as possible. What will happen is that if this partnership continues to grow, it will start to put the pressure back on the New Winchop's team. And you know that in cricket, that pressure, momentum, those sort of things can change games. So I think that the longer that this partnership continues, the more pressure will be on the fielding team.
Nino Henry is in, and in fact it's Penny Feather, and this ball is steered away down to third man, 4 runs to Tanez Francis, again using the pace of the bowler and guiding that ball down to the third man position for a boundary that was unprotected, and so he has pushed on into the 60s. What
is happening now is that Tanez Francis is showing good batsmanship. That the fact that he's not just trying to go for power, he's starting to use touch. And so now what is happening is that the bowlers, they don't know how to bowl to him, because he's not just bludgeoning the ball and so that they feel, you know what, I'm going to pitch it up to him because he's going to eventually hit one in the air. He's using touch cricket, which is very good.
He's on to 65. And he's getting a single here as he just comes forward and runs the ball into the offside and sets off for the single. Damian Lowenfield has been responding well. They seem to have a good communication between them. Probably they would have batted a lot of times together. And so he responded well to the call, and he was off for the single. So he's on to 66 now. Came into this match with 331 runs, including a century, no 50s, so his first 50 of this season. And he had a strike rate of 130.83. Would have enhanced that strike rate. And here is a chance at the bowler's end for a run out. But Damian Lowenfield gets over. The ball misses the stumps. And they get another run. So that the boundaries are coming and the singles are coming.
Pressure. And it's called putting pressure on the fielding team. Because they're not stopping the singles. And every now and then you get the odd boundary. It all counts. It's ticking over the scoreboard. It's keeping them up with the scoring rate and putting the pressure back on the fielding team.
Tannis Francis on strike again, and again he nudges the ball down to third man. He's rushing for the first run. He's coming back for the second. Yes, he is. And he gets it. Is he out? I think he is.
Yeah, he's just a
He has
little
been
bit
run
short.
out.
Yeah, that direct hit.
It was a direct hit by the fielder.
Yeah, that
That's
was always
Ian
going
Yuseb.
to be.
And it was
the
always
problem.
risky. It was always risky coming back for the second. And he was just short. He was just short. He was just short of it. Yes, it was a direct hit. And that's the thing about direct hits. Once the ball hits the stump directly from the fielder, it's always a touch and go situation.
Yeah,
And yes, he was
yeah.
just short.
Yeah,
Yes,
he was
a-
short.
inches,
now
I
you
saw,
see it. Yeah, it
inches
looks
away.
as if he was a couple of inches short there. Yeah, and again, they would always
It
tell
was
you don't
risky.
run on a misfield.
Yeah.
Right? They tell you that don't run on a misfield. It was a little bit of a fumble by the fielder down at the third man position. He came back for the second, and it would have taken a direct hit. And a direct hit they got, and he was, from what we looked at the replay, he looked a couple of inches short. Good decision by umpire Nigel Clark.
And a very good return there from Ian Yuseb, hitting the stumps direct from third man.
Yeah, he bobbled
So he
it a
was
little bit first, but then once he got control and he had that throw from third man, and he was very deep as well. And once you had a direct hit, I think if Tannis Francis goes and takes a look at that one again, probably on the replay, he wouldn't be as disappointed as he looks, because he was a couple of inches short.
And on both occasions, it was really his fault, I think. On both occasions, in the
Both
two
run out
run-out
situation.
Yes,
Yeah.
because he initiated that. He was hustling towards the far end, looking to come back for the second. He felt he had an opportunity when he saw the misfield, and he came back.
And that's
And
an
really-
aspect. That's probably an aspect of his game that he has to
Yeah, he
sort
cannot
out.
be chancy
That-
with
that,
with yeah.
He tends to be a little bit chancy with the running. Maybe his judgment in terms of running has to
Well,
improve
maybe
a
he
whole
believes
lot.
that he's fast enough, but he's not running under 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And so he has to keep that in mind. You know, you have to be the fastest man in the world or something to be able to complete
And
those
we've
runs.
seen a lot, Jack, in watching international cricket, that when it comes to direct hit, you never know.
Yes, and
More
you're taking a
often-
chance. Yes.
More often than not, when there's a direct hit, the batter finds themselves short.
Yes.
Even if it's just a couple of centimeters, they normally look short. And from what we've seen on the replay here, he looked, because based on when the ball hit the bat, the wicket, based on how he was shooting the bat, he looked as if he was short from our vantage point.
So that would have compounded Empire's situation. They're 133 for 5 of 18 overs, 133 for 5 of 18. They're still very much adrift of that target of 294. Francis, that's Tannis Francis, he made 67 from 52 deliveries, 9 fours and 1 6. A delightful hit over fine leg for 6.
Still a ways to go, Jack, but the fact that they're losing wickets regularly is the problem that they're having. I think that, like I said, that partnership between Tannis Francis and Damien Lowenfield needed to be a big partnership. And once that is the situation, then they're going to struggle. And right now with Demari Benter coming on, who has had a good tournament with the ball, it's going to even probably a little bit more difficult for the Empire Nation team.
The other Francis who opened the batting with Tannis, that's Dari Francis, he made 6. Jacqueline Athenaeus fell for 9. First ball from Demari Benter is pushed away into the offside by Damien Lowenfield for a single. He goes on to 15 with that stroke. And Ziani De Silva went for 4. George Elvin for 12. Melvin Charles has come out to join Damien Lowenfield. And the score is now 134 for 5. 134 for 5. Lowenfield, in fact, is on 14.
Demari Benter
from
being number
25.
5 on the bowling chart for this tournament so far. 15 wickets at an economy rate of 3.43. So he's been very effective. Orandel Boston as well, who is not playing in this match for CMW New Wintrops, is at the top of the bowling chart.
Talking about the bowling so far for New Winthrop's Lions. Alzari Joseph, the West Indies pacer, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. Ball at a fiery pace. Melvin Charles is defending. It's his second delivery, and he's yet to get off the mark. Siobhan Moore, 4 overs, 1 for 29. Demari Benter, the off spinner, is in, and another dot ball pushed down to the mid-on area for Alzari Joseph.
Years ago, Melvin Charles was an effective middle order batsman. He was very aggressive, but has not been the same maybe for the last 2 or so seasons.
Yes, he faces Benter. This one is going straight outside the line of the off stump. And they'll come back, they'll get an extra run here. The return is fired towards the keeper's end, taken by Bartlett Henry, but they managed to come back for the second run. Was it Dario Hodge who was the culprit on that occasion? Yes, not the fastest of movers, and then his return was way off, was miles away from
throwing one away, and we see some problem here for Melvin Charles,
perhaps
probably just having a little bit of a hamstring, maybe some cramps.
Right. Yes.
He was really striving back for that second run, and overstriding, maybe not the fittest of persons, and is now needing some assistance there from his dressing room.
Yeah, completing the bowling for New Winthrop's Lions so far. Cameron Pennyfeather, 3 overs, none for 21. Nino Henry, the captain, 4 overs, none for 36. Ian Yusef, 4 overs, 1 for 17. And Demari Bente is in the course of his first over. So Melvin Charles is down. Will he be able to continue? We don't know. He's down at the moment. Looked to be a hamstring problem or some sort of cramp. And assistance is coming from the dressing room. From an umpire perspective, it's good that he'll be able to continue. If he's unable to, it will add further to the woes of Empire in the pursuit of 294.
Yeah, it might even cause Captain Justin Athenes to have to come to the crease earlier than he might have thought. But he's back on his feet, so he might be able to continue. We will check to see if it's hamstring or maybe just cramps that he's having. He's now standing. Ian Tittle is standing there with him, but it almost looks as if he's going to go off. So
yes.
Not looking good for Melvin Charles on this occasion.
Yeah. And he's clutching at that left hamstring, because he had to sprint coming back for the second run. There was where the injury occurred, and really it has not been Empire's day so far.
No, it has not been.
They were belted all over the
far.
field.
Yeah.
And when they looked to be in a position that they could really threaten, they suffered some sort of loss. After the fall of Dari's wicket, there was that productive partnership developing, and then the run out came when his partner, that's Jacqueline Athenes, was run out. So at stages they looked to be in a threatening position, but once it reached that phase, something detrimental happened to them, and this is another case.
Yeah, I think from the get-go, when I saw the Empire Nation team, I felt that they were short of bowlers. So I was surprised when they won the toss that they elected to bowl. I would have chosen to try and put as many runs on the board as possible. Having seen how the ARG pitchers played the last 2 games played here, we've literally had almost 3,500 runs scored on it in the last few games. People scoring double centuries as well. Almost, if not the same pitch.
The strip is just about the same.
Just about the same.
Treatment.
Looks the same. And so it's a batsman's paradise. And I would have really, with the Empire team being short of bowlers, probably look to bat first, see how big a score I can get, and then hope that, in chasing the New Wintrops, batters would make mistakes.
So Justin Athenes has come down. He has driven his first ball for 4. So the captain has come out and authoritatively gets off the mark. A ball up to him from the off spinner, Demari Benton. He planted his foot forward and hit it hard away from Yuseb at mid-off, down to the boundary for 4.
So he's come out in a no-nonsense mood, and he needs to play a similar innings like the one that he played against the Liberta Blackhawks.
140 for 5. Over number 19 nearing its end. Athenaeus pulls away. The signal of dead ball comes from umpire Nigel Clark. So he will need to do something special here for his team. Damien Lowenfield, the experienced player, is at the non-striker's end. And so much resting on the shoulders of these two. He's forward to this delivery as the over comes to an end. 19 overs gone, 140 for 5. Still some way adrift. But they have wickets at the moment. 5 wickets still in the bag. And anything can happen in this wonderful game.
He made 71 not out
of
of 47 deliveries against the Liberta Blackhawks when they were chasing a score of 241 for victory, taking them to 244 for 7 with just 1 delivery left in the match. 71 not out. 6 fours and 4 sixes in that innings. He needs to play similar innings for his team today if he's going to bring them anywhere close to winning today.
154 still required of 126 deliveries. They need to score at 7.33. With the likes of Justin Athenaeus, that is possible. And as the overs wind down and they keep within that rate, and these two are still at the crease, we could still have a very, very good finish on our hands. And both of them are mindful of that. They're experienced players, and they would be mindful of that. They need to keep the wickets intact. Alzari Joseph is back into the attack, and Damien Lowenfield is clipping it down to fine leg. Doesn't get a single because the fine leg fielder is within the 30-yard circle. And so the score is kept on 140 for 5 at the start of the 20th over of the inning. So we're just about approaching the halfway stage, and they're close to the halfway point of the pursuit, meaning that they need 154 more runs of 125 balls. But Alzari Joseph is a serious contender. He has already picked up 1 wicket. He has been going at a reasonable rate. 18 from his first 3 overs. Here is a single for Damien Lowenfield as he clips it into the forward square leg position. The mid wicket in Nino Henry having some running to do, and so do the batters. So the score is inched on to 141 for 5.
And I think New Drops Lions knows that with these two at the crease, that anything can happen. I think they know that's why they brought back Alzari at this stage. They're trying to get that breakthrough, hoping that Alzari can break this partnership, can pick up one of these two batters here. They also know that when Athenaeus comes to bat, he's not as comfortable against fast bowling as he is with spinners. And so I believe that's the reason why they would have brought back Alzari as well, with a little bit of added pace and the way that Athenaeus plays, Alzari would be very effective against Justin Athenaeus.
He's going over the wicket now as the right-handed Athenaeus comes into strike. He was around the wicket for the left-handed Lowenfield. Alzari Joseph speeds in, and Athenaeus is taken on the pad. Loud appeal. Umpire Allen says out. Allen says out. I thought for a moment it would look to be a little bit high. I thought it was a little bit high, but he says out. So
yeah,
Justin Athenaeus
I would love to see
back.
that one again, because I thought similar to you.
I thought it was a little
Allen
bit high.
took a long time and thought about it, and then eventually raised his hand. Justin Athenaeus looks very disappointed.
He looks perplexed. Looked to
So
be
we're
a
just
little
having
bit
a look?
high. Yes,
Yeah,
it looked above the pad.
probably.
It looked to be high.
Probably,
Yeah, it looked to be
a
high.
little bit high on
I
that
thought it was
occasion.
a.
Yeah, it was
I
unfortunate.
thought it was not a good judgment on the part.
Yeah, it
of-
would have definitely gone over the top of the stumps
Yeah.
there on that occasion.
So that's confirmation. It was high. It was high. Unfortunately for Athenaeus and for Empire, and when the umpires stay long, it seems to be an
There is
element of
there's
doubt.
a doubt, yeah.
There's an element of doubt. I posted that
we
to
would
a
say,
long-time umpire,
yeah,
one of
we
our
would say-
venerable umpires one time. I know what the umpire told me. The umpire told me not necessarily because they're in doubt. They're just making sure.
Making sure and doubt is the same thing. What we would teach in refereeing, we would say in refereeing, if you're in doubt, don't wave. If you're in doubt, keep the flag down.
Precisely.
Right? Or on the side of caution. So if
Right.
you're in doubt, if it takes that long for you to give the decision, it means that you don't think it is, say not out. And then, let the argument be on the fact that, you said not out rather than you gave it out when the evidence would show differently.
Yeah. So Melvin Charles comes back and walking well.
Yeah, I think it was cramp.
Cramps.
Probably just needed
Some fluid intake.
fluid intake and maybe a massage to stretch that cramp out, and he should be okay.
So he's back into the fray. Alzari Joseph is on his way to bowl to him. And he's driving and caught at extra cover. So the woes continue here for Empire Nation. They're in trouble. Melvin Charles, after retiring with a foot injury, has come back. His very first ball received from Alzari Joseph, hit it straight to extra cover. So he has to go back. He has been dismissed for 2. And the score is now 141 for 7.
Yeah, very little movement of the feet, just maybe a half stride, and he was drove it uppishly straight to the fielder at that short extra cover position, who took a pretty straightforward catch. The ball went straight into him, and the Empire team is now sliding to defeat, you would think, in this competition. But again, I said earlier, that is why they brought back Alzari Joseph, to get a breakthrough, to try and break the partnership. They did not want Athenes and Lowenfield to start to build a partnership and gain some confidence. Because if they gain confidence, and with the spinners still to come, Athenes can take this game away from you. And bringing back Alzari Joseph with that very intention to have a faster bowler on, somebody of pedigree, and look to break the partnerships. And he's not only broken the partnership, he's got 2 wickets.
Yes, it has paid huge dividends. He's now taking 3 for 19 in 3.4 overs. So he has done precisely what was asked of him. And he's still rearing to go, looking to get at the new batter, who is Gary Jubri. He has come out with his side tottering at 141 for 7. So the wicketkeeper batsman has come in at number 9 in the order. Alzari Joseph with his tail up to Jubri, and Jubri is allowing the ball to go by outside the line of the off stump to wicketkeeper Bartlett Henry.
He thought of playing and then belatedly just removing the bat, allowing it to go through to Henry behind the stumps, who has not necessarily had the best of games behind the stumps, Bartlett Henry.
And he didn't have a good time in front of it either.
No, not at all. He
I
didn't
think
score.
He made a duck.
Did he score? I'll just check. I don't think that he scored.
I don't think he scored.
Yeah, two ball duck.
Right. So not a memorable final for him.
Not at all.
As a person, but as a team, it may well work out to be a memorable final, because they would have won the title.
Certainly.
Unless there's a dramatic turnaround.
And they would have been well deserved if they come out victors, because it shows what happens when you put your things, your plans in place, when you put all of your situations intact. You start to train before the season start. You have a little bit of organization. You get some good players to come to your club. It can pay dividends. And the New Winchops Club this year, they were able to attract Tyrone Williams Jr. They also got Alzari Joseph to come over there. Jedediah Martin joined them as well. And they've put things in place, and they're playing well.
And the influential person there, the coach, Abdel Hughes. And he has put a lot of work into their preparations. And he exudes confidence. He talks in a very confident way. And he has certainly put in a lot of effort.
And you have to give him credit. You have
yes,
to give him a lot of credit. Yeah. So we're going to see a free hit situation. We see umpire Clark signaling free hit. Must have been a no ball situation on that occasion. 143 for 7.
Will he make advantage? Will he take advantage of this? The batter on strike is Gary Jubry. Will he be able to do something with it? Free hit. He has hit it hard. He has hit it away, and it has gone for 4. Few bounces. You lost sight of it.
Yeah, lost sight of it just
I
momentarily.
managed to pick it up when it was a few bounces away from the boundary. Yes, I lost sight of it.
Looked as if it
well.
was carrying, but
Yes.
just falling a couple of bounces in.
Yes.
For a moment, I was wondering if he had
capacity.
if he had noticed the free hit, because his head was down and he was looking to take his guard when umpire Clark was signaling.
Well, he did, because he really launched himself into that. This time he's more circumspect as he plays it back along the pitch to the off spin. I thought that was a straight ball. I think we have seen a few straight deliveries from Damari Benta looking to deceive the batsman, and they belatedly go for a single here. They had a lot of time to go for it, because not only it was wide of the fielder, but it was wide of the fielder in Dario Hodge, not the fastest of
Hodge
movers.
has not shown that he's the fastest of
and
fielders.
one who has had a wretched time out in the field
I
today.
remember one going through his legs into the boundary.
So
for
they
4.
saw it as absolutely no risk. Are we being too hard on Dario? No, I don't think.
No, we're not. It's a finals. you're in a finals playing at the top level in your country. You deserve.
And if he's honest with himself, he would acknowledge that he has not been up to par.
Yep, certainly. I was surprised when I saw his name though in the squad instead of Richardson. Richardson's
away.
All
those guys are away.
All those guys are away.
Yeah, what happened?
We keep seeing the names on the sheet.
A team has gone away to represent the University of the West Indies.
They went with UE.
And
okay.
so,
he's in Trinidad too.
Yes.
Okay.
A multiple faceted team, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's part of that lineup, so he's not in Antigua.
So he's not here.
So that's why.
Because I was surprised. I was looking for him.
Yeah, that's why some of the players are missing. Yeah. Right. And Jedediah Martin.
I think Jedediah has gone off to England.
Right. Damari Bent has been to England. He's into the attack now. And this is hit by Damien Lowenfield down to the boundary, and he gets a 4 for it. The fielder looks to be Ian Youssef, who came sprinting around to his right. Got his fingertips to it, but not being able to prevent the ball from going into the boundary. So the last ball of that over yields a 4. And Empire Nation trying to survive here. They need 294 to win the match. At the moment, they are 154 for 7 after 21.
And I've heard from that score of 67 there from Tanner's Francis. The Empire Nation scorecard doesn't read very well. 6, 9, 4, 12, 21, 2, 4, and 6 so far. So just 67 from Tanner's Francis being the major score. And Empire Nation would need a lot more from their batters if they're going to challenge this total. But they're running out of batters. They've lost 7 wickets already. Just 3 more for New Winchops to get to win this game. And they're trying their best because they've kept on Alzari Joseph searching for another wicket.
Indiscreet running has been a factor, major factor in their decline. I think this ball is angled down the leg side, signal by the umpire that one would have missed leg stump. Ball from Alzari Joseph beating the bats and crashing into the pad there of Gary Jubry.
More of a stifled appeal.
Yes.
More so than anything else.
Yes. And so they scrambled a leg by. 155 for 7 is the score now. So with every passing delivery, it becomes more difficult for Empire Nation. Caribbean Motor Works, New Winthrops, very much on target to pull off another trophy winning performance in this ABCA Super 40 final here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. A picturesque Antigua Recreation Grounds when we look at the outfield, despite the dry conditions, and the strip looks to be in perfect order. Another single had as the ball is just pushed away into the offside by low infield. 156 for 7.
Yeah, 156 for 7. The thing about it that they've scored pretty well because it's just 20. They're just 22 overs. We're in the 22nd over of this inning, so there's still time. Still pretty much 112 deliveries to go to get 134 runs. So if you speak of it in terms of cricket, in the modern game, it sounds like Empire Nation should still be able to get to that total. But the thing about it is the quality of batting that is left to come and is at the crease right now.
And the number of wickets that have fallen as well. Taken on the pad, and Alzari just indicating that one would have missed the leg stump by a mile.
Yeah.
So the appeal was stifled by the close fielders.
Yeah, he just pointing that one was going down.
But again, Gary Jubri was beaten by the pace of Alzari Joseph, who was bowled fast, one of the fastest bowlers in the world.
Yeah. One of the things though that I find that he's doing in this spell is that he's been trying to so much attack the stump. He's tending to push the ball towards the leg stump. I think that he needs to concentrate a little bit more of getting it on the off stump line. He still has a slip in place and probably looking to bring that slip into play.
You're right, because those last two deliveries have been ineffective. He is looking to hook this one. Gary Joby gets it high up on the bat and it goes lobbing up towards the mid-on position and just trickled to Jermaine Otto, and they got a single for it. So he was trying to hook the West Indies fast bowler, but not been able to execute it.
That one was too quick onto him. Came onto him very quickly. Before he was through the shot, the ball had already crashed into the bat, almost taking a leading edge going back to the bowler in Alzari Joseph, but he was able to scramble a single.
Perhaps the fastest bowler he has ever faced. Juvri.
Possibly.
We don't know. But certainly it's good to see Alzari Joseph playing at this level, having played at the highest level of the game, current West Indies fast bowler.
And I think it's important, Jack, that when they are available in these other situations, that they still enjoy the game at club level.
Low infield is looking for a run, has to go back into his crease because there are two fielders converging on that one, and it would have been suicidal. It probably would have been the third run out of the innings. Yes, their presence certainly is an impetus and a form of encouragement to not only those who are playing but those who want to play.
One of the things though that I have a little bit of an issue with is the quality of performance of some of the players though when they play at this level. I tend to think that they don't stand out enough. And I'm of the firm opinion that once you've gotten to the next level, yes, it's cricket. You can get a good ball that gets you out easily. But when you get in and when you're in, you're supposed to look different to the other ordinary players.
So you're saying sometimes they may be carefree or or just they decide that they don't put their best foot
they're
forward.
not putting their best foot forward in my mind, and really showing what they're worth when they play at this level.
Well, we know in the semi-final, was it the final of ABCA two-day competition, Alzari Joseph was far from that. This ball is beating the batters.
Certainly stood out.
He virtually won the battle.
Yeah, he stood out. He stood out in that game. But in that final two, you also had Rakeem Cornwall, you had Kareem Agor, you had Kofi James, who should have really made it a better game in the sense of their performance didn't live up to the standard that Alzari was showing. Alzari was at this level, high level, on the opposition side, and then you had people who had already reached up to the high level like him, Rakeem Cornwall, you had Kareem Agor, Kofi James, etc., even Elroy Francis and so on. They did not look the part in that match, and that is the point that I'm making, that in a finals or in those high level matches when all of them are available, it's supposed to be a high level game. It's supposed to be performance all around.
Indeed. They continue to labor at the moment. Empire Nation out in the middle. They're 158 for 7. It has become laborious because they're not scoring boundaries, and that's certainly very much part of the equation right now. That's one of the requirements for them to hit boundaries if they're going to really have a last-minute swing at this target. And here's brilliant fielding by Demari Benta, just going very, very quickly away and diving away to his right to cut that ball off. He would have been a single. There's a long off in place, but he's playing the game hard, which is what they should do. This is hit harder and away from the fielder at that short mid-off position.
I don't think Alzari wanted to put his hand in the way of that one because it is very, very hard.
And he has a test match coming up, doesn't he? Next month, I think, right here in Antigua.
Well, we're hoping that he's selected for that test match.
He's got to be selected for that test match.
Jack, I like your faith.
Yes, well, based on the West Indies test match composition, he would be selected. Another direct hit. This time he gets home. Damien Lowenfield.
Good call, good running. Was very alert to that one. The ball was played softly, and it was always going to take an extraordinary effort to run him out, and he got home pretty safely in the end.
160 for 7 now, over number 23 in progress. So will they be able to get up to even to 30 overs? Will they be able to survive? Damien Lowenfield, the man on strike, has a big role to play in that, should they do so. He's looking for the second. They're hesitating. A chance for a run out. The return is away from the stumps, and Jubri is too fast.
Yeah, I think so Jubri coming back was always positive. Lowenfield going at the far end was the one that was a little bit hesitant. But with the throw coming to the end where Jubri was coming, he was always going to get home safely.
162 for 7 now. One ball left in the 23rd. Damien Lowenfield hits a 6. Hits it high over long on. 6 runs. The ball hitting the press box away to our left. So that was intentional, and that was a sign that Damien Lowenfield is not prepared to quite give it up at the moment. He's going to fight to the end. And so the score has rushed on to 168, it looks like. 168 with that 6 by Damien Lowenfield. He goes on to 31 from 37, 1-4 and 1-6. Jubri is on 11. They now need 126 from 102 deliveries. 126 from 102 deliveries, not far-fetched.
Lowenfield is a good player, Jack.
The wickets in hand could be a factor.
Lowenfield is a good player. And if himself and Jubri are able to continue this partnership, then Empire Nation can still be in it, because they are taking over the strike. They've been running well between the wickets, and they continue to get the odd boundaries here or there, and the score just continues to come down. You don't know what pressure can do.
Alzari Joseph, 5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 22. Alzari Joseph, and Demari Benta was hit for that 6. 3 overs for 31 runs, no wickets. Joseph is in. This is a good delivery. One angled into the right-hander. And the line much better, something you've been calling for from Alzari. Outside the line of the off stump, coming into the right-hander, not far from that off stump. And the batsman there, just a little bit of hesitation as whether not to play or not. The ball eventually went past the stump.
Allowing the ball to do the work rather than him pushing it towards the leg side, bowling it on our body off stump and just allowing it to come back on its own, using the breeze that is pretty stiff blowing across the ground.
And Jubri is looking for a run, so he's Damien Lowenfield. But he went out to Demari Benta, and you should not play with Demari Benta because he can knock the stumps down. And he was close in at that mid-wicket position, and they had to scamper back into their respective creases. He remains on 168 for 7 in the 24th.
2 good deliveries from Alzari Joseph so far.
An adjustment being made to the field. The fielder at square leg on the boundary has been brought in a few paces. So we may see a short ball here and encouraging Jewelry to go for the hook shot. He tried it in the last over, did not get far. So we may see a lift in delivery here from Alzari. Yes, it's no, it's not. It's one which is of goodish length, and the batsman is defending. Well, psychology used at that
Yeah,
point.
I think he's trying to outpsych Jewelry, getting him to get in a mode that he thinks that he's going to stay on the back foot, because Alzari Joseph is going to be looking to bowl me short, and Alzari is trying to catch him on that back foot, maybe looking for the leg before or even getting him bowled.
Yes, that one was definitely not short. For a moment, I thought it was hammered into the pitch, but it was of a goodish length. So what is going through the mind of Jubri as he faces Alzari? And he's getting a short one. He goes for the pull shot, and a little bit of misfeeling. The ball fired towards the stumps. Damien Lowenfield would have been run out.
Would have been
and
run
it
out,
hit the
yeah.
stumps. Was it the captain who had that shot? He looked to be the captain, Nino Henry, at that mid-off position. Had a lot of time. And yes, Nino Henry missing the stumps by 4 miles. And so Damien Lowenfield got in belatedly. He got there. Would have been run out by some distance.
Ruby wanted to get away from Alzari Joseph at all costs.
Yes, yes.
He was, any way that ball went, he was going to go. He has had enough of that quick stuff happening from Alzari Joseph, and a direct hit would have certainly been the third run out of this game for the Empire Nation team.
Damien Lowenfield on 31 from 37, 1-4-6, faces Alzari Joseph, who's around the wicket, and he's pulling at this ball, and it falls safely just backward of the umpire, looking for the hook shot. Again, I think undone by the pace. He was onto him quickly, so he could not impart the timing into that stroke, and it was a lobbed hook towards the short square leg position, just inside that 30-yard circle. There was no one there, and so he got away with it.
Yeah, Alzari can't put, he's looking disappointed, but you can't have fielders everywhere that you want them. Again, a short delivery that's quickly onto Lowenfield. Lobbed maybe would have been an easy catch if there was a fielder in that square leg position, maybe. But I think good quick bowling still by Alzari Joseph.
170 for 7. Now, when we compare the rates, they're not far off. 7.13 is the current, 7.67 is the requirement. Had they had long partnerships, probably would have been a different story. Outside the line of the off stump, and it's through to the wicket keeper. Juby beaten by that one. The last ball of Alzari Joseph, 6th over, 6 overs, 3 for 24. Alzari Joseph, Demari Benter, 3 overs for 31 runs. Had there been sustained partnerships, perhaps we would have been looking at a different finish here this afternoon.
Possible.
10 more.
Possible.
Yes, 7.75 is now the asking rate.
It's still within range, and what has happened is that Empire Nation, they have not allowed the scoring rate to get away from them. It has not gone up
8
past
and 9.
past the 7s since the start of the innings, and they've consistently been going at over 7. They're at 7.08 right now, which is just there or thereabout, maybe a decimal point away from what they need to be. So they're still in the game in terms of the number of runs that they need, etc., etc. But it's just the wickets, and I just tend to think that if they lose one more wicket, then we're going to be in to possibly the tail enders. Micah McKenzie to come,
that a bit.
and who is the last one, right? Ajari Joseph.
Yeah.
So not too much in terms of the batting. Micah can hold his wicket, but he's not known to be a scorer, a heavy scorer in terms of with the bat. So you tend to think that this is going to be the last partnership that is going to make it possible for Empire to win. But because of how they're scoring and the rate at which they're scoring, there is still a possibility, even if it's a slim one.
Maybe they might just hold back Alzari. Maybe he will just not continue at the moment. Maybe he'll just wait and see what happens, and they'll have 2 overs with in the bag later on. But should he continue and bowl the remaining 2 overs and these 2 survive, maybe they'll be saying to themselves, if we can get 1 or 2 big overs, we will be still flying and have a chance at this score. But as we speak and we look at all the permutations, overwhelmingly the odds are very much favoring Lions. They should be lifting the trophy at the end of all this, and perhaps deservedly, because to get 293 in a final is certainly a commendable effort.
It is a commendable effort. They
And
would have
they would have worked hard in the
They
field
would
as
have
well.
preferred to have batted all 40 of the overs, though. All 200 and
Missed 5 balls.
yeah, all 240 deliveries. Probably get to that psychological mark of 300. But 293 in the finals is a formidable total. But it's a spirited effort so far by Empire. 170 for 7 at this stage. It means that Empire, they've stayed up with the run rate, but they just lost, for me, too many wickets.
Yes, and it looks to be beyond redemption at the moment. With Jubri on 11 from 16, that's 1-4. Damien Lowenfield 32 from 38. So more balls than runs for both batters, and they will need to change that if they're gonna have a chance, and they need to bat deep. We have had some 24 overs completed, so there's still 16 overs to come. 170 for 7, 124 required from 96 deliveries. 124 from 96 deliveries, and we just wait and see what happens in the remaining afternoon session. The Mari Benta is continuing. And Jeremy Otto having to do some feeling in the extra cover position. That was hit firmly off the back foot by Damien Lowenfield.
Benta has not been his economical self in this game. He's been quite expensive.
Oh, this is it hard down the ground, and it will be cut off. Yes, it's cut off by Ian Youssef, and a no ball, so there'll be a free hit. We have had a couple of no balls from spinners today.
Yeah, today.
That's unusual.
Yeah, that's not very good either from the spinners.
Was it overstepping or a field violation?
Not certain
Not sure.
what it was.
Probably. But we have had spinners overstepping today. We have seen that. We've had quite a few no balls during both innings. And certainly we have one at the moment. And Jubri is the man on strike. So he'll have a free hit and doesn't take advantage of it. I think he was trying to play 2 strokes at 1 ball there.
Yeah. Almost outfoxing himself on
Yes.
that occasion.
And the ball hitting his pad. I think the pace of that delivery as well.
I think Benta saw that he was looking to give himself room
And followed him.
and followed him, and with a quicker delivery as well. So credit to Benta for paying attention to what was happening at the other end.
So the cover has come in to the circle, and the long off goes, and the mid off goes back to long off. A dot ball, something they can ill afford at this time, with a target of 294 to reach. 172 for 7. Halfway through the 25th over, 15 to come after this one. They're looking for another run, another dot ball. So the rate will rise with every dot ball. And the rate now 7.87, 122 required off 93. Damien Lowenfield at the non-strikers end. Gary Jubri at the strikers end. He's beaten outside the off stump. So 3 consecutive dot balls. Not what the doctor ordered for Empire.
Almost as if he's heard the comments that I made in the Mari Benta, speaking about how expensive he would have been.
And this one beats him outside the line. That was a good delivery. That one just was there, a drifter, if you will. He was looking for the ball to spin into him, but he did not. Just a little bit of drift with the Northeasterly wind just carrying the ball a little bit away from the bat. He was beaten, taken by bat.
Good
The
over.
over has come to an end, and at the end of the over, we have had now 25 overs, 172 for 7, Jubilee on 11, and Lowenfield on 33.
So 90 deliveries to go, 122 runs to get. Much more than a run per ball situation here. But with Lowenfield and Jubilee still at the crease, this partnership for Empire Nation continues to be important. Cameron Pennyfeather comes back, and his first delivery struck away for a boundary for 4. The third man was up in the circle, and a thick outside edge going past our friend Hodge and down to the boundary for 4. So Pennyfeather continues to leak runs here for the New Injups Lions. He's in his 4th over. 25 runs have already come from his bowling. Has not had a distinguished game, Cameron Pennyfeather. Here is he in, and looking to force it away is the left-handed Damien Lowenfield, hitting it straight to that fielder standing at short extra cover, Captain Nino Henry, no run. So the numbers, Colin, that we were expecting to come in after 3 have not materialized. We've seen a few more, maybe a couple more people. The Andy Roberts stand does not look as populated as we saw it earlier. There are maybe a couple more folks in the bleachers area, some in the Richie Richardson stand, and we've seen a couple of faces show up now up in the Vivian Richards Players Pavilion. And they're going to get an easy single as this one is played away into the offside field. And then there are a couple of folks who are standing over where the old double-decker would have been, where is now the main parking lot inside. We see a number of spectators who are probably just watching the game from just outside of their vehicle.
Yes, Denmore. Really thought that we would have gotten a few more bodies inside the ARG by now. But for whatever the reason is, they seem not to materialize. But nevertheless, we still have a game of cricket here at the ARG.
Sometimes you wonder, and I wonder out loud, if enough marketing was done to maybe drag out a couple more spectators. If it is that maybe some of the other players who play in the tournament, they don't come out to support their colleagues in the other teams, that too could be. You know, you look at it, how do we get the community back out to support their teams? This one is hit high in the air. There's a fielder getting under it, and he takes the catch. That's the end of Damien Lowenfield. Hit one right up in the ear of Cameron Pennyfeather. The catch is taken. Looks to be Siobhan Moore who takes it out on that long on region. Settled under it. Took the catch very easily. And Lowenfield goes back for 38. Empire Nation losing the 8th wicket. They're now 178 for 8.
Well, one wonders what was Lowenfield thinking in playing that shot. He was virtually trying to pick out one of the longest points on the playing field here to try to get a boundary. Why not just play it into the gap? You still got a 2 runs, even maybe even a third. But trying to hit over long on to maybe get the maximum was certainly not the best option that Lowenfield elected to do, and as a result, Moore, after initially thinking that the ball might have cleared him, he saw it dropping in front of him, and then he made covered the necessary distance to make up the ground, and took a well-judged catch. So Lauren Field, for all his endeavors, has gone back to the pavilion, and the New Inchop Lions inches closer to what will be an inevitable victory.
Yeah, looks as if now with Michael McKenzie coming in to join Jubilee and with just Ajari Joseph to come, the Empire Nation are falling away here in this finals. Penny Feather will continue, and its first delivery struck away in the air, and the catch is taken by Jermaine Otto. So Michael McKenzie going for a big hit first ball. The ball carried all the way out to the long on region. For a moment, it looked as if Jermaine Otto might have misjudged it, but then in the end, he was able to grab onto it, rolled over, catch taken, end of Michael McKenzie first ball.
Well, Michael McKenzie is a carbon copy of what Lauren Field did the previous delivery. Trying again to get after the bowling when that was not what would have been advised, and hitting it down to long on this time and being out caught for no score, first ball. Not good thinking on the part of Michael McKenzie.
He's not had a good game today.
And certainly not.
Michael McKenzie didn't bowl well in the New Winchops Lions innings, and now that he has come out to bat, he has given his hand away first ball. 6 overs for 59 runs, going at a rate of 9.8 when he bowled. Didn't get a wicket today, Michael McKenzie, and giving his hand away first ball. So 178 for 9.
Can't understand what McKenzie was doing, because it was the first delivery he was facing. The field was widely spread. So just play the game according to the situation. Play it into the gap, get a run or two, and the scoreboard will keep taking over.
So Ajari Joseph has come on, and he's trying to spread the field to give Jubilee a single to get his brother Ajari Joseph back on strike. They've had a interesting family rivalry going on all day, and I'm sure that he has asked the captain to bring himself back on now that Ajari has come out to bat. Here is Ajari Joseph in, and he's bowling wide delivery down the leg side. He was trying to bowl an easy delivery to Jubilee to try and get Ajari Joseph on strike.
Telling Ajari something as he's going back to his bowling mark.
Ajari still telling him something else as well. So still the rivalry continues. I'm sure they're going to hug each other at the end of the game. And Jubilee drives and gets a single out to the long on region. It now brings Ajari Joseph on strike, and Ajari Joseph, all the fielders are coming in a little bit closer. Ajari Joseph takes guard.
We should remind our listeners and viewers that Ajari did bowl Azari in the New Winchops innings.
Yep, he was clean bowled by Ajari Joseph when he came out to bat. Bowled Ajari Joseph for 12. So, no doubt, none whatsoever, Ajari Joseph. With his brother Ajari Joseph at the end, Empire's final batter in this 10th wicket partnership. Joseph sprints in, goes past the umpire now, and bowls him a short delivery. Ajari Joseph taking evasive action, maybe that one taking him somewhere on the body, and he just looks down at Ajari Joseph. So no mercy whatsoever from Ajari Joseph for his brother Ajari Joseph.
The crowd is loving it, then.
They are loving it. It's a good sibling rivalry, and Ajari Joseph had a lot to say sent Alzari on his way when he was able to knock his stumps down. Here is Alzari Joseph in now. Short, and Jari Joseph looking to pull at that one. Was trying to make contact with that one. It bounced past him into the gloves of the wicket keeper.
One or two spectators are on their feet expecting something dramatic to be happening here.
Alzari Joseph is walking back to his mark. Looking to turn in front of us now. Alzari Joseph, a tall batter, faces now as Alzari Joseph is in and beating him outside the line of the off stump with another short of a length delivery, not rising as much as the one that struck him on the body, and this one was outside the off stump. Alzari Joseph would tell you that he deliberately pulled his bat inside the line of that one. Alzari Joseph now changing his line of attack. He's decided he's going to go around the wicket to bowl to Alzari Joseph.
Seldom we see Alzari coming around the wicket, so
maybe just a measure of intimidation for Alzari Joseph. He steers him down, now begins to move in. Joseph is in and he's pulling this one. It's in the air, into the mid-wicket region. Catch is taken. That's the end of Alzari Joseph. That's the end of the match. New Winthrop's Lions, they are the 2026 Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association Super 40 champions, winning by 113 runs over the Empire Nation. Empire ending on 180 all out.
well, it was obvious that it was going to be a short pitch delivery that Alzari was going to be serving up to his younger brother Jari, and so said, so done. Jari trying to maybe play the hook shot, just was not anywhere close to it, and was kind of the outer portion of the bat and going down to long to mid on, and a well-judged catch taken. So the brothers' rivalry has ended in favor of Alzari on this occasion. Ajari got
well, we can say it's ended even.
Even, yes.
Alzari knocked his stumps. Ajari knocked his stumps down when he bowled at Alzari. Alzari bowling him a short delivery and getting him to hit the ball in the air at the end of the day's play. So honors even in terms of the sibling rivalry, but CMW New Winthrop Lions are the 2026 Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association Super 40 champions. Just to give you the Empire Nation scorecard, Diary Francis, he was bowled at Alzari Joseph for 6. Tanis Francis caught run out Ian Uzeb for 67. Jacqueline Nathanez was run out by Jermaine Nato for 9. Ziani De Silva caught Benter off Moore for 4. George Elvin, LBW Ian Uzeb for 12. Damien Lowenfield caught Shavard Moore of Cameron Pennyfeather for 38. Melvin Joseph caught Nino Henry of Alzari Joseph for 2. Justin Nathanez, LBW Alzari Joseph for 4. Gary Druby was left not out on 13. Michael McKenzie was caught Jermaine Nato of Cameron Pennyfeather for a duck, a 1-ball duck. And Alzari Joseph caught Jermaine Nato of Alzari Joseph without scoring. He faced 4 deliveries, 25 extras, 10 wides, 12 leg byes, and 3 no balls. Alzari Joseph, 6.5 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, 4 wickets. The pick of the bowlers for the New Winthrop Lions. Shavan Moore, 4 overs, 29 runs, 1 wicket. Cameron Pennyfeather, 4 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. Nino Henry, 4 overs, no maidens, 36 runs, no wicket. Ian Uzeb, 4 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, 1 wicket. And Demari Benter, 4 overs for 33 runs. He didn't have a maiden. And it means that Empire Nation all out for 180, chasing 294 for victory, after CMW New Winthrops made 293 all out in their innings. 28 from Jermaine Nato, Tyrone Williams 68, Ian Uzeb 21, 83 by Demari Benter. Alzari Joseph making 12, Bartlett Henry didn't score, Cameron Pennyfeather 8, Nino Henry 40, Shavan Moore 3, Kishon Dawood not, and Dario Hodge didn't score. as well. 30 extras in the Empire when Empire bowled 23 wides, 2 leg byes, and 5 no balls, 293 all out. Damien Lowenfield, 5.1 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, 2 wickets. Justin Athena's 8 overs, no maidens, 36 runs, 2 wickets. Diary Francis, 8 overs, no maiden, 75 runs, 2 wickets. Ajari Joseph, 8 overs, no maidens, 55 runs, 4 wickets. Micah McKenzie, 6 overs, no maidens, 59 runs, no wickets. He was expensive. Tanis Francis, 2 overs for 13 runs. And Jacqueline Athanas's 2 overs went for 20 runs. He too was expensive. 293 all out made by the Empire, by the New Introps Lions against Empire Nation, who won the toss this morning and put them in to bat. We may be just asking folks to hold on for a little bit, as no doubt we're going to try and see how much we can bring of the presentation ceremony.
But then, if you were to ask me, I think Empire really played into the hands of New Introps by winning the toss and asking them to bat. And as I keep saying, and as I would have said when the Leeward Islands would have played Trinidad and Tobago here a few weeks ago in the West Indies Championship 4-day game, you cannot win the toss on an ARG pitch of this nature and ask the opponent to bat first, because you're really putting yourself up against it in terms of trying to bowl them out for a low total. There's nothing to suggest that an ARG pitch on the first day, whether it be a 4-day game, and a 1-day international, or even a T20 game, is going to assist the bowlers with any sort of significance that you would warrant bowling first. So the conventional wisdom is that at the Antigua Recreation Ground, unless it's a case where the pitch is wet, and even that too is debatable, you win the toss, you bat first. You bat first, you get runs on the board, and then you ask the bowlers to defend whatever you put on the board.
And I would agree with you, and I believe even with Empire, when you look at the Empire bowling attack, it's just Ajari Joseph who is a recognized bowler. When you look at all the others, Damien Lowenfield, Justin Athenas having to open the bowling, Diary Francis, Micah McKenzie, who didn't have a good game, and Tanis Francis, I think that they should have looked to put runs on the board. Runs on the board, we say, is runs on the board. And had they probably looked to put a big score on the board against the New Introps team, and then give Micah maybe something to work with, it might have been a different performance. But on a flat track at ARG, that's not really offering anything to anyone. Micah McKenzie and others were under the gun from the get-go, being asked to bowl first on what was a very good pitch.
So congratulations to the New Introps Lions. They have done the double this season in the ABCA 2 major competitions, the 2-day tournament, which they won over Liberta Blackhawks in Liberta back in March, and now they have come to win the Super 40 final over the Empire Nation here at the Antigua Recreation Ground. So congratulations and kudos to them, and no doubt they will go to Blizzard, as they call New Introps, celebrating in a blaze of glory. So we await the presentation. I think the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association officials are getting themselves together to make this presentation. Shortly the players will be out, so we look forward to bringing that for you. Also, too, then more, one can look back at the game, and when you look at the position of the game after 20 overs for both teams, New Introps Lions, they were 150 odd for 2 after 20 overs. And when Empire batted, they were 147, I think, for 4 after 20 overs. So, you look at these fine margins, if we can call them that, or you look at these comparisons, and you see that from the point of view of Empire getting to 293, it was a case where New Introps getting to 293, it was a case where the Empire Nation bowlers really did not bowl well at all.
Yeah, they did not bowl well at all. And all of them went for many runs. When we look at Diary Francis going for 75 runs, when we look at Michael McKenzie going for 55, 59, going at 9.8. Diary Francis going at 9.3. Damien Lowenfield going at 6.3. 6.5 for Tanis Francis. 10 for Jacqueline Athenes. Only Justin Athenes, who went at 4.5, was the only bowler that went below 6. And with that happening, you're always going to be in trouble.
Yes.
With your bowlers being economy rates so high.
And there was not even a bowler except maybe Justin Athenes who could have put it back. And maybe he could have looked at the situation, because his other not inexperienced in the sense, but his lesser known bowlers of any note in terms of regional experience or even sub-regional experience. Maybe he could have brought himself on maybe after 15 overs or so, brought himself back into the attack to really give some leadership to the bowling. But to have allowed himself to wait until the latter part of the innings to come back on to bowl wasn't certainly giving any leadership or any direction to the other bowlers.
At the start, remember he bowled 4 overs at the start, which I thought that he bowled too many.
Should have bowled maybe 2 or 3 overs
at the start of the innings, because he was always going to be an important bowler for Empire Nation. And maybe at the start of the innings too, should have started with Ajari Joseph instead of himself.
Definitely, because from what we saw of Ajari, he certainly was spot on from the moment he came on.
And Ajari Joseph bowled with a lot of brains, he showed a lot of experience, maybe far more than his age.
That's right.
Would suggest, because he varied his pace. He mixed in a couple of slow deliveries. His line was good. His length was good throughout. And I felt that maybe right at the start, the Empire Nation sort of allowed New Inchop's Lions to get away.
Yeah.
Too early.
Sometimes, as captain, as coaches, we tend to overthink the game. We tend to believe that a particular player may not be suited in his natural position or playing his natural role. So we're going to see if we can give him a chance to grow into the game, so to speak, and expose maybe someone else. And this is where sometimes you as a captain, as a coach, you just have to let the game play. If Ajari Joseph is the opening bowler, let him bowl. I mean, he may bowl a bad over, like
Diary Francis did.
Like Diary Francis did and concede 21 runs. But he may bowl a blind and get 2 wickets for, let's say, 12 runs.
Correct.
So sometimes you have to give the players a chance to express themselves. Just let them play. I mean, there's not much you can do outside of giving the player the opportunity to bowl or to bat, whatever the situation is.
And this is where this game not being played last week would have affected Empire Nation, because had it played last week, and they would have had the services of Yannick Watley.
He's out now in England, I gather.
No, we understand that he's away with the university games in Trinidad.
Yes.
And so he would have made a difference in terms of their bowling attack, because he has bowled very well, and very well against some of these teams as well. And so that.
But what would have been the option of him playing this final and then going to Trinidad? Because university games are not 2 days; they're over an extended period.
They are. So, again,
I mean, looking at it now, he could be very well heading to the airport to take a flight down to Trinidad and get in there tonight. But these are just armchair quarter.
There was the armchair quarterback saying, but looking at things after the fact. But again, we'll take nothing away from New Inchop's Lions, though.
No, not at all.
They played well. They played like champions. They are the defending champions. They defeated Empire Nation last year pretty easily, and this year so again they've done so again. So they would be happy, because they are now double champions here in Antigua and Barbuda, and we should not forget that they are joint champions as well last year for the T20 competition that was held in Antigua and Barbuda by the past. I think they call the players group. So they have had a nice purple patch recently, where they have been able to play good cricket and they've strengthened their team.
Yes.
This year they got in
Alzari.
Alzari Joseph, and not to forget Tyrone Williams Jr.
Yes.
Because last season T. Willie played with Empire Nation, and they were able to acquire him. They've also gotten Jedediah Martin
He's
into
off to England.
their squad. He's off to England as well, and so too Orandel Boston, I think, who is right at the top of the wickets chart. But I think Orandel too is in Trinidad with the university games or something to that effect. He's not an island. I'm not certain where he is, but he's not an island as well. So again, even Dravid Richardson, who is a young opener coming up, he too, we understand, might be in Trinidad as well with the university games. So New Winthrop Lions, they have a good thing going on for them, and let's see how they will continue from here on in. They've been able to win this Super 40 competition back to back, and they should feel good about themselves.
Yeah. Well, congratulations once again to the New Winthrop Lions and their coach Abdiel Hughes for doing the double and doing it convincingly. And so no doubt they would be celebrating long into the night tonight after the presentation ceremony. I think we draw a break and then
we're going to take a short break. We don't want you to go anywhere, folks. The presentation ceremony is going to come up very shortly, and so we want you to stay tuned, especially if you are a New Winthrop Lions fan and you want to see your team receive the Super 40 trophy. So stay tuned. We're going to take a short break, and then when we return, we're going to have the presentation ceremony.
Two, three, one, two, three. Tell me now. Tell me. So tell me what to do. You're coming back over? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, all right. Okay. On. Yeah, it's on. Tell me when you're ready. Tell the man I come forward. Lick him on the man. Guys, why are you standing behind this one? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let me just take this opportunity for congratulating both teams and the finals. More so, congratulations to the winners. Again, New Winchops. Just before we continue, I want to make special mention to a few players. And I don't want the young players to take this personal. Mr. Justin Atenes, it's a pleasure. Give him a round of applause. It's a pleasure to have someone like Justin who would have played for Leewards still playing in this competition. And for Mr. Penny Feather and Alzawi Joseph, who are still playing for Leewards, give them a round of applause. What it reminds me of, my playing days, when people like Eldine Baptist, Richie Richardson, Sir Viv, and all these guys came back from wherever they went, they find time to play in the local tournament. And there's no doubt with people like Justin and Penny Feather and Alzawi and T. Willie McCann, forgot you, Son of Fame, I forgot you. You know, and Nino, what you know, Nino, so Nino, you should be the first name for Carl. You know, it's a pleasure to know that these guys still playing. They bring a lot to the tournament, especially for the youngsters. I saw something today where a run-out took place. I'm not going to mention it because it's the worst run-out I've ever seen in any cricket. Anyway, nevertheless, we are down to the presentation. We are not